something it won't. Here in the dark, these final hours, I will lay down my heart. I feel the power. Hello, chance. No, you won't. I love that song. Sorry, I, my food just got here, so I had to like wolf down some food. I haven't eaten all day again. Anxiety's a bitch, y'all. That's all I gotta say. I am running on caffeine and a prayer right now. I didn't sleep very good last night. Oh, thank you guys. It's this is one of my favorite songs. I love this song. um so here we are. Last night was a lot. No, I got a frappuccino and a blueberry muffin, so I had to wolf down my food really quick. I'll see you at the court case. So, she's just overwhelmed. So is Lennon. No, Summer, you can. Okay, fine. Swear to God, this dog is spoiled rotten. So, last night was a lot. If you guys didn't know, quick recap. Cleo kind of went, I want to say self-destructive. I don't know if that's right, but it caused some issues. We'll just say that. And poor Lennon has been holding on by the skin of her teeth because if she didn't have like Bundy taking her out on ride-alongs or the kids riding along with her, she's scared to be alone right now. And rightfully so. She's still scared to be alone. She did step and foot in the hospital last night, but it kind of just went okay. It didn't like go amazing, like, oh, she's gonna go back to work. But yeah, I mean, thank you for being a friend. Crez, thank you for those gifted subs. No, you are not getting any more of this. I swear to God, this dog. So, going into all of that, having, oh, I got the hiccup, excuse me. Having to try to be there for, oh God, hiccups. Having to try to be there for Cleo during her time of need last night, and then she just didn't want it, and I get why. Believe me. So yeah, it should be interesting tonight because Lennon's kind of in this mode. I think the best way you can describe it is she's just struggling right now. Ooh, this is another good one. So Rocky, definitely. We have a call into Rocky. This is what I get for eating on stream. I'm deeply apologetic, chat. I'm sorry, but I'm starving. It's been 2.5 weeks of building to that point. The court case destroyed our feel for everybody and family because they are trying to get through their own trauma while being there for others. Exactly. Yes, of course I did Legend. Lennon can't be a doctor right now because of what's going on with her trauma and her emotions. And she wants to be a doctor because that's her part of her identity because of her situation with her sister, which y'all stay tuned for that because I got something cooked up for that. And then she went through this whole situation with getting kidnapped with Bundy and the trauma from that and recovering from both the physical and emotional injuries from that. And then actually what she did is she buried that trauma because she couldn't handle it. So what she did was she focused on the kids. She focused on Bundy. She can't do that. So now last night was just kind of everything just exploding all at once. I hope that makes sense. I'm starving and I'm trying to figure out stuff, but I'm just trying to like let you guys know the mindset behind Lennon right now. Bottom line, you and Bundy are broken and oh yeah. Oh yeah. So gonna go to the court case, support Bundy, support Cleo, possibly have a conversation with Cleo afterwards. And then wait for Rev to get in town so we can try to cook up some kind of Rocky session. So but no, I didn't sleep very good last night. And it wasn't really anything to do with like obviously when I do emotional RP, it's really hard for me to sleep because you got to put yourself into a mindset to be able to do emotional RP like that. It was just other things. And yeah, I kind of had like a mini episode myself there last night, but so anxiety's a bitch, y'all. That's all I got to say. It is. But I love telling a good story, so I usually just after I get done with emotional RP, I just go pet my dog and all is well. But last night was a struggle because other situations came into play. So, it just, yeah. But we're here today, and I'm here to give all of you a hug and some love, and we're going to get into some good storytelling. While I eat a blueberry muffin. How are you guys today? Did you have a good Tuesday? Excuse me. You're shook? No, the goals for Lennon tonight is have a conversation with Cleo. Be there for Bundy. Go do a therapy session. And yeah, see what comes of it. So. So, okay. Okay, this is what I want to wear. I gotta have short hair until Saturday, so I may need to go to the clothing store. Yeah, I think we'll just rock this. Give me just a minute, guys. I gotta finish eating this because otherwise I'm gonna be cranky, and I don't want to be cranky. I'm sorry, guys. Give me just a minute. Lots happening today. Coffee. You know, I didn't get my grass water today. I got coffee, so. Hello, Jeremy. Oh, good news, good news. I fixed my iPad. And the other situation that broke last night, I got it arranged to get that fixed, and it's not gonna cost me any money. I'm doing a little chair dance because of it. So a good day? Absolutely. Did he leave already? He had to have woken up somewhere else. I guess he probably woke up somewhere else. I guess we're heading to get our scooter. Oh. I'm outside. Oh, oh.
Oh, I thought you were already on your way to town.
No, I thought you were on your way to town.
No, I just woke up.
Okay. Hey.
Hey. Gonna grab the car and drive for a little bit? And
Sure.
what were you gonna do?
I was basically just gonna go to the courthouse after I got some food and wait.
Go get some food then.
Okay.
We can swing by Bob Smith afterwards so I can get on duty. I woke up and was prepping for that trial pretty much all day. There is something that's on my mind, but I don't really know how to say it without sounding like a bad person.
Okay.
It has been a really hard week and a half. And spent a lot of time this morning thinking about Cleo and everything that happened yesterday. And it is not fair to us that she has spent...
Ooh.
It's been 9 days, Lennon.
Ooh.
Since everything happened. 9 days. And she has spent 3 or 4 of those running away, playing hide and seek.
Oh no.
Threatening to go to the airport. And making us chase her and trying to be the center of attention. And gaslighting and manipulating. And that is not fair to us.
Oh God.
It literally pushed us to the brink of imploding last night.
I know. Oh, fuck. Okay.
So I'm done helping her for a little while.
Oh, no!
I just can't because my order of priorities of things is you and this relationship, and then our
Same
family.
for Lennon, yeah.
And then after that, the individual's issues can come up. But last night she texted me after she stormed out of that house, and she said, "I can talk to you one-on-one if you want to come. If you want to come talk to me."
That upsets
And
me a little bit.
that's literally forcing me to choose between the rest of the family who also need support, and you and me who haven't exactly been in the best places, and her.
I'm not gonna lie, the fact that she texted you that and basically made you choose between, yes, the rest of the kids, but you and I setting. I'm sorry, I had to get that out. Please continue, sweetheart.
No. I love her, and the door is open, and if she wants to come in and sleep on the couch or talk things out and apologize, then that's fine, but I'm not going out of my way anymore because we had no business getting in that fight last night. And if we had had 5 goddamn minutes, then it wouldn't have happened, but she is pushing me to a breaking point at a time that it's really not fair to push me to a breaking point, and
Shit, what up, y'all?
and I'm not gonna let her do that anymore. I can't.
I understand, and I will support your decision, and we can love her from a distance while she, with hope, is able to get through this storm. But you're absolutely 100% right. My priority is this relationship and you, and then the other kids and all of that as well. So I love her, but I don't know. It was a lot last night.
To me, it's really after everything that we've been through in the last week with each other and the stuff that happened and losing a friend and everything else, it's I don't know, it's really telling whenever she decides that she's going to pile onto that.
I agree. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry.
You're all right. Be careful. There's a lot of zombies out.
Oh, God. I guess we're going to the spooky store.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, they don't seem to have anybody working at the moment.
Do you want to get on duty and then we can go to Uwu?
Yeah, we may as well do that, I guess.
Okay, sweetheart.
I can also just check the food locker at work to see if we've got
Oh.
some food that I can grab for us.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Down below
just
or
park,
up here?
just park up top. Up top's fine.
Okay, oops.
Yeah, I just wanted to get all that off my chest before we headed into what's probably going to be a 4-hour-long court case with Oliver Hall objecting every 5 minutes, and we didn't have a couple of minutes to talk.
No, I'm glad that you told me, sweetheart. I understand. We can love her, but still hold those boundaries like Rocky showed us, you know?
Yeah, that's something that we've been really good at applying at people outside of our family, but I think we need to start applying it a little more interiorly as well.
No, I agree.
Yeah?
Oh.
Hello, how are you?
I'm okay. Just going to duty and just go take a cold.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to go. I'm about to go get dressed as well. And grab food
Yeah.
because I'm actually starving.
Okay. Hi, sweetheart.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing okay. Just need to go grab a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
You doing okay?
I didn't sleep, but I am I'm just trying to support your dad the best that I can right now. And got the court case, so
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting call. Let me go grab my stuff and I'll speak to you.
okay, sweetie.
Look at that. I remembered which
This is gonna be spicy.
which case
No, boundaries, y'all. Boundaries. Boundaries is important, you know?
I'll just record. It rack my MP7. Oh, that's cool. I have more that I missed.
Oh shit, what up? Oh no.
There's some stuff for you.
Thank you, my love.
You are welcome.
You guys need a ride or are you gonna run?
We got the car here. We can just drive that over.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll see you there. I've got my car here as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Do we have time to run by Benny's? Because in the way my glasses are, I got broken windows.
Yeah, we do. For me as well.
Yeah, I love you. I'm glad that you told me all of that. We are on the same page. And, yeah, I need you and I to be okay, you know?
I know. And last night we were pretty far from okay for a little bit, and that kills me.
Yeah.
Especially, you know, when it's avoidable. So yeah.
Yeah. Lennon loves her kids, but she's married, so she has to, you know, like, make sure that her relationship is in good. And as much as I'd love to go to get this fixed, I just want to get something quick so we can get to the courthouse. So that's why we're going to Benny's. Because I usually like to give the RP to the mechanic shops and stuff. That's better. I love our little car.
I know. I love our little car too. Apparently we can sell this thing for a pretty penny, so if we ever come up on the waiting list, then we'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Somebody was telling me that because we put about 3 or was it 280 into this?
I think so.
People were saying that like sellers selling them on the yellow pages and stuff sell them for like 600.
Oh.
Yeah, usually like 50% over the PDM value because they're always out of stock.
Oh my gosh.
So.
Hell yeah, we ever get that Odyssey. It's
Yeah, big game on. We'll be good.
Yeah. Should I park on
Park
the
over
side?
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, park over here on the right hand side. I can valet the car. Unless you have somewhere you need to go before or during.
I'm here for you, babe. So.
Okay. Well, if you do have to go somewhere, I can always come grab this thing out for you.
Sounds good.
Oh, I already have a vehicle here, apparently.
Oh.
Oh, my Crown Vic's parked here. Interesting.
Oh.
Ooh, I'll tell you what. We can park this thing at the either at the Richmond or yeah. Let's park this. Let's park this at the Richmond. I'll grab the Crown Vic and follow you.
Okay. Oh shit. Can you
Do I
lead,
need to-
sweetheart? Yeah,
Go-
you can.
Oh
lead.
yeah, I was about to ask.
Yeah. I can't remember where the goddamn Richmond is. Oh, over here. Okay, that's right. Oh, my brain today, y'all. Ugh. Oh, my brain. It's just because I'm tired. I'm like super duper tired. Uh-huh.
I can't park this thing.
You want me to give you
here.
keys?
No, I've got keys. I should be fine on that part. It's might be that we need to go into the ones over here.
Yeah. We had that issue last time too. Paint job on this thing is slick.
This is the high command livery. Only only me, Bass, Malden, and a few other people can ride this thing. Got one on the Explorer too, but I swapped it to the plain black and white around the time we got the new liveries
I
in.
swear to God, this dog, y'all.
The new vinyl looks real good.
Why are you two so adorable?
Which, by the way, is another idea of mine. Just just saying.
Slow trip, that way you don't get sick of it, and then you talk.
Right.
Is it okay if I come in the back way so I can have my wheelchair?
Oh, hey, Bundy.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
the
that's fine.
undersheriff now.
Hey, Cap.
Oh,
fuck you
congrats,
too. You guys
Squid.
suck.
Hi.
Hey, Squid, remember who did your final, you know?
Okay.
Good
Hi,
training.
Roy.
Got you all the way
Yeah,
down
you
there.
sure did.
Janetti.
Yep.
Fired.
I'm not
Janetti.
scarred.
Vince fired everyone.
Oh my God.
I just pulled my.
Hello, new friend.
Okay, they just left this door unlocked. That's good.
Oh,
That's
nice.
how courthouse security works.
Mm.
You were there.
I'm like, this family tree's getting too fucked. You're my ex grandma. Hey, Lennon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you my my gun. Somebody want to
Hey,
take
we
here,
got
I'll
the same
just
outfit
grab it
on.
off
Look
your
at
back.
that.
Okay.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh,
That was
that's
unintentional as fuck.
Nice. Look at that.
I know. We're looking good. I, need
Sexy.
to get I have a hat. I don't.
Thank you.
But
Yeah.
don't we both have this from God? What trial were we? Was it the terrorism one?
Could have been.
me-
I wouldn't just change all the blacks. I'm like, we're coming to a funeral, so you know.
That is literally what I said when I decided what I was putting on.
So we're all wearing black when we're coming to a funeral. So
I'm pretty sure wasn't it like
ASG
me,
face
you,
armor.
and Cross processing something, and we decided to put these together.
Nice.
probably, man. Fuck, we've done so
Yeah.
much.
I'm gonna hop in
I got
the
some
front
smokes
row.
for you though here. You can smoke. You good?
Yeah.
Smoke. All right, there's a pack there. It's like about half a pack.
Do you guys have someone helping out the DOC with getting him out?
Yes, Bison.
Okay, perfect. Because I had to
Yeah.
do that earlier because they were stuck for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, Bison was here when DOC was taking or brought Gladys down, so it should be.
Thank you, Ash,
Last
for
time they
reminding me
brought
about
Jocka
that.
down, I told him to just slap handcuffs on him and put him in the back of a car, and if he tried to run, just shoot him. So.
There's some food for you, Bundy, if you need.
Oh, thank you.
All right, that's perfect.
Fucking. I got some food for you.
Thank you.
Goddamn walls.
I already gave you food earlier.
I got food for you too.
Always helpful to have more extra.
Yeah, true.
You do look good
I'll
in
just-
that outfit.
God, I'm pretty sure it was me, Hardcastle, and God, I don't even remember what that case was now. Oh, it was when we impeached the mayor.
Oh.
Yep. We were impeaching the mayor, and we went for an outfit change
Hello,
right
new
before
friend.
closing arguments.
Oh.
We all decided to put on all black. I remember now.
Doing pretty good.
Hello, new friend.
Did you know I impeached a mayor once?
Yeah, they finished this one up. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, that was good old Abdul. Yeah, we impeached him. He paid like $1 million of the state fund for a personal hotel room. Plus, he had a bunch of other shady as fuck transactions on there.
Hmm.
She said there's no way he could be arrested. He's not in the papers. I said maybe he's still being processed, Nancy.
Sorry, I'm like inhaling caffeine right
I
now.
have all of these conquests that I really should brag to you more about, but I always forget that I did them. It's just commonplace at this point.
Sweetheart, I already think you hung the moon, so any other conquests on top of that is just icing on the cake.
Okay. I know what conquest I'm gonna get into after this goddamn court case.
You're goddamn right you are. Apparently, Randy is suing my place of business.
For what?
I have no idea. And truthfully, I'm not asking. I'm not asking. I love these kids, but I'm here to focus on you tonight because I just can't. I just can't.
Oh my god, she wants to get arrested so she can go see if he's alive. She punched a cop a couple times.
Uh-oh, is that Grayson up there?
Yeah, that's Daddy Judge.
Daddy Judge?
Yeah, that's what I've always called Grayson. Well, not always, but ever since. I don't remember what court case we were doing, but it was something came up about calling him Daddy, and he said, and his response to me was, "You can call me Daddy anytime." So I have every other time.
Excuse me, Your Honor, can I approach the bench?
What's up?
Does my husband call you Daddy Judge?
Lots of people call me Daddy Judge.
Okay.
What's up, beautiful? How you doing, Bundy?
Hey, how you doing, Your Honor? It's good to see you.
You too.
Okay.
I am not on radio, but my understanding is that DOC was going to drop off whoever the hell they were like taking out of here, and then they were going to cycle back to us. I think
I might have
Lieutenant
to.
Bison
I might have to
is
punch him in
bringing
the
the defendant up for us. So, how's it going, Swinghammer?
Asking me not to.
Yes, hello. I'm here for the court case.
Welcome in, lawyer.
Mine's not bad.
Time for court.
Yeah, time for court. Time for court.
Hello.
Unlikely.
Got some food for you.
Oh, James, just sit down in the corner.
Did you? Okay, hold on.
Yes,
let me get
hello. My name
Uh,
is James Randall.
hi.
I'm
How you doing,
82
Mr.
years
Randall?
old, and my
you
favorite
doing?
food is a
I don't know,
heartbreaker with
okay.
cream. extra cheese, no lettuce, and a side of French
No,
with
I
extra
know. I'm
salt.
just coughing because I just inhaled
It's good to
air
see you, like,
improperly.
up.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
I still use my wheelchair if I get like tired and sore. I'm not getting this cast cut off till like the end of the week. So
Glad you decided to join us today, James.
Yes.
Excuse me. I hope you're not too
That'll be
scared.
nice to be able to itch your leg again.
freaking
oh my
out.
god, yes.
But I'm suppressing it.
Oh,
Mr. Randall,
Yes, hello.
do you have a cold? Do you need a cough drop?
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay.
Is it a little bit of honey flavor?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's the halls, so it's like honey but
Okay,
menthol.
I will do it. I will
Didn't
do
you
it.
be here soon, TM?
There you
I
go.
will do
All
it.
right.
good evening, Mr. Randall.
A lot of sucking happening.
That is a lot of
Hardcastle. I
sucking.
remember
Yeah,
what
is
it
it
was.
is it working? Your
was when
throat's
we
feeling better?
impeached,
There we go. Okay.
Jesus.
Oh.
James, it's disgusting. Stop it.
Oh.
James, it's so gross. Stop.
What the
Is it just
old
me or is
man
that not
enjoy
torture?
his hard
It
candy?
is hard.
Oh my
Is
god.
that an actual act of torture?
Yeah, I think
Oh my
it is.
God.
Let this old man enjoy his hard candy. It's
hello-
one of the
oh.
only things he has left.
Yeah, that is dementia.
That's auditory
That and
overstimulation.
That
Off
is
the
a
frame.
lot.
I don't think that one
There you
enjoys
go.
dementia. I don't
Crane's
think
around.
That's right.
We could find Crane if you want to throw him off. Something.
Although maybe, I don't know, maybe he had a bad life. Maybe his
Hey,
people
can,
don't super good.
can James be the bailiff?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
No.
choking.
Oh my god, someone save
Gotta
him.
get him the
Go, go,
Heimlich.
go, 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 go.
Someone Google the Heimlich.
I'll help you, Mr. Randall.
No.
I'm just gonna hit you firmly on the back
No.
here, all right?
No, do the Heimlich maneuver.
Why do you sound like a fucking
Do the-
robot? Heimlich.
Do the Heimlich maneuver.
This is useless.
Oh. Oh.
Are you okay, sir?
Jesus, that was
How's the
taking so
candy?
long, I
Still
thought I was
tastes
gonna have
good.
to go do it.
Oh!
Oh my! What are the
What the
chances of
hell?
that? Jeez.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Go, 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 go. Cleo.
Is she choking now?
Uh-oh.
Is she choking? Is she
I feel fine.
Heimlich?
Oh.
She's on the ground. That won't really work.
I don't
I
think-
can
I
remove
think
it
I
with the
spelled Heimlich
laryngoscope.
wrong.
Okay, do that.
Okay. You got forceps or something I could use?
Honey, I don't have my kit on me.
All right. I'm gonna have to use these short.
All right, do what you gotta do.
Wow, was that on purpose, Mr. Randall? Or do you just have
Gonna slowly open it. Okay, this is
What?
gonna be
What
very
happened?
uncomfortable. So I'm warning you this right now.
Oh, very cool.
I'm not gonna have time for that. I gotta prosecute this goddamn case. So.
Hey, I got your criminal.
Oh, there we go.
I brought your criminal in.
Oh, thanks.
Did you remove it?
Oh, beautiful.
And there he was.
And there I was.
There we go.
I brought the criminal to court
And
with no casualties.
I got it.
Oh, is she all right?
That's a shame.
Even though we passed like
Throat's gonna
chain
be
gang and
sore.
other groups that kind of like.
Are you okay,
you
honey?
okay?
Are you all right?
It's okay, I'm
Take
used to
some
deep
breaths.
throating.
It's nice for you to dress up, Jocko.
Okay.
Hey, I saw your fake.
It was
ass
nice
shit
for you
on
to dress
Twitter,
up for this.
James.
You piece of shit.
It's not
That
fake.
was on purpose, you
Oh,
fucking
who fixed his
twat.
voice?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I'd like to put on some other clothes, but I don't know if there's like clothes that I can go to.
just get
I
another
was at the fucking
injection.
prison
It's
and
fine.
threw one and you got picked up half
Okay.
an hour ago.
That's
You
the
could have
injection.
fucking changed.
Oh my god.
Bison. Hi, Bison.
What's
Bison.
that nice?
Botox.
Down this side if you want.
Thank you for
Sorry,
bringing.
Can I give you
keep one in
another
my head?
hug?
Sorry. Hello.
Can I give you
sure.
another hug?
Yeah. Hi, Chloe.
I'm
Sorry,
here.
I was in my head. Hi, hello.
Alright. Hello.
That's what I said, Cleo.
Hey, Tammy, good outfit.
Oh,
my.
sorry.
Wait, are you
But it's all in
serious?
black.
I
Yeah,
keep
we're all
thinking
in
that
black.
Oh my God,
Australian
this is
mermaid show where
ridiculous.
she's like, Chloe, no!
No, it's literally Cleo. It's literally Cleo in the
No,
TV
it's good.
show.
We're here. Let me.
This is actually
What is this
hilarious.
outfit? Look at.
No,
Look at.
Cleo, the
Oh yeah, Jimmy got the memo.
Oh my god.
Demi got the she
You're such
Jimmy
a...
got
she
the
understood
memo.
the assignment.
Oh my god. That's.
We share
Why is that actually so funny?
Is this a family case without me? Am I being excluded again?
No, you're
It's
not
mostly
being
just me. It's mostly just me and Demi.
Oh my
Pon-
god!
Yeah, Lily's a witness. Cleo's a witness.
It's okay. I know I'm gonna take. I know you're gonna give me captain one day. It's fine.
By the way.
Yes.
Come over here.
Don't you already have captain? You're wearing the bars.
I'm not. I have lieutenant bars.
Oh, do you?
And you know what's funny?
Who
I'll
has
be there in a
the-
second,
who-
Cleo. 1 second.
Who
You know
has
what's
the
funny?
captain rank right now then?
Nobody does.
Me.
Nobody.
Give it to me.
Nobody has had it since I got demoted. Just let me hold on to it until you get it back.
Give it to him. Give it to him.
I can't give it to you because if you were anything like me, you would have shown initiative by just keeping it.
You yelled at me to take it off.
I don't. That
You and
sounds made
Bess
up.
both.
That sounds made up. I don't think.
And then I'm gonna go put it back on then.
Listen, you're not LSPD if
What's
you
up,
just
Cleo?
take the
What'd you
first
just say?
no and listen to it. You just got to keep going until you
I'm
get strike
promoted. I'll be
points.
back, Cleo.
My motto. Wait,
I'll transfer back if I get his LT.
Congrats on the
Kidding, but
promotion.
okay.
I'm gonna wear corporal stripes later.
What happened to the
Do
defendant?
it.
Nothing's gonna stop me.
He's just getting some proper attire on, Jet.
If I didn't get strike points for the bear traps, then I'll
So
take
far
the
on,
risk.
Roy's speaking
Who are those nerds over there?
That's Roy. What do you expect? Is he high?
Oh, wait a minute.
You didn't even tell me he was. I'm just gonna. assume he was.
Quickly.
Happy birthday, Grayson!
Thank you, Demi.
Apparently he's 72.
It's not 72.
Happy birthday, Your Honor.
That's what Cross said earlier.
Don't believe Cross.
Merry
He is not
Christmas.
72.
I'm pretty sure Cross is like some sort of immortal vampire who's been around since the 1600s.
He
absolutely
Got a running-
is.
110%.
is. Yeah.
It's kind of like Keanu
Whatever
Reeves,
he
in
is,
that
he's
one
a
photo.
nerd.
Yes,
That's the
he's
reason
exactly-
he's just.
yes.
That's the reason he's just so done with everything because
He's
he's
Paul
done, he's
Rudd.
seen. He knows time is a flat circle. He's been through it before.
Paul Rudd does not age. Just factual.
doesn't.
He does absolutely 100%.
Nice.
Oh, Ben Affleck definitely fucking aged.
He looks great though. I saw
One
photos
very
of him
decently-
today.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Gentlemen.
Look more like a Joker.
You're supposed to dress for court, not to sell a prostitute.
Oh my god.
To sell
Dress for the job you want, not the job you have. Let's be honest.
The man looks like he's about to go on a late night talk show and talk about how we live in a society.
That man looks like he got
Live in
drafted by
a
Bill Mays.
society.
I did get the selfie of Bill Mays, Your Honor.
You sure?
Oh, you got it from the thrift store. 2 sizes too big.
Thank you.
I mean, it's.
How do I checked?
I do.
Can I do the whole court case with my megaphone?
No.
Oh, that would be funny though.
No, just wait until we're on our third court case. That way you have the excuse
James,
of like
you have
the
hoes in
psychological
different area
reasons.
codes?
Oh, me too, James. Me too.
James has hoes in different area codes.
James has hoes in.
Yeah,
in
too bad he has
different
dementia and
decades.
yeah, too bad he has dementia and he can't remember the area codes.
5.
That's not enough numbers, James.
Maybe it was back in his day
Oh, fair
when
point.
PNGO was still intact.
That
No
is a
offense.
good point.
My God.
Oh, I remember the first few phone numbers.
Okay, team prosecution. How close are we to being ready?
Scanning around the room. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who's Quinn? Who is that?
Quinn's our psychologist. She's standing over there behind the defendant, so we're good on her. Yes, we've got all of our witnesses. We are good for countdown, Your Honor.
Okay.
By the way, Minerva can't make the case.
Just so everybody's aware before we even get beginning, the court received apologies from Dr. Nanakaze. This was outside of his availability. He has been excused.
Been executed?
Excused.
Oh, I heard executed. Sorry.
I mean, it is only Nanakaze.
I do have executions on the mind. today.
Yeah, I'm at a funeral.
Sorry is the best one out of all. Like,
Suri is my third favorite doctor.
Same.
Hey, what the hell?
I have a list.
Who tickling me?
What's that burning smell?
I can't with Moose.
That's the smell
I
of
swear to God.
James trying to remember those area codes.
Oh.
His brain is working overtime.
He's having a stroke so hard that even you can smell the toast.
I've been there when that one brain cell's just fighting.
Oh yeah, same.
Defense.
Was that you that I killed, Art Castle?
We're prepared to see,
Okay.
Bless you.
It is the 26th of July, 2022. The day of my
Where's
birth.
Peach here?
And this is the people versus Jacko Romano. Mr. Romano, are you present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to start by reading the statement of charges, which is lengthy and wordy, and thus I appreciate it a lot. And then we shall see where this falls.
Judge likes lengthy things. Confirmed.
On
He's daddy
June
just for a reason.
2022,
Why are you here?
14801 UTC, Jacko Romano was arrested and remitted to Bolingbroke State Penitentiary for the charge of terrorism. Approximately one day later, on the 10th, 2022, Jacko Romano was released from Bolingbroke State Penitentiary on bail conditions.
Yeah, there's enough room.
Judges Fitzpatrick and Cross, the people versus Jacko Romano.
Fat.
On the 15th of June, 2022, Sergeant Lily Pond responded to a scene in which an IRC chat, what is this, 1985, discovered a case file began against an alias known only as Mekarabe in regards to stalking against members of the police department.
That's a dumb name.
Case number 48297. On June 18th, 2022, Jacko Romano was remitted to Bolingbroke State Penitentiary in relation to a signed plea agreement approved by Judge Larry Hallow, in which Jacko Romano pleaded guilty as charged, and Romano and counsel agreed to the implementation of Coop's law in relation to increased sentencing guidelines. The people's end. The people versus Jacko Romano.
Cleo, honey, I know it's
On June
Peach, but
22nd,
telling Peach to
2022,
fuck off when you're
at
trying to get back into the
3:30
PD.
a.m. UTC, Jacko Romano was released from Bolingbroke State Penitentiary in relation to the people versus Jacko Romano. Over the course of the next few weeks, the stalking escalated with multiple aliases.
I love Jenny,
as
though.
part of
The way she plays-
Mekarabe, focusing on Lily Pond, Jeffrey Bundy, and Cleo Shaw, even with threats and attempted attacks on their own and their relatives'
The
lives.
way she plays
This
Peach
includes
is
the
so
June
good.
16th, 2022 breaking of Lily Pond's apartment at 4:29 a.m. EST. Police report number 48358. This further includes harassing, stalking, and death threat messages discovered in a chat room at a laptop left at the Uru Cafe. Police report number 48467. On June 28th, 2022, at 2:34:55 UTC, Corporal Lewis Bloom was conducting standard patrol in the south side when he noticed a red and colored motorcycle driving recklessly. Bloom believed and later confirmed that this motorcycle was the same motorcycle that fled from him previously that day. It even had the same plate flagged for a 1071 calls. Bloom gave chase to the vehicle and was tucked away in the alleyway off Jamestown Street. Bloom then got off his motorcycle to have a conversation with the individual and detain them to continue questioning them why they questioning why they ran earlier. The driver of the motorcycle was later identified as Jacko Romano, and the person who previously ran from Bloom
Just a little snack.
on that very bike is one of Romano's
Dog plate.
personas. Jacko quickly
Careful,
brandished
it might
a
burn your
wrench that
skin.
Bloom was previously made aware of, was purchased from the purpose of severely injuring Bloom.
Space
Bloom
boy.
disposed of the threat and searched Romano, who was found with 13 baggies of marijuana weighed
All
out
right.
at 7 grams each, as
We
well as
have
194 rolls of small
inhaled the
notes.
caffeine,
A raid
chat.
was then conducted on Romano's properties, where he was being held in Parsons awaiting a psych eval that totally wouldn't conclude in him being him injuring more people if he was decided to be released. Spoiler alert: he was a danger to others. With Romano's possessions at the time of his arrest and contents of the raid, Romano meets the requirements for drug trafficking.
You're cute.
Upon interview and search of his person, it was determined that Jack Romano, while on bail from this court's prior ruling and while on agreed parole conditions, was the sole perpetrator of the actions of the individual within the IRC chat rooms discussed above, and was identically responsible for the stalking, harassment, and threat to life presented to Lily Pond,
Cleo and
Jeffrey Bundy,
James
and
together.
Cleo Shaw, and others.
Love
Jack Romano
Cleo and
exhibited
James
signs
together.
of dissociative identity disorder and was remitted to Parsons Rehabilitation Center on June 28, 2022 at 2:34 a.m. UTC. Police report number 49531 on July 2nd, 2022 at 3:20 a.m. UTC. Jacka, you really need to go to bed at an early hour. All this stuff happens very late at night. Jacka Romano was released from Parsons Rehabilitation Center by Dr. Quinn Napier, who presumptively determined that Romano was not a danger to himself or others and considered to his release under the state's legislation and guidelines. 49866. Jack Romano's parole was not scheduled to
conversation with
conclude
Bundy
from his private
before.
charging until
Lennon
July
is
2nd,
not giving
2022
up
at
on
3:30 a.m. UTC. The people versus Jack
just
Romano.
setting boundaries.
2 hours following the release of Jack Romano, Sergeant Lily Pond received a phone
She
call
loves
from
her
an
kids,
unknown
but
number
she's setting
matching the
boundaries
description
for the health of her
Nico,
relationship.
making threats towards Lily
but all
Pond
of
and
the
members of her
numbers he's
family.
reading do
3
hyperlinks
days
to the
later, 2 hours
reports.
after his release on July 5th, 2022, before 5:20 a.m. UTC, Jack Romano
Not gonna
kidnapped
lie,
at gunpoint and
I forgot that I
tortured
wrote
Cleo
spoiler alert
Shaw.
in there.
Jack Romano cited PD corruption as his motivation for his assault. Romano evaded police in the Alamo Sea until ultimately suffocated himself and was relieved by units and given medical attention. Romano was dressed as a female at the time of the arrest, but was positively identified by fingerprint identification. Police report number 50142. Jack Romano, while on both bail and parole conditions of his court, actively stalked, threatened, and harassed and made attempts to kidnap Lily Pond, Cleo Shaw, and Jeffrey Bundy, and other listed individuals. Further, within 2 hours of his release from Parsons Rehabilitation Center, Jack Romano made threatening phone calls to individuals he has specifically stalked and targeted over the course of weeks. Despite attempted rehabilitation through Parsons Rehabilitation Center and Bolingbrook State Penitentiary, he has continued to stalk, harass, maim, torture, kidnap, and further harm the same series of individuals
I'll be honest
who
with
he
you, we only got 4
continues to target
witnesses.
to this day. Finally, 3 days after rehabilitative
Cleo
efforts
case
through
also
Parsons
have, like, 4
Rehabilitation Center,
witnesses that are
he
upset
performed
about
actions of extreme violence
Yeah,
intended
but
to
we're not gonna
intimidate
put
members
Cleo
of
on
the
the stand
Unified
for
Police
3
Department
hours, and we're
and
just
the
gonna
friends and family
continuously
by
object
torturing
if,
Cleo Shaw, specifically
Oliver
due to the
tries to ask
stated
the same
political
question
purpose of
14 different
PD corruption.
I'm gonna let you
Accordingly,
know
the
I might
defendant
get
is charged
contempt
with
because if
terrorism,
he irritates
and due to
me,
his
I'm just
failure to
gonna start
respect the bail or
screaming.
parole conditions of this court and his clear inability to be reformed, the prosecution seeks sentencing for the charge of terrorism enhanced by Amendment 9 of this state's constitutions. Mr. Romano, stand up.
Does he have
like
his
I should
legs to
clap.
I'm
stand
going
up?
to read your charges
like-
to you one at a
or if you
time.
just
I need
call
you
me
to
play
enter a
for us.
plea into this court
That was very long-winded.
for each of these charges.
Yeah.
On the charge of terrorism, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of kidnapping, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of reckless evading, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Cleo, honey.
On the charge of resisting arrest, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
I love
On the
Saturn.
charge
I
of
love Saturn
act
so
of
much.
torture, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of assault with a deadly weapon, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia,
This
how
should
do you
be good,
plead?
y'all.
Not guilty.
On the charge of possession of dirty money in the second degree, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of vehicle registration fraud, how do you plead?
How are you going to plead not guilty to shit that was in your pocket?
On the charge of felony possession with intent to distribute, how do you plead?
Like, we looked in there and
Not
found
guilty.
it.
On the charge of drug trafficking, how do you plead?
Excuse me, chat.
Not guilty.
On the charge of possession of contraband in the third degree, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
On the charge of unlawful taking of protected fish or wildlife, how do you plead?
Oh.
Not guilty.
Oh, that's funny.
I have you pleading not guilty on all charges. Thank you, Mr. Romani. You may sit down.
You almost like had the entire penal code.
The Unified Police Department
like I gotta
have
refer to as a
requested
pimp
through their
named Slickback.
prosecution in relation to sentencing, due to the continuous, numerous, ongoing, targeted, and malicious nature of the crimes committed by the defendant over a short period of time, the Unified Police Department is requesting the implementation of Amendment 9 to the Los Santos Constitution, Coop's Law,
Coop's Law.
with a sentence of life imprisonment and a $1 million fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to proceed with opening statements?
Your Honor, we did have a motion that was filed pre-trial
you did
that I'd like
indeed.
to address.
Pre-trial motions. Let's go for it.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
What's the pre-trial motion?
All right. I'm just going to state very briefly, the prosecution is motioning to strike Dr. Jonathan Wright from the witness list. He was listed as a witness 15 or 18 days ago. I can't remember which 15 days ago. Since that time, absolutely no reports with his name or signature have been listed. No expert reports, either contradicting or affirming either of the medical reports that were entered into evidence. Basically, any testimony that he has is going to be objected to by the people as facts, not in evidence, continuously and over again, to the point that it becomes annoying to this court, and I don't want to do that.
Skip.
Is Dr. Wright here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have a rebuttal?
No, Judge.
Oh.
You have no rebuttal.
No, not to that motion. No, Judge.
Okay. Motion granted. I'm going to strike those witnesses. I apologize, Dr. Wright. You are more than free to sit and watch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. That is our only outstanding motion, I believe, Your Honor, and we are good to proceed to opening.
Okay. Then I am ready to hear opening statements.
Okay.
Want a cigarette, James?
Oh,
All
poor
right.
Moose.
I promise the opening's a little shorter than the statement of claim was, which is usually backwards, but...
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor, people of the court. I will keep my opening relatively brief. After several trials with Mr. Hall, I know that he will stand up here during his opening and tell you what the prosecution's burden of proof is. He might even make cute analogies to baking cookies or other sweetened goods and talk about the necessity of the balance of sugars and whatnot. However, the brute facts of this case are not in contest. While on bail and while on parole for prior violations, the defendant, Jaco Romano, committed acts of stalking, harassment, attempted kidnapping, and other indecent and nearly violent acts against members of the Unified Police Department, as well as their friends and family. The defendant was caught red-handed in the act or with demonstrable proof demonstrating all of this. The defendant was located with phone dongles in his possession, directly connecting him with the IRC chat room featured in several police reports, where photographs of Sergeant Lily Pond, photographs of Assistant Chief of Police Jeffrey Bundy, that's myself, and our friends and family were taken from a great distance. An IRC chat room where an identity known as Neko Mata, corresponding with a dongle that was removed from the defendant's possession, admitting to quote-unquote dusting officers and quote breaking ankles after several pictures were posted showing continuous ongoing stalking, and even stating they were quote taking a break from stalking. In that same chat room, the same identity asked, quote, "Where do we leave the pipe bombs in the mine shaft?" Neko Mata, the identity referenced, indicated that Sergeant Lily Pond's door was, quote, locked again following a documented break-in at her property where the same name was left behind before. Previously stating, leaving a note that, previously stating that they, quote, really need to find a supplier for some explosive ordinances. Directly before stating they were, quote, almost able to grab Pond and they would, quote, have to wait to scoop her until she's off duty. That same identity, again tied to the defendant implicitly through evidence, indicated that they were stalking Cleo Shaw, Pez Speedwagon, and others at the UU Cafe. At one point, they stated they were, quote, quote, looking at Michael Simone's profile and he's kind of cute. You know, the known super terrorist to this court, the Unified Police Department, and the public generally speaking. The same account, which posted a photograph of a pipe wrench stating, "See Bloom at a traffic stop, tempted to swing past and whack." And perhaps the most damning of all, stated, quote, continuing the destabilization plan. Hopefully this will bait out the response our client seeks. 3 days and 2 hours after he was released from parole for prior allegations, and following the same motives and the same modus operandi, the defendant committed various vile and atrocious acts against individuals that he perceived to be related to this ongoing string of quote-unquote corruption. Just as when he was brought into custody in relation to the prior case, which we have referenced, the People versus Giacomo Romano, Romano in this instant case went on a tangent relating to police corruption while he held his victim in custody, forcing her to inhale exhaust fumes from a vehicle and cutting into her face with a machete. Mr. Romano, who is less of a person and more of a cluster of shadows and manipulations draped in human skin, will attempt to convince this court that his actions were not his own responsibility. But he is a sick person, so suffering from dissociative identity disorder and addictions and other things that are allegedly outside of his control. However, the medical and psychological reports do not substantiate this. They do indicate that he suffers from an addiction which, quote, if properly managed, would not cause him to aggravate further harm upon others. And they do indicate that he has been diagnosed with DID. However, that same report indicates that he is no more dangerous than anyone else in the state of Los Santos. No supplemental diagnosis, no further report contradicts this at
Now,
all.
if Rico was here, you could give us a
Further, the exact motives cited by the defendant in his July 5th, 2022 attack on Cleo Shaw, quote-unquote police corruption, was previously cited in a series of attacks by the defendant herein. Mr. Romano has consistently shouted threats at members of police high command, threatened actions of increased violence, and committed these actions of violence due to these beliefs and due to that motive. Mr. Romano has expended every chance he has with the state. He has continued to commit vile and treacherous acts in his crusade against alleged police corruption, whether he is on bail, parole, released from incarceration, or just a simple signer of the social contract that holds this state together. Mr. Romano has proven that he will not stop his crusade driven by political motivation of the alleged institutional corruption he seeks to fight. So today we ask this court to stop it for him by throwing him into the walls of Bolingbrook State Penitentiary and throwing the key away once and for all. Thank you.
It's blasting cigs.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Hey, what's up? Maybe that wasn't shorter.
Ah, that was good.
Defense, when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, John. There's a big question at the heart of this case. What constitutes terrorism? Now, the state will have you believe in an expansive interpretation of terrorism. They will say, or claim, that so long as during the commission of a criminal offense, the defendant used some few magic words, it constitutes terrorism. They are going to claim through the course of this trial that during any acts that are alleged, the defendant used the word corruption or police corruption, that in some way he is a terrorist. Now, this theory is flat out wrong. There needs to be far more that the state needs to prove than more than a few spoken words to qualify any incident and the defendant as a terrorist. Now, that begs the question, what does the state actually have to prove for any of this to be terrorism? Now, first and foremost, they need the act. They need to prove that the defendant engaged in an extreme act of violence or intimidation. This isn't just that, you know, he shot his gun up in the air out of excitement or that he threatened someone. These are extreme acts of violence that they need to prove occurred. Second, they need the motive. And when it comes to the motive, it splits into two parts. First off, they need to prove the political purpose and ambition that the defendant had at the time that these incidents occurred. They have to prove that the defendant had a specific policy goal in mind that he was actively working to achieve. You know, there's plenty of examples, but some would be changes in the law, trying to change the lawful policy and operations of a government agency. Those are just a few examples of what could qualify as a specific political purpose or ambition. And political motive, it isn't derived out of nowhere, but it is a long-standing motivation that they need to prove the defendant had, that he worked for, and that he desired.
Oh, you mean like an
Now,
attack
other than
based on
that,
the same concept one month
second
earlier?
is that they need to prove
Yeah, we
that the
got
use
that.
of violence was to promote, to further those political aims that the defendant reasonably believed at the time of the commission of the offense that the act would further his political goals. And again, they need to establish very clearly what that political goal was. Now, with that in mind, I want to make something very clear. The claim that, I'll put it this way, being anti-corruption isn't a political motivation. I mean, we all know, and I'm sure can agree, that corruption is a breach of law, not a policy that can simply be changed by whomever holds political office at the time. Again, it's a breach of law. It isn't a policy goal. Other than that, one thing, again, I want to make clear is that revenge as well is not terrorism.
Hey, it works well. I'm going through
Just
more.
because you want
go in
to,
deep thought.
actually a good example would be if
I'll step in. if he's
an
stopped.
officer arrests you one
Yeah, keep
day
going.
and you want to get back at them for that arrest, that isn't terrorism. If you go out and say you punch him in the face, you're not a terrorist. There is no political motive there. It's a simple
least with the
case of
self-defense.
revenge. And again, revenge isn't terrorism. It's not a political motive itself. So again, you need a political policy in mind that was being furthered by the act. And in this case, that just is not the case. The state won't be able to meet their burden, not with the evidence, not with how the law applies to that evidence. So, Judge, at the end of trial, I'm going to ask you the same thing that I ask you now, and that is to acquit the defendant on all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hall. Okay. Prosecution. First witness.
We would like to call Corporal Louis Bloom.
Full voice.
What?
Full voice, louder, Demi.
Use your microphone.
Sorry. Can we call Bloom to the stand?
Apparently.
Thank you. Have Bundy step in. Oh God, whenever he's back.
These crutches are killing under my arms, man.
Hello, it's me, Louis.
Is that how you want to be referred to today? Louis.
Louis?
Sorry, I'm going
Is
through
it
a lot
Louis or
right
is it
now. I got
Louis?
a few brain cells fighting, and they can't remember your name. I guess.
Lewis?
Okay. Correctional officer, swear him in.
People were named to be Jeffy.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth on the penalty of perjury.
I've been
so help
ghosting
you
Jeffy
God.
for the past month.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, keep ghosting him because he
Have you not learned any more?
trying to stick his dick in everything. right
Boring.
now.
Can we redo that?
It was like 5
He's also
words on that.
apparently an
Get quick to the
NBC
point.
affiliate now.
Quick to the point, quick
What?
quick to the point, and quick in bed.
Yeah.
He's sworn in.
Ew, what was that?
I don't know, but I wish it hadn't happened.
Can we I don't like that at all. Can we do bailiff? Motion for a new bailiff, actually.
Can we trade this one out for another one?
James
Switch it.
Randall.
DLC, switch it.
All right.
James
Switch it.
Randall.
Oh,
Bailiff, James Randall.
I'm coming. I'm
That
coming.
was amazing.
I'm coming.
Yeah, James. Get it.
get him, James.
I'll take James.
I actually ran him off the road two
Hell yeah,
days
James.
ago.
You get an opportunity. Let's see what you've got.
He was running in the middle of the road and I just fucking clocked him.
Sir, do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, blast cigs with the Pope, and keep your money up, not your funny up?
You can't handle the truth.
You sworn in.
Yo, this was creepier, if anything.
Yeah, this was worse.
No, I like this. This is better.
Hand up, Bloom.
I'm just
Hand
here
up.
to
No,
play. I'm just
no,
here
no,
to
no.
play.
You're all fired. You're all fired. I'll do it. Okay.
Part of the raid for John.
Do you swear and affirm that the
Yeah,
testimony
well,
you're
I
about to give
did
this
it.
court is
I
the truth, the whole
did
truth,
right,
and nothing
yeah.
but the truth, and the pains and penalties of
Didn't
perjury?
mean
So
Proud
help
of you, James.
Along
Amen.
we walk.
Weren't even part of it.
I do, Your Honor.
Sure.
That was
Thank
beautiful,
you.
James.
He's sworn
Well, he
in.
did the paperwork. That's why.
James, you did good.
All right. You let me know when you're ready for me, Your Honor.
Blasting cigs with the Pope.
Okay, I'm gonna be thinking about something.
Is that what he said? I couldn't hear all of it.
Yeah.
Are you ready for me, Your Honor?
I'm ready.
Okay, beautiful. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
Lewis Bloom.
Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you like emphasize the first name?
I called him Louie.
Oh,
I forgot
okay.
his name.
Oh, I think I missed
Yeah.
that. Okay. Okay, fair enough. All right, Bloom, what is your occupation?
I am a corporal for the Paleto Bay Sheriff's
Oh, his
Office,
poor voice.
More specifically, an officer under the UPD.
Okay. And were you on duty on June 28th, 2022?
I can't.
I was.
And for this court's reference and the defense's reference, I'll be referencing report number 49489.
From this trail mix while I watch this.
While you were
I
on
want some
patrol
pocket
that
trail
evening,
mix.
did you intercept a flagged vehicle of any kind?
Yes.
Okay. What type of vehicle was that?
Motorcycle.
Okay. And what was the dispatch indication in relation to that vehicle?
There were 1071s, which is a shots fired from the vehicle.
Okay. Upon approaching the vehicle, could you immediately identify the suspect?
Which time?
Let's say the first time that you approached the vehicle.
First time, definitely not.
Always in danger,
Okay.
James.
What happened as you attempted to approach the vehicle?
Hiccup.
I had
Oh,
a
sorry, guys.
conversation with the individual
Oh, God, I have the worst hiccups.
about why they were speeding, running red lights. This was on Popular Street, right at the cross of Capitol. And then I brought up that their plate was flagged, and when I began questioning about that, they took off and fled from that traffic stop.
Okay. Did you pursue the vehicle?
I did.
Hey.
Did you?
Oh,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, I was not able to keep up with the motorcycle.
Okay.
The judge looked like
What did you
strand
do
of
after
blonde
you
hair.
lost sight of the vehicle?
I continued. It was several hours until our next meeting. I believe I continued to look for the vehicle for maybe 10, 15 minutes. I patrolled the south side, and then I went back to normal patrol.
Okay. And did you later regain visual of the same vehicle?
I did.
Okay. And where was that?
I was aware of Lily Pond's predicament with being stalked by people, and she was in Davis PD. I was on Roy Lowenstein doing general patrol around the area, just seeing if I could see anyone stalking her or watching the Davis PD, when I saw that same vehicle with presumably at the time a different occupant.
Okay. And why did you presume that it was a different occupant?
They were wearing completely different clothing. Their demeanor was different, as well as their overall appearance. I was under the impression that the first individual identified as female and the second identified as a man.
Okay. And when you approached this presumptively second individual, how did they respond?
They were pulled over in an alleyway off of Jamestown. I got off of my motorcycle, and we still had those. And began to question them about what they were doing on this bike. I had no idea it was Jaka. I believe he had a motorcycle helmet on. And I was just questioning them about it due to me believing it was a separate person, so I had no reason to believe that they were the ones that previously fled from me, but I was curious why they were on the motorcycle that fled from me.
Okay. Did you get a chance to run the plate of that vehicle before stepping off and speaking with the occupant?
Yes, I did. I caught the plate whenever I gave chase to it. He tucked into an alleyway. I pretended like I didn't see him, and then I approached from a different angle.
Okay. At any point did the suspect dismount from the motorcycle?
When I got into the alleyway, I believe he was already dismounted. I want to say that he was already standing next to the motorcycle.
Okay. Did the suspect perform any physical actions as you approached him to have this conversation?
Initially, no. However, when I continued my questions, he pulled that wrench that had already been swung at me once before on a traffic stop, and on the same bike, and then I defended myself.
Okay. Can you describe for the court how you defended yourself?
Oh, I shot him. Well, actually, sorry. Let me rephrase. As soon as the wrench was brandished, I punched him in the bridge of his nose, knocking him down. Then I pulled my firearm and I shot him.
Okay, and referencing directly to the report, it says that Bloom struck him in the face, knocking him down on his ass. That's when Bloom drew his firearm and dispensed justice on Romano. God, there was justice everywhere. It was so dirty. There was justice in his hair, on the street, you name it. But does that
Yep.
sound accurate?
I would call that accurate, correct?
Okay. Upon a search of the suspect, what'd you locate on him?
Oh god.
Oh geez, I'd have to reference the report for exact details, but definitely the wrench was by his person.
Okay.
As well as baggies of marijuana. If I could reference the report for more specific details of what was in his possession.
I would ask the court's permission for the corporal to reference the report so that he can refresh his memory.
Absolutely. It's been a while.
Definitely dirty money and marijuana. It's a matter of how much. Alrighty, so he would appear to have a Beretta M9, which I believe at the time was legally owned by Mr. Romano. That pipe wrench that he brandished at me and had previously swung at me at a traffic stop. Phone dongle, a watering can, some joints. By some, I mean 10 joints, approximately 2 grams each, handcuffs, a set of lock picks, 194 rolls of small notes, 13 baggies of marijuana on his person, another watering can, and high quality scales, as well as some bike leather. They had obviously donned.
Okay. That phone dongle that you mentioned listed in evidence. What was the alias attached to that dongle?
Nico Mata, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. At this point, we're going to be moving on to report number 50142, which is also listed in the People's Evidence. Corporal Bloom, were you on duty on July 5th, 2022?
I certainly was.
Okay. Were you riding with any patrol partners that day?
Almost certainly, at least Lily Pond that day. Maybe one other prior, but definitely at the time of this report, Lily Pond.
Okay. And did you respond to a report of a suspected kidnapping that evening in the area of Uwu Cafe?
I did.
Okay. Who was the individual that reported the kidnapping initially?
Actually, a great question. If I could reference that report as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't want to state some misinformation here. I got a lot of calls about someone potentially being kidnapped. In my debrief, I did not put a name. However, through statements, yeah, it confirms.
He's losing his voice.
That
Feels bad.
originally reached out to me, and then Reggie Might did a follow-up call with me maybe 5 minutes later.
Okay. Who was the suspected victim of the kidnapping?
Would have been Cleo Shaw.
Okay. Was there a primary suspect for the kidnapping at that time?
Yeah. There was no doubt in my mind that it was Jocko Romano.
Okay. Can you briefly, without going on too much of a narrative, tell the court why that is?
Jock has stated to me several times that just people that he dislikes and will go after, etc. This one of them is Cleo Shaw. I've had previous run-ins where Cleo's been with me and he has avoided coming after me because Cleo's not afraid to stand up to Jocka. Something along those lines, Yeah.
Sorry, Judge, I am going to objection. I'm object to speculation. There hasn't been any foundation that has been laid to show that whoever did the kidnapping was actually the defendant. So anything that the witness is saying right now is just his pure speculation on the incident, about the incident at the time that he's testifying to.
Your Honor, I would rebut that we have firmly established that the witness here is a corporal with the Paleto Bay Sheriff's Office, a high-ranking, almost command-ranking officer that deserves respect. He's also got experience not only generally with policing and analyzing these sorts of things, but also with a prior report of the same exact defendant, which we just spent the last half of the questioning talking about.
Yeah, Judge, in response, I mean, this conclusion that he's drawing is solely based on speculation. He's just saying he thinks that it was Jaka based on his previous incidents with him, which isn't something he can make a conclusion
Is
on.
this what
Even
we're
as an
doing? We're going to
expert.
go back and forth without the... I thought it was just like objection, then rebuttal, and then the judge told us what to do. We can go back and forth. That's fine. I can do that.
But anyway, as I was saying, again, it qualifies as speculation. It's not something you can give an expert opinion on, even if he was an expert.
You want another go, Bundy?
Yeah, forming primary suspects for crime is how detective work works, and how police work works as well. The corporal is simply explaining to this court, in his expert opinion, who his primary suspect was and why. If this court's going to tell us we can't form a reasonable belief based on who our primary suspects might be, then I might be out of a job.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Judge, I'd agree, and I'll leave it here. But I'd agree. But this is
we're doing back
based
and forth
upon-
again.
No. We're done. We're done. Right? You've each had 2 turns. It's over. Right? I understand exactly what you're saying, Hall. What I'm going to say to you is, because I understand what you're saying, and I am not an incompetent buffoon, and I know how to weigh evidence and weigh the evidential standard of what the corporal is saying, I am going to overrule your objection and move the hell along with this. Okay? Great. Continue your question, sir.
I believe the corporal was in the middle of his answer. Bloom, unless you've got anything else to add to that, I can just move on to my next one.
No, just that it was later confirmed when I put them in handcuffs that I was right.
Oh, spoilers, Bloom. We're going to get to that part.
Oh.
Okay. What did you do in response to this reported kidnapping?
Began searching hot spots where typically psychopaths bring their victims.
Okay. Could you name any of the specific locations that you searched?
I believe we started with heading to the lighthouse, then we hit Toledo, the chicken factory, then we went down to Grapeseed to check Jimmy's basement, because that's a thing. Then we checked Sandy, just general areas there. Eventually, literally as soon as we were, I don't want to say the word giving up, but as soon as we were losing hope, the last spot we were checking, we encountered them underneath the Zancudo Bridge.
Okay. And where approximately for this court is the Zancudo Bridge located?
Zancudo Bridge is on the west side of San Andreas, on the coast, approximately halfway up the island, just south of the Zancudo airfield.
Okay. What was the state of Miss Cleo Shaw upon your arrival?
On my arrival, she was on her hands and just on her knees, holding her face, and there was blood all around her hands. She was just obviously distraught and injured.
And did you see the suspect upon your arrival as well?
Yes, they were filming whatever they were doing to Cleo. Maybe 2 feet away from Cleo Max.
Did the suspect verbally or physically respond to your arrival on scene?
Not verbally. Upon my arrival, they quickly got into this stolen vehicle and attempted to flee.
Can you describe the vehicle for the court?
Sure. It was a vehicle that you would have been proud of in 1988. Kind of a panel, like not a panel van, but more like an old school car that you might see a wooden panel on the side. It was tan in color, rusted, beaten up. Just an overall hunk of garbage.
Did you give pursuit to the vehicle that the suspect escaped in, or did you remain behind?
I remained with Cleo Shaw to render medical and get her all the assistance she needed while Lily Pond gave chase.
And did medical ultimately arrive for Cleo?
Yes, in 2 forms. We had an off-duty EMS who was also searching for her, assist me in rendering basic medical aid, and then Life Flight showed up.
To your knowledge, was the suspect ultimately brought into custody?
Yes, I was there for the apprehension. I'm the one that spotted Romano face down in the water.
How did you manage to spot him while you were in the water? Or while he was in the water, sorry.
Once Cleo got medical, I felt safe to assist in the apprehension of the suspect. I met with Lily Pond at, I believe, Sandy SO, and got into Air 1 and began scouring the Alamo Sea, which is where Romano was last seen after they dumped the vehicle into the water.
What was the physical condition of the suspect whenever he was pulled from the water?
Non-responsive. I'll be honest. I was not that interested in checking on them directly. I was letting the officers that, while I was in Air 1, the officers that pulled him out were the ones directly dealing with Romano, and I was doing scene control.
Understood. Can you describe the physical appearance of the suspect at the time they were brought into custody?
The suspect looked exactly as I partially described the first suspect that I saw on the 71 spike. It was appeared to be a female suspect, I believe, with a flat bill backwards hat. I'd have to refer to evidence if there's even a picture of them, but it was definitely the person I originally saw on the motorcycle during the apprehension originally. What was that? The 20-something of June, 23rd, I think, right?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, and to your knowledge, was the suspect ever identified?
Yes. Upon a search of the person, I believe the ID of Jocko Romano was there.
Am I in this case? No, I'm here to support Cleo
we got to the
and
hospital and
Bundy
confirmed.
and Demi because she's helping
So
prosecute.
I'm going to object to speculation and foundation. The witnesses testified to them.
She's
being
just
a
here as
helicopter
moral
at the time.
support.
Speak up, you're mumbling.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Judge. The objection was speculation and foundation. This witness wasn't the one that actually searched the defendant, and they were in a helicopter at the time.
I don't think that speculation really comes into play. We know exactly how the
Lily too.
Witness came across that knowledge. If the problem's foundation, I can ask 15 more questions to build up to that point. That's my only rebuttal, Your Honor.
Lennon's
Yeah, I just
trying
say
to
we
stay
don't
out
know
of the
how
way.
he came to know that because he wasn't there when he was searched.
Okay, Mr. Hall, I'm going to ask you the question, right? Just so this is out there in the open. Do you want the captain here to spend 15 questions getting to that point? Are you okay with him just asking the question and saving us all the time? Because scope's opened either way, right? So
yes, of course.
What are you gaining from the objection is what I'm asking you.
Well, Judge, I'm just, as far as the objection goes, this witness wasn't someone that actually searched.
No, she's just here
the
as moral
defendant,
support.
is being
She's just going to
alleged.
be here to give
So,
words
I mean,
of encouragement.
my main concern is that if he didn't search him, he can't really testify to what the defendant had on him. Unless there's a separate foundation that wants to be laid for how he came to know that. But as far as searching him directly, the witness doesn't have that knowledge.
Okay, Captain Bundy, I'm going to sustain that. Can you lay the foundation necessary?
Yeah, sure. Let me get a little closer to the microphone here. Okay, Bloom, let's pick up when you were in the helicopter. Did you ever exit that helicopter?
Oh yeah, when it landed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. When did it land?
Whenever Romano was dragged to the shore.
Got you. Okay. So it landed on scene where the suspect was?
Correct.
Okay. Geez, did you just sit in the passenger seat, or did you get out of the helicopter?
No, I did my job. I did scene control. I made sure that the suspect was cuffed. I did not directly search them, but my partner Lily Pond did.
Okay.
When I was about 3 feet away from them.
Your partner.
Did your partner Lily Pond make any verbal indications
way.
as to items in the defendant's possession?
Yeah, I believe that she gave
hold
me
on. We want to make sure that we have foundation, so I'm going to cut you off there.
Oh my God.
What was the verbal indication that she gave you, Corporal?
vague. It's him. We got him.
Okay.
But we knew who. I knew who she was talking about.
Okay. Did you at any point either? Well, let me rephrase. Did the suspect ultimately receive medical attention?
Yes.
Did you participate in the processing of the suspect in any capacity?
I did.
Okay. To your knowledge, which officer performed fingerprint testing on the suspect?
That would have been Lily Pond.
Did she make any verbal or otherwise physical indications of the results of those fingerprint tests?
Yes, while we were processing Romano, we put his name in the MDW and I sent him up and I filed all the paperwork with the DOC, you know, put Jocko Romano on the paper and a lot of paperwork and stuff that I had to do with. I filled in his name like on 20 blanks probably.
Okay. Can you tell this court beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was the one who was on that beach?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, mission accomplished. We fucking got there. I think my co-counsel's got a couple of other questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Unfortunately. All right. Hello, Louis. How are you today?
I'm doing.
I was just Lou.
well.
What's your name?
Louis
Fine with
again.
Lou.
Lou. That's what my old business was. Locky Lou's.
Why, Dad?
What was
I'm
that?
fine with Lou. I sold lock.
Sold
We don't need
lock-
to get into
locks?
that. No.
There we go. All right,
Like
I'm
the
heading out.
food
You guys
or
need me,
like
just give me a
the-
call.
There's a food called Locks.
Go teach me Italian.
Jesus,
Yeah.
Bloom.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm not familiar.
Okay. All right. Anyway, okay. Give me 1 second here. Did you? I'm gonna be referencing. 1 second. Let me find this report because there's so many. Hold on. Okay. Bloom, can you go ahead and open up the People's C for me? It's People's C report 49489.
Sure. 49489.
We're returning to the first report we all opened up, guys.
Alrighty. Just a second. Doing the thing. And we're good.
Orange justice in my courtroom again, and you're going to jail, correctional officer or not.
Question: What if it's the gritty? What if I'm hitting the gritty for Cuba?
Come on, Judge.
He's just a sweet old innocent man.
I wouldn't say that, but you
Yeah,
know.
that's a
How
lie.
many
I'm sorry.
years left does he have to Orange Justice? Not very many. Should let
Probably
him do it while
like
he
one.
still can.
I didn't even see Randall doing it. I was talking to the correctional officer in the corner.
It's not the Orange Justice, it's the Gritty, Your Honor.
I don't even want to
Anyway.
know.
Okay. Did you raid or did you participate in a raid on the defendant's property on June 9th, 2022?
I filed the search warrant. I did not conduct it.
Were you part of it at all?
I was not physically in any of Romano's properties.
Hey, Bundy.
Oh, okay. Are you
Yeah, what's
familiar
up,
with the
Lou?
outcome of that raid?
Here, this is for you.
I am.
On the ground.
Okay. Can you tell us what was seized from the defendant's property?
Thank you. Thank you for your big pickle.
Most important to this case, I'd say that in total, like 400. No, I can. Yeah, here. Let me just look at the evidence. 91 grams of baggied marijuana, 14 female marijuana seeds, 1.1 kilograms of dried bud, and 400 grams of packed bud. As far as drugs go,
If this guy's gonna be petty with these objections, I am about to fuck his entire
with
world.
the alias Akuma 49.
Hell yeah.
Do it for the band.
Motorcycle
getting
helmet with
ready to
cat ears, which Mono
get all
had
roads up on
used prior to torment myself and Pond, as well as others. Jesus
Am I gonna be
Christ,
the
a
last
mountain lion
witness?
pelt.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're the
always
most
forget about
impactful
the
witness, so
mountain
it's pretty important that we have you go
Still
last.
there.
That's fine. We don't have to go over everything in that.
Yeah, that's no
So I'm familiar that there is a second raid performed on this property, and this would be the People's E
This isn't gonna
report
be fun.
47806. Apologize.
No, but hopefully when this
Only
guy
2 reports,
goes to
I'll bring
jail
up.
forever, that part's pretty fun.
Demi's dropping E's
Marty
in the courthouse,
already
but-
said that
Sorry.
he'd kill him.
And
I
again,
said
it's the
no.
People's E report
Audible people. Can you
47806.
believe it?
The one he pled guilty to.
Which
that one.
Marty?
Yes, I have
Marty,
it. pulled up.
yeah, Marty Banks.
Were you part of
Oh,
that, right?
no, I can kind of believe that. You know, Mr. K actually offered to kill
I'm
a
gonna
serial
quickly
killer for me
refresh my
once.
memory here.
I mean, I kind of. Marty was like
I know
everyone
it says
here
that
is
you
very
participated in the
nice, but
report.
I
I
have
just
like
want to clarify if you were
$2,
present
$3
for it
million
or if you
house,
just
and he's like,
paperwork.
"Oh, you want me to kill this guy for you?"
And this looks like I participated. Hold on, let me read my statement.
You're fine. I know it was a while ago.
Oh no, no! I was drugged. I did not participate in any police work involving this case.
Oh my god.
No.
Okay. By chance, were you drugged by the defendant, or is this unrelated?
No, it was by the defendant. Yeah, that's what kicked this report off.
Okay. Sorry, I was doing paperwork at the time that my co-counsel was asking questions. Did you answer questions related to the defendant drugging you?
I did not.
Oh. I guess, when was that? When did that occur?
Well, looks like June 9th of 2022.
It's good that she's asking
what
these
did he
questions,
drug
but
you
I was
with?
just going to tell the court they should take
Piercy,
judicial notice of it because
injected
he
my
pleaded
leg with
guilty.
Metamorphine.
Correct.
Okay. And then just referencing that report, can you tell us if any metamorphine was found during the raid?
I'm,
Yeah,
You
a
were
couple.
I'm
drugged during it,
James's
but,
caretaker.
the evidence is
Yeah.
there.
The
He's
evidence
kind
is
of
here.
assigned
There's
me to be his caretaker.
a couple syringes of
okay.
metamorphine that look to be
I don't know
under
what to do with
prosperity
that.
housing.
Okay. Can you, I guess, tell
I don't
us
know.
by
That
those
sounds like a
photos
lot
if
of work.
The needles appeared to have any substance in them, or were they empty?
I might just give
Yeah,
him
they have
keys to
that
the
delicious
house and
juice
let
in
him
them, that's
roam
for
free.
sure.
Oh my god, the house
Nope,
is becoming
that's
a
How did the defendant drug you?
that's not a good idea.
Why not?
The man couldn't even eat a
based off
hard
my
candy without
report
choking. You're
and
gonna
my,
like expose him to the hot
memory
tub
of
that got somebody
point,
pregnant
which
last
probably
night.
should not
Yeah, I
been the
wonder
best,
who
but,
remantled that.
looks like I met them in front of MRPD and they just jabbed me in the leg with a
I
syringe
think
and ran.
his name begins with J,
I'm really sorry to hear that.
and his last name begins with B.
I don't want to get too deep into your personal life here.
No, I don't really remember it, so that's fine.
Also, I moved the bedroom
All right.
upstairs for you guys.
What do you remember? I guess I want to clarify. Like, do you remember?
I
anything
just realized this
after
is
you
the
kind
month
of
that
came
you
out
I
of
moved
forgot.
the
your
bedroom upstairs for you guys. There's now a massive
drug-induced,
dining room.
Oh, thank you.
So
word I'm
if
trying
there
to
ever
think of.
needs to
Just-
be a Bundy
Do you
bunch
remember
meeting,
anything that happened
there's
after
enough
that
chairs
incident,
in there
regarding the defendant?
to have a meeting.
On this particular
Really keeps
incident, I do
shoving
not.
me into you,
I
and I'm kinda
sustained
here
an
for it.
injury of 2 bullets to the back of my head that I'll never find justice for. That makes
The
my
closer
memory
you
of
are,
this
the
day
better.
a bit hazy.
Exactly.
Oh my god, can you stop?
Never.
We're in a courtroom.
No.
I don't
Nope.
want to.
Mm.
Stop it.
Nope.
Keep
Stop.
going
Love
with
you,
that.
but
It'll be
nope.
painful for you. Okay.
Stop it.
Um.
Alright, I'm burning that.
Now
hot
you
tub
said,
down
I
to
guess
the ground.
before I even brought this report up, that these were the
James,
charges
you want
that the
keys to the
defendant pled guilty
lighthouse?
to. Is that correct?
Correct. Looking at this report, they
Okay.
pled guilty to these charges.
Then I can really just
Easy.
be
Okay, that was my last
Eugene, too.
question. Thank you.
All right,
Counsel,
never
I don't
mind.
know if you have any
God damn it,
questions.
James.
Oh yeah.
No further questions on our end. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Officer, what's your last name again?
Thatch. No, sorry. Bloom.
All
I get
right.
mixed up.
It's also corporal, sir.
Oh, of course. Corporal Bloom. Now, do you recall what happened prior to the stabbing of the this incident that was just talked about?
No, as previously stated, I sustained a head injury. However, I did write in my report what happened prior, if you'd like me to read that off.
Okay. So, in that in mind, you can recall being stabbed by the defendant?
No, I
Okay,
think
so you
I
don't
said
remember
about
anything.
4 ways that I did
Objection
remember.
asked and answered. Also,
Yeah, so
objection
what else?
badgering. He's misstating the testimony intentionally to say he doesn't remember anything when he specifically said he doesn't remember being stabbed.
Well, Judge, that's what I'm trying to figure out, and asked and answered applies to the parties. This wasn't already asked. Again, trying to figure out what his memory is and is not.
Uh-huh. Now, in cross, you're allowed to be leading. You can even treat him as a hostile, right? But when you cross the line... So you're gonna rein it the fuck in. Treat the man with a little bit of respect. Ask a question, let him answer, and we'll continue on.
Yes, of course, Judge. Of course.
Okay. But as you know, we do have objections on the table. Now, as far as asked and answered, yes, that one's overruled. Now, badgering, on the other hand, you are really, really close, Hall. I'm going to overrule it this time, but if you go again, you understand, right?
No, that's fair, Judge. I'm just going to move on.
Okay.
Smart move.
All right, 1 second, Corp. All right, if we can, let's go to the incident on July 5th. Now, you were up on the bridge when you saw this suspect with Miss Shaw. Is that right?
Negative. I was underneath the bridge where they were.
Okay. And from the distance you were at, could you hear this individual talk to Miss Shaw? That would be said?
I heard no words, as previously stated, from Romano's end.
Okay. So you couldn't hear any talk about corruption or anything like that from where you were at?
Oh,
Sure,
Jesus.
if there were, it was on the recording of that video camera.
I'm sorry, which video camera?
The one that they were recording their acts of torture on Cleo Shaw with.
Gotcha. And you never got a copy of that recording?
Oh my god, they were
I can't speak
recording?
for that. I'm not aware.
Okay.
They were
And
recording?
you were part of the
know that?
processing, you said, of the defendant?
I didn't know.
Sure. And was the defendant ever asked any questions
Wait,
about
what? Who was
the incident?
recording?
The defendant really, we asked a few questions. The defendant really wasn't talking to us.
Okay. And during that questioning, did the defendant ever confess their motivation to be, the destruction or destabilization of the PD?
That I genuinely don't recall. There were very few words. It was
Do you have
mostly
a-
me
do you have a
and
phone on you?
explaining the
I
process
do.
moving forward from our end.
I just need to shoot a text.
If there
to
were
someone.
words from Romano, which I do recall that there were a few, I don't recall exactly what.
No, she's
I
texting
screamed
somebody,
that at the whole courtroom?
Okay, yeah, I gotcha. And at the time, the individual with Miss Shaw, did they have a mascot?
Hi, Clouds, sweetheart.
Safest to say is I don't recall.
Okay, do you recall seeing their face then?
On the scene of Cleo Shaw, they faced me. I don't recall if they had a mask, and then they fled.
Okay, so you can't identify
there was also
who.
a video camera in front of their face. No.
Okay, gotcha. So you can't identify who was with Miss Shaw then, is that right?
I can. Because we later apprehended that very person.
Well, I'm saying that's not my question. My question is, while you were on the scene, right, when you were farther away from the actual situation with Shaw, you couldn't see, you don't know who that was with the phone, do you? Couldn't
At the
identify.
time, I could not have identified that was one of Jaka's personas, no.
Okay. And you never kept eyes on this individual with Miss Shaw the entire time,
Are
right?
you okay, James?
For the time that I saw Cleo Shaw, I saw Jaka Romano there until he fled.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, you just testified that you couldn't discern who was with Miss Shaw on the scene, right?
Correct, but I could later identify that was.
And then, gotcha. And then eventually, that individual, they left the scene and you weren't able to follow them. So you lost eyes on them, right?
Objection, misstatement of testimony, and asked and answered. For one, we're going over the exact same track. We went over the last three questions. For two, it's a misstatement of testimony insofar as the counsel is saying he was not able to follow when he's previously testified he remained on scene to provide medical aid.
Yeah, Judge, I'll let you roll on that one. I'm just trying to clarify, 'cause it seems there's some discrepancies in what the.
You have
the
no
witness has
rebuttal at all.
I'll let you roll, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to sustain that objection. We can strike that one. You can ask again if you can reword it.
Sure. For around how long were you with Miss Shaw trying to get her medical attention?
Oh, geez. I'd say that there were about 10 to 15 minutes roughly until Life Flight arrived, and we deemed it safe for them to land and load up Miss Shaw.
All right. And Officer Pond was with you at that time?
Negative. She gave chase to Jack Romano.
Gotcha. And around how long did it take from when you were getting medical to when you were able to get the helicopter?
Oh, you mean whenever I met Pond at SDSO? Probably in another 5 minutes max.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, if we can, let's move on to the situation that took place on June 28th. Now,
what report is this? So
sure, it's going to be Report C, or Exhibit C, rather. I can get the report if you'd like. All right, and this is in reference to the second time you pulled this motorbike over. What was the reason that you pulled it over? Or let me back up, I suppose. Did you ever pull over the vehicle in the second situation?
Yes, they were detained.
Gotcha. So did they turned on your lights? They pulled to the side?
Nope.
What happened?
Again, the vehicle sped by me with the same flagged plate for 1071s, which indicates a shots fired from that vehicle, or at least someone shooting a gun and then fleeing on that vehicle, which was my second time seeing it that day. I gave chase with lights and sirens, which is what we call code 3. It tucked away in an alleyway. I again pretended not to notice and got an advantageous position and came from a different angle and entered the alleyway with my lights and sirens.
You're still cute.
Okay, and you never saw who got off the bike? All right.
I did.
Okay, so you saw this individual get off the bike at the time?
No, I believe they were standing right next to it, smoking.
Hey,
Gotcha.
Dead Wolf, I
Okay.
appreciate you and Mrs. B like
And,
stepping in and taking care of that
at
last
that
night.
point, you began talking with them. And around how long after you talked with them did they pull out a rent?
That
Like
is a
less than 60
touchy
seconds.
subject, so I
Okay, did
appreciate
they say
it.
anything when they did that?
Probably put a 45-second mark on that one, and no, they went silent and then drew the wrench.
Absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. And what did this
I'm not
individual
gonna
do with the
lie.
rent?
I might have an anxiety attack up
brandished
there
it,
recounting
and
what
then,
he did to
I
me.
mean, they pulled it
Just
out
try
in
some
mid-questioning
lemonade,
about a shot
maybe
fired
some
from the vehicle.
L-theanine or valerian root.
Due to my previous knowledge, that was
Oh,
also brought up in
James.
questioning.
Actually-
I,
That's so
was
sweet.
made aware
Don't
that
touch me, harlot.
This wrench
Fuck
was
you,
meant for me to harm
You
me.
fucking gun.
Should that person communicate that they were going to harm you?
James
that
is
right?
here
Or
for
is that based
comedic
on
relief.
Language correct.
their body right?
I think he needs
What do you mean
me the same
Well, you know,
amount
if I stood
that I
up right
need
now and
him
pointed a
here right
gun at
now.
you,
I'm your
you
emotional
could
support
infer that
invalid.
my intent
Oh my
was
god, you're
to,
my emotional
cause you
support.
harm, correct?
I
I
can't
just
with
wanna
him.
clarify.
I can't.
They never hit you with the wrench, did they?
Negative, not that day.
Oh god.
And they never attempted to hit you with it?
Sorry, y'all.
They did.
So they swung at you with the
They
wrench.
actually hit Omar Dadon the night prior, attempting to hit me.
I can't with
I'm
him.
asking. No, I'm not asking about any prior situation. I'm asking about
Oh,
this,
you should have been
this
specific.
situation.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no. Here they brandished it, and
Okay, let's restart then. Okay, so I'm talking
no,
specifically
I'd love
about the situation on June 28th. All right, you can just
can't
answer
with
these in
that.
yes or no. So did they hit you with the wrench?
no, I didn't allow them to.
Okay. Did they attempt to hit you with the wrench?
That was their intent. Yes.
I'm asking, did they attempt to? Did they swing at you?
No, I stopped it before they could.
Okay. And they never made any verbal threats with the wrench?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered. We've asked 3 times about what was verbally stated, and I think 4 times about what was physically done beforehand. I think the picture's been painted.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree, Judge. This is a different question. The previous questions were not related to the wrench. And again, I'm trying to figure out whether or not there was actually any crime that occurred. And just having, I'll let you roll, Jeff.
No, Mr. Hall, I need you to rebut. I need you to state why this question is factually different to the ones the captain is referencing when he says asked and
Phone
answered.
went off.
I got to be quite honest with you, Judge. Again, this is completely different because it is specific to when the wrench was in the defendant's hands, not to do with...
How many more questions do you have in this line of questioning?
It'll just be a few, Judge.
What does a few mean?
It'll be around 3, I'd say. It's not going to be the same. I'm just trying to get it out there for certain. I'll just let you roll the objection, Judge.
Okay, I will overrule this objection. You have a little bit of scope here. Use it wisely. Get to where you're going as quickly as you can.
Grayson's so cool.
Absolutely. What do you mean when the defendant was brandishing the wrench, Corporal?
We were having a conversation, or at least I was attempting to get information from Mr. Romano. The conversation stopped short, reached in their waistband, and then they drew a wrench on me.
Okay, now did they just have it by their side?
No worries.
In their hand?
I will attempt
drew it
to
and then brandished
bring
it,
smiles as much
and
as I
then
can.
I struck them on the bridge of the nose.
That's not my question. My question is, what you mean by brandishing? Was it just that the defendant had the wrench in their hand?
What's this lawyer's name? You know?
Okay, so what do you mean by brandishing?
Oliver something.
What do you define as brandishing?
Took it from concealment and brought it into the light of day into their hand.
Okay.
i.e.
And I think I've met him before. I was just curious.
Okay.
No worries.
And after it was in their
streaming you?
hand, that's when you tried to subdue him, you shot him, beat him, etc.
Oh, I didn't try. I dispensed justice, correct?
Dispense justice.
And at that
Not streaming,
point,
damn.
when the wrench was just
I
in
was gonna say go show her
the
love.
defendant's hands, were they
If you're on her
considered under
Discord,
arrest?
go flood her
Were you
with
going to
all
arrest?
the love.
At the time, they were detained for questioning. As soon as they brandished a firearm, that is a misdemeanor in the state, I believe.
Not in the
holding
mood.
a
Oh,
5-month
I
time
understand.
in Bolingbrook. However, it was up to my discretion.
Yep. Go
but
go
due to me knowing
go
the
show her
intent of the
Discord some
individual
love.
given the IRC chat room, that yes, they at that point they were very much under arrest, and I thought my life was.
Okay, and they were only ever under arrest for the brandishing, as you put it?
At that time, they were under arrest for reckless evading too. We want to just go down the list of charges that they could have gone for. Later identified vehicle registration fraud.
What? I'm okay, Summer. It's okay.
I'm talking about the point that they had the wrench in
I'm
their
not
hand.
upset
What were
by
they
it.
arrested for? Or going to
Reckless
arrest for?
evading and brandishing of a firearm, and with the intent after assault with the deadly.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess we can go on to the reckless evading then. What do you mean when they recklessly
Chat,
evaded?
this is
from
probably
you?
going to take up a chunk of our evening tonight, which is
Usually,
fine.
whenever a motorcycle's driving anywhere,
Star,
you
no.
know, 3
Hopefully
times the
after
speed
the
limit
case.
and fleeing from a police officer,
but we're
ducking
here
into
to- we're
alleyways
here
in
to
a
show
neighborhood
support
such
to
as
everybody.
Jamestown, an impoverished one where children
and
have to play in the
hopefully have a
street for
chat
fun.
with Cleo
I'd call that reckless.
before the end of the night.
Okay. Now, this individual, did they injure anyone while they were driving?
I'm going to object to that question as one creation of a
Hope
material
so.
fact. It's for this court to decide whether or not reckless evading was a charge that would stick or not. And 2, I'm going to object as this isn't really an objection, more so as misstatement of the law, because it has been previously held by this court several times that actual injury to individuals for the charge of reckless evading or reckless driving is not necessary.
VOD will be
Judge, in
available. I got to
response,
get the VOD straightened
I
out
just
tonight.
asked him if the driving
And I will do
actually
that
caused injury to another person. I haven't
before
asked
I
him
head to
to make
bed.
a conclusion based on the law.
They'll
nor
be
have I
both
made a
available
conclusion.
here and
I'm just asking him if the driving
YouTubes.
actually injured someone.
So thank you, Deadwolf.
Okay. As far as the objection goes, I'm taking that I've made a note of it, Bundy. I see where
That
you're going
wasn't-
with this. I also see.
I
the
think so
slippery
too,
slope that we
Ash,
could fall
and
down.
I don't
The
want that to
reality
be.
is,
That wasn't the
I
intention,
know
you know.
what I need to prosecute
So-
and charge and find somebody guilty of reckless driving or reckless evading. I know what reckless means. I won't be swayed. I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, please, Corporal.
Did they injure someone? Was that the question?
Yeah.
While driving? No. No, they didn't.
Okay.
injure
Cause any sort of property damage?
I can't test that. No. Not that I'm aware.
Okay, gotcha. And just for clarity's sake, when was the defendant actually placed under arrest?
When I asked them to show me their hands and face away from me, and instead they drew a pipe wrench.
Okay, so prior to when they took out the wrench, you tried to put cuffs on him?
I did not make the attempt to cuff them. I told them I was going to.
Okay, and after that, that's when the wrench came out.
Correct.
Okay, got it. And you end up searching them. When it comes to the drugs that you found on them, how much drugs did you find?
Again, I'd have to refer, but it's already been stated. I believe it was 13 individually bagged baggies of marijuana, all weighing in at 7 grams each. High quality scales, 2 watering cans.
I'm just asking specifically. I don't know. You don't need to go through everything you found on them. Just as far as the drugs, how much drugs did they have on?
Again, 13 baggied marijuana bags of roughly 7 grams each. 10 joints weighing at about 2 grams each. I'd have to refer if they had any seeds or anything on their person.
Okay, and is that a felony or misdemeanor amount of drugs on the defendant at the time?
That would have been a misdemeanor at the time.
Okay. And what does it mean for a person to traffic drugs?
Are you asking me to read
No,
the
just
definition of a charge in court?
No, I'm just asking you to just, based upon your experience, what does it mean when a person traffics drugs?
It means that they have a
Yeah,
felonious amount
after this
of
court case, man.
drugs on their person or
After this
constructive
court case,
possession.
I want to call an emergency Bundy
I'm
lunch
going to
meeting at
object
the
at this point
lighthouse.
as to creation of a material fact. Again, this is a matter. This is a matter of purview for this
Okay.
court to decide what it means to traffic drugs. The facts have already been teased out of this witness.
Okay.
We're trying to get him to
There's a
create
dining
legal
room
fact
table,
for this
so
court
everyone
at this
can
time.
sit down there now.
Also, I don't think
agree.
anyone here really needs a lesson on what trafficking means.
Sounds good, hun.
I can
No,
move on,
don't.
Judge. Happy to withdraw.
Please do.
Sure.
Sustained.
All right, what does it mean when a person cultivates marijuana? In your experience.
Same.
Same objection, Your Honor. I'm not even going to repeat it because that'd be a waste of this court's time.
I'm not asking based on the law, Judge. I'm asking based on his experience as a law enforcement officer.
Oh, in that
What does it
instance,
mean?
in that instance, Your Honor, objection lacks foundation. There has been nothing establishing that Corporal Lewis Bloom is a drug cop whatsoever.
Would you like me to respond, Judge?
Yes, please.
No, absolutely. I'd expect that any officer that applied for a search warrant on the basis that he has experience and training in not only the apprehension of individuals suspected of a crime, but also those that have the alleged had drugs and were drug trafficking or in possession of drugs. I mean, I'm happy to lay a further foundation if you'd like, but just based on his experience as a law enforcement officer, I think the court should accept that he would know what it means to cultivate drug, and marijuana specifically.
I'm still sticking to my initial objection of creation of a material
Scared for
fact.
this emergency meeting?
And you know what? I'm also sticking to my lax foundation one because turnabout is fair play, and you know what happens when we assume, Your Honor.
Ah, yes.
Ass happens.
Ooh. Okay. Stop trying. Okay, straight up. I need you to stop trying to redefine the law based on whatever the hell Bloom thinks it is, because whatever you're getting on record isn't doing what you think it's doing.
I'm not trying to ask him about the law. I want to make it very clear. I'm not just asking him literally. What does it mean?
So, You're trying to what? Undercut his expertise, or?
No, Judge.
I'm asking straight up. What's the intention?
I'm just trying to figure out first, get a foundation of what cultivation is, right? Whether or not it's growing marijuana or not,
I
or
know
whatever
what
it is.
cultivation is, so I don't know why his opinion matters.
Okay, I can move on then, Judge, if you like.
Thank you. Sustained. We're moving on.
Okay. Have you ever witnessed the defendant grow marijuana?
In relation to this case, or ever?
Ever.
Actually, having to think.
I kind of hope
On
the
my
meeting is
good
like,
faith,
I'm still working on
testimony
getting to
here,
PD. I'm
pretty
staying
sure I've
around.
arrested
Fingers
Giacomo with
crossed.
wet
I
butt
hope, because I want to end on a good note.
but that's speculation on my hundreds of arrests and a lot of them being Jock Romano.
Okay, what about I cut it down for you in relation to this case? Have you ever witnessed a defendant grow marijuana?
No.
Massively, Romano had an
No.
expungement
Put it
previously.
in
Look
short.
up records for him, find the previous drug trafficking ones.
Hey, Bundy, you're gonna be the one.
Hey, that's it from the
questioning
defense,
me,
right?
Yes, yeah.
Nothing to Armstrong Hammer.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have a question, but I want to go through.
Redirect.
I've got a couple of questions. You look up those reports, see if you can pull anything, and just ask Bloom, hey, reference this report for drug trafficking. Sorry, Your Honor. It takes me a little while to wheel over to the podium.
Mm-hmm. I spent a month in one of those myself. It's miserable.
Are you hungry? I made ramps in the house for them.
She did. Yeah, she did do that.
They're actually functioning.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Let me get my notations on the desk here. All right, Bloom, talking about the July 5th, 2022 arrest. Did you later identify the same suspect who was under the bridge with Cleo Shaw as the suspect who was on the beach after being dragged out of the water?
I did.
How did you do that?
Conversations with the officer that identified them, Lily Pond. Also, I have eyes. Just compared what the appearance looked like.
Okay. So, despite the fact that you did not see the specific mask or helmet that the suspect was wearing, you were able to compare their overall appearance and say that it's the same person beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Did the individual, I'm going to rewind to the June 28th incident. Did the individual who was standing beside the motorcycle smoking in the alleyway match the physical description of the suspect that you previously saw drive past you on the bike?
This is still on the Roy Lone scene, correct?
Yes. Yeah, this is during the
that's
second
same
encounter.
person. Yeah.
Same person. Okay.
I never lost eyes on them entering that alleyway. Same person.
I would like you to take out your MDW for the court. And if you could briefly read the brandishing of a non-firearm charge.
Oh, wow, look at that. It's 5 months, just like I knew it. Brandishing
James?
non-firearm. It is unlawful view to draw or exhibit deadly weapon in a
Measure here?
rude, angry, or threatening way in the presence of another person and not in self-defense or of self or others.
In your professional experience as a law enforcement officer, did the action taken by Giacomo Romano constitute the brandishing of a non-firearm?
Easily.
Okay. And that's a criminal offense, right?
Correct. It's a misdemeanor offense that will have you in 5 months in Bolingbrook.
And as an LEO, do you arrest people on misdemeanor offenses?
Every day.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, is drawing a deadly weapon what you would call a furtive movement?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Based on your training and experience, does brandishing a deadly weapon constitute a danger to officer safety?
Very much so.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, is reckless evading a felony level offense?
Is.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, do criminals frequently announce their intention to cause you physical bodily harm as though they are some kind of Digimon?
Jesus.
Sorry, I was counting on how many fingers that's happened to me. I think it's on one hand. No, it never really happens.
Okay. Based on your training and experience, what is the response of an officer to a deadly weapon being drawn mid-conversation?
Exactly what I did. I disposed of the threat by shooting them.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, are there any case laws relied upon by the Unified Police Department which supports that decision that you made in a split second?
Probably. Case laws. Okay, if I know. No, just my training. Jesus Christ, I wasn't thinking of a case law when I did that.
Oh, okay. Well, I was this close to saying you're super good at your job, actually. But yeah, we almost got there. I think I made the point, Your Honor. I am going to pass things over to
What the fuck,
co-counsel.
Dad?
Yeah, I.
Okay.
That was kind of mean.
Before I begin my redirect, Your Honor, I'm going to send you a photo that I'm going to be referring to just to put up there, if that's okay.
Is this in evidence or what?
Yes, yes. I'm going to have you guys open the People's J. This will be report 48467. And the photograph, I mean, you can copy paste that. I just figured it'd be easier. The photo in question will be at the bottom. IRC chat number 2, log 11.
I know
If
what
you want to go
Tennessee
ahead and put that up
versus
there.
Ghana
Whatever,
is.
it's fine.
I will once you send it to me.
The use of lethal force, aka a gun, shoot down.
I didn't think you wanted me to.
Suspect who is fleeing. Yeah, please.
Oh, Miss Black, you're always welcome to slide in the DMs.
Or has already shot.
Oh my God.
You're under the impression.
Thank you, it's your birthday.
Your true belief that they may shoot again, or will shoot.
There you go.
Thank you. All right. Bloom, I know there's some people in here that are blind. Maybe can't read that. Could you just read that text off for us?
Hold on, it's at a distance here too. I believe it says bought a new bought a new toy. Again, it's the distance. I'm sorry. Bought a new toy. Distance. New toy since Loom. Not my name, but people do call me that. Wants to try the jousting game, and then it's a photo of Romano's hand.
You
with
enjoying this?
Pipe wrench, the very one that he swung at me once before and then brandished on me.
This is like a.
And then it says, see
like...
Bloom on a traffic stop.
Oh God.
Stop.
James,
tempted.
are you okay? James?
Sorry, again, it's a distance. See Bloom on a traffic stop, tempted to swing past and whack. Left pond,
James,
a present at her house. May do with something. If only I could put my name instead. Ellipses, well, someone moved in front of Bloom, and that is indicating whenever he struck Omar Dadon instead of me on a traffic stop.
Oh my God.
Rendering them unconscious.
Okay.
However, the attempt was on me. Gonna have to buy that guy a new taxi.
Oh.
Wow, Omar
The guy have
Dadon
a
does drive a
taxi?
He does drive a taxi. I believe at the time he was driving his R1 motorcycle, though.
Oh, okay. Referring to this photo, does that look like the same kind of wrench that hit you?
It looks like the same wrench, yeah.
Does that outfit in the photograph look familiar?
I actually compared it on scene. I believe it was the same pants as how I identified it later. Yeah, when I compared.
Okay. I have
Like
no
the
further
cross stitches.
questions. Unless my co-counsel does. Thank you.
Oh, I've got one.
One more.
All right, Corporal. You stated that is your rank for now. Are you planning on going up or down?
I literally cannot fit.
We'd flip like we normally do.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough.
Right now.
Okay, you, based on your training experience as a law enforcement officer, do you frequently rely upon the reports of other officers when ascertaining the record of a suspect?
Yeah, reports made. I typically will lean on that information.
Okay. Could you pull out your MDW for me and reference report number 27819? Your Honor and Defense, I would like to make it known this report has not been entered into evidence because I did not anticipate using it. However, the scope was opened up whenever Defense Counsel asked the question of, have you ever encountered Mr. Romano manufacturing or in the possession of marijuana, which opened this particular record up from prior to his expungement, because that counts as ever.
True.
Judge, of course, I do have an objection to this witness referring to the report. Just because a witness is asked about, a large period of time doesn't mean just a random report can be used to substantiate that. Hasn't been entered in evidence, discovery is closed.
I would argue that it is, or at one point was, a matter of public record, as it is a FOIA-able incident report. The people did not enter it into evidence because we did not perceive that the question would be asked about whether he has ever been caught in possession of marijuana or trafficking or felony amounts thereof. Further, we didn't anticipate the scope being opened up to prior to his expungement. That use of the word ever is not good.
That is a long
Judge,
time.
I'm happy to have you strike the testimony that the state takes issue with.
Oh, I'm sure you're happy for it. I'm not happy with that. I like this scope. This is good for me.
Plus, if you wanted to object to it or have it stricken from the record, you could have at the time of questioning. We're way far into redirect. It's a little too late for that.
Okay.
After this cold case, I'm calling an emergency Bundy bunch meeting at the lighthouse. I was gonna order Domino's tonight, but that will have to
I'm
wait
just
until
chasing this
after
thing down the
payday.
rabbit hole, thinking about it. Give me a second.
No worries, Your Honor. I knew the can of worms I was cracking open. That's the reason I announced it beforehand, so everybody was ready for the splash zone.
Splash zone, that's what sorry, there's an objection. I won't talk.
While we're waiting, is it scallop or scallop?
On the 3rd of August is gonna.
Scallop.
Scallop.
Yeah, it
That's what
depends on
I said.
depends on what part of the country your original dialect originates.
Did you hear my emergency meeting?
I always say scallop, but then some people say scallop, and it's very confusing.
Yeah, so like the Northeast, where a lot of scallops are produced, a lot of them say scallop, but a lot of those are also produced.
Scalloped potatoes.
No,
If it was
no,
scallops, there'd be an O in it. There's not. I mean, there's an O, but on the front. Yeah, it's at the end.
Okay, I'm gonna allow this. I need the defense to get a copy of it.
I'll handle that.
I'm
I
going
have to
to
take
allow it
the dog
very narrowly
outside?
in relation to Bloom only.
Okay?
We are not
Yeah, I
blowing
just
this
have to
open throughout the
daydream
entire
for a
case and have
second.
more report for
It's
everybody.
okay.
Mark.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
This is Bloom only.
All right.
Email me so I can.
You want me to wait here or? No, I'll
Okay.
be all right.
Copy as
You
well.
can go back in.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, Corporal.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna put music on really quick and go let the dog outside because the diva needs to go to the bathroom.
Can you
So I'll be right back.
identify for me the photographed contents that were found in the constructive possession of Defendant John? Napier up on the stand
Okay,
so that we can.
Dr.
We've only
Napier.
got a few questions for her, so.
Okay. How you doing, Doctor? You good?
Up to you. I don't care either way.
I'm alright. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. We'll get the pleasantries out of the way first. If you could raise your left hand for me. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you, Matt, period.
I do.
Thank you. You have been sworn in.
I love the way he even pronounced the period.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Ma'am, could you please state your name for the record for us?
Our lives are, yeah.
Dr. Quinn Napier.
All right. And Quinn, what is your occupation?
Psychologist.
Psychologist. How long have you been a psychologist?
Sorry about that, chat. Sorry.
It's been
I
number
had
of
to
years.
take care of the diva.
I think maybe just under 10. I've been in this city.
With
for
her
10
being older,
years.
she's gotta go out a lot.
And are you board certified by the Pillbox Psychology Department?
They don't technically have a certification, but yes, I work for the Pillbox Psychology Department.
And that means that you work for Dr. Pixie Plum, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Did you perform an evaluation of Giacomo Romano on June 10th, 2022?
You're gonna have to remind me. Was this for the first trial?
This would have been the first one. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so that one was just an evaluation of whether or not he was fit for court.
Why don't we just say we see each other as siblings?
Okay. What was your assessment in relation to whether Mr. Romano was fit to stand trial or fit for court?
It would have to be because I'm dating your sister.
When I met with him after the drugs were out of his system, after being held in ADSEC, and he had time to detox, he was fit for court as long as he stayed away from the drugs, and me and him discussed that a bit. And we were working on some rehab therapy and so forth once he was out of jail as well.
Okay. In your officially written report, did you make any official assessment as to whether or not his intoxication or addiction would have impacted his statements at the time of interrogation?
No, because I wasn't asked to do that. So when we write letters, we ask what kind of letter are you looking for? And I was told to write a fit or not fit for court letter. So that's what I wrote. We don't further expand on anything unless we're requested to.
Okay, that's perfectly understood. Did you later have an analysis of Mr. Romano on July 2nd, 2022?
Was this when he went to Parsons?
This would have been when he went to Parsons.
Okay, it's when he went to Parsons. Yeah, so I met with him in Parsons. I have the dates. Like, do you want me to look for all the dates for my answers?
I would prefer if you specifically referred to the evaluation that was produced to the court for the subpoenaed records, the July 2nd, 2022 letter.
Okay, so he was in Parsons, and I met with him, I think, twice it was. And then I wrote the eval letter from there. And sorry, what were you asking the question about it?
I was just asking if you met with him. You've pretty much already answered that, so we're good on that. Was Mr. Romano issued a diagnosis in relation to those two visits?
Initially, I wrote on there initially, I believe that it was split personality as a coping mechanism. But again, I've heard that since then, there's been other personalities. DID is difficult to diagnose right away. So I started with split personality first because there was only the two personalities like Jaka and Tobias that I met.
Okay. And what was your ultimate assessment as to whether or not Mr. Romano was a danger to himself or others at that time?
At that time, Tobias was calm, collected. He discussed that, when one of these people in his group, I can't remember the name of the group, get caught by police, they're essentially burned and they have to back off for a while. So he didn't discuss any immediate plans. He wasn't aggressive. There was no signs that he was going to go out and attack everyone.
Okay. So was it your professional assessment that he was not a danger to himself or others at that time?
At that time.
Okay. And was Mr. Romano still identifying as the, I guess, the personality Tobias at the time that he was released from Parsons?
Yeah, unfortunately, I did want to speak with Jaka to.
Like,
I like to bounce the timelines between personalities to figure out a bit more. And Jaka unfortunately never came back awake again, so I wasn't able to talk to Jaka, just Tobias.
Did you consider Mr. Romano to be incompetent for any legal purposes at the time of his release?
I am so sorry.
I mean, it's a gray area, I guess, depending on. Are you like? He is competent, however, if he's answering as Tobias and you're asking him questions about Jaka, I mean, logic would dictate that you're not necessarily getting the correct path with that.
Okay. So for the purposes of, let's say, standing trial or pleading guilty or not guilty to charges, was he competent for those purposes at the time of his release?
Yeah, it would have had to have been Tobias if Jaka wasn't coming out. Tobias would have to act for whatever the body. Unfortunately, it's very complicated when we get into things like this.
Okay. I have no further questions for Dr. Napier. My co-counsel may have some.
I think you covered everything.
Okay, we pass the witness for cross, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
No, I just want to get through the psyche.
Dr. Napier, are there any other diagnoses that you've made with Mr. Romano?
Objection. Facts not in evidence. I can elaborate if you'd like me to, Your Honor.
Please do.
Upon a subpoena by the people to Pillbox Psychology, only 2 reports were produced. That would be the June 10th, 2022 letter establishing him competent to stand trial, and the July 2nd, 2022 letter establishing that he was released from Parsons with only the DID and or split personality disorder. So vaguely asking if she's given him any other diagnoses during their visits. We got no reports to back that up.
Yeah, Judge, in response, I'd simply say that as a doctor that evaluated Mr. Romano, she's able to make the diagnosis. There isn't a requirement for it to be in writing. So I'll let you rule on the objection.
I would like to say that if there was an official diagnosis and there was any documentation, one, I am extremely concerned that Pillbox would disregard our subpoena in that way. And 2, although there is no official reporting requirement insofar as the diagnosis is concerned, there is a requirement to have those facts and evidence prior to the day of trial.
Okay, Hall, do you want to reformulate?
Sir, are you sustaining the objection, Judge?
I am sustaining the objection.
Gotcha. How does split personality affect a patient, generally speaking, Doctor?
When it's split personality versus DID, split personality is more like the, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. It's the ego and the id. It's sort of like the 2 sides of a person, the good and the bad, and they create 2 different personalities. So one personality can be quite chaotic and bad. And that's what makes it different from DID. The split personality is more the ego id. DID, it starts getting into like actual, formulated personalities with backstories and many of them, and that it's a little bit different.
Okay, what does Mr. Romano have?
Under how I've met with him, when I last met with him, because I have not met with him since he was released from Parsons the first time. So that was split personality. I've heard through the grapevine that other personalities were.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, facts not in evidence. It just kind of the whole smorgasbord at that point.
Yeah, I'm going to strike everything was just said. Do you want to try that again, Hall?
Well, Judge, can you strike everything well, not prior to through the grapevine comment that was made? Everything before that was not.
Yes, yes. That's what I meant, right? Once she started that line, yes.
Perfect. Thank you, John.
Uh-huh.
And split personality, does that typically affect a patient's ability to understand their surroundings?
Depending on the patient, it can, but it can also not. So it depends on the patient.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe the process that you go through when evaluating a patient and reaching a conclusion on any mental disorders they may suffer from?
Well, each patient is unique and different, but it pretty much starts with the talk therapy and kind of going back into the history and discussing, like, how they got to this point, or it's very unique for each patient. So it's a little bit of a very open-ended question there.
Okay. So for most patients, though, you typically form a conclusion based on how what the cause was of the affliction?
The only way that we can formulate conclusions is by sitting down and having sessions with them.
Okay.
To simplify this.
Gotcha. Understood. And you've had multiple sessions with Mr. Romano?
Yeah. The sessions.
Hold on.
before-
Objection scope. We specifically kept our scope of questioning to the evaluation performed on June 10th and July 2nd. Any other evaluations? We're going to object to scope and also facts on evidence. If we could just stick to those two, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, I mean, I'm happy to recall the witness. I think it just take a lot longer. And the witness hasn't testified to having any other sessions other than what's already been testified to.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question
Black
directly
hair?
of the prosecution.
Yeah.
You happy for this witness to get recalled, or do you want to blow open scope and let him just get all his questions out here and we can let Napier go?
It's up to you.
I'm fine with whatever.
I think we need to maintain scope. That way we can focus our other objections on his direct.
Okay.
We're going to maintain the scope objection, Your Honor,
Okay, fine.
so that we can focus other objections on direct questioning.
Absolutely, I understand entirely. I am going to sustain the objection on scope. Move on from that line of questioning, please. And of course, if you want to mark Dr. Napier for recall as the medical expert, that's obviously fine.
No, absolutely, Judge. Now, did you ever form an opinion based of the cause of his affliction, Doctor?
Objection. Facts not in evidence. That unless the defense counsel can point directly in the report where there is a cause that is stated, then we did not receive that medical report, Your Honor.
Can you do so, Counselor?
1 second. Let me read the report. Let me grab this report.
I'm not asking you, Dr. Napier. I'm asking the counselor.
Yeah, 1 second, Judge.
He's trying to get his foot in, and we just keep slamming the door on his ass.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Judge, my sole response is I don't quite see it specifically in the reports that have been provided. But again, this is a witness that has evaluated Mr. Romano and has come to a conclusion based on illnesses he may suffer from. When it comes to that, she can also make the determination as to the cause. And she's already testified that she had multiple sessions with him and that she typically does, come up with a conclusion as to what the cause of the affliction is.
Your Honor, if I may.
One more time. Sure.
We are not questioning the confidence that's placed in the expert witness. I've personally worked with Dr. Napier several times on several different cases. I am well aware of her capabilities when it comes to diagnosing patients. That's not the issue. The issue is that the defense counsel had a more than opportune amount of time to request a report specifically detailing all of the information they are asking on the stand and to provide it in evidence. That makes it now facts not in evidence because they failed to do so. If they wish to establish a defense based on these psychological diagnoses, they should have requested a second report.
Or multiple evaluations, which they did not do on behalf of their own client.
Okay, huh? Anything to say?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. Again, I just maintain that, overall, if the witness is testifying to it, I don't see an issue personally, but I'll let you.
How long do you think this case is going to last?
Based on the way Hall's going, 32 and a half years.
They're being very narrow with the scope they're allowing here, and I honestly I can see the objection there. So I'm going to sustain the objection based on scope. Now, when you get to blow that up, when you recall this witness, that's a different story. Okay, Hall?
Yes, absolutely.
Except we'll still just
Mhm.
on evidence. So.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Oh my god, would I be like 59, 58?
No, no, we're probably just going to be in this courtroom as long as Jocko was in.
Yeah, I'll mark this witness for recall then, Judge. No further
Okay.
questions.
Is this your ploy to get me?
Okay,
to
Dr.
sit in the
Napier, you may.
Santos?
If you want to
just have to
redirect,
keep him here
guys,
forever if the court case
on
never ends.
what we got done there on Cross.
We are.
Good time.
Well, let me confer with co-counsel. Anything else? We are good, Your Honor.
Let's figure it
Okay.
out.
Dr. Napier, you may step down. You will be recalled. Please don't leave the courthouse.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next.
Do you want to take Lily and then I'll take Cleo?
Easy. We would like to call Sergeant Lily Pond to the stand, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm gonna go sit by your mom.
It's gonna eat back.
I just don't want you to be leaning on me. I don't want you to fall down.
Excuse me.
I see exactly what he's trying to do in this court case, and I'm not gonna let it happen.
That's why it's so damn hazy in here.
Yeah.
You good, my love?
Gross.
I am, sweetheart.
I have to
Watching
get
you
this
do
dry
work.
cleaned.
Standing or sitting, Sergeant?
Standing.
Okay, raise your left hand for me. Do you swear and affirm that testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury? So help you. Stop!
Yeah. Stop.
Nice.
This witness is sworn in.
All right, Sergeant Pond, can you please state your name for the record?
Lily Pond.
Okay, and what is your occupation?
I'm a sergeant in the PBSO.
Hi. All right. Were you on duty June 15th, 2022?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I'm gonna be referencing a lot of reports, so I'm kind of sorry, and I don't know what the people's exhibit is. You're just gonna have to kind of find it. Again, I apologize. I'm gonna have you guys open up report 48279. 48279. Let me know when you guys have that available and open.
48297.
Is that what I said?
No, you said 79.
You said 7-9.
Whatever.
Can I lean on your chair?
48297 is the people's F.
I feel sick.
Hell yeah, it is. All right. Let me know when you have it open.
I'm putting it on the record.
Yeah, I'm
Demi
good.
Black sucks.
Whoa!
You good?
What's this?
Look, if I'm gonna have to do all this shit for you, Demi.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Lennon. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm watching this court case.
I will bust out the
Oh,
megaphone
what
if
court
you-
case?
I'll
Jocko.
hold you in contempt. You'll go to jail.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Is he sentenced to death yet?
No.
The people's ass.
Can we? How do we change that? How do we change that? How do we make things?
I don't know. I don't know.
What if he were to? What if he were to be in very serious surgery and an earthquake happened?
That would do it. That
would do it,
for
huh?
sure, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. All right, I gotta do some research on earthquakes. How to start earthquake. Okay, write that down for later. Yeah, I was wondering if you were around or available and want to chat. Unless you're in the middle of this.
Yeah, kind of in the middle of this, but I think afterwards, because I'm waiting for a certain thing, and then we can get that done.
Unfortunately, I just got into town and we'll probably have to be heading back out of town in like
Bundy bunch meeting after this
hour
court
and a
case
half
at the
max.
lighthouse.
Okay.
So I was just.
If we have time,
Do you want to
I'm gonna
just
let
come
your mom
by?
answer a phone call.
Come by the courthouse and we can
Time?
just chat for a little bit right outside.
I mean, I don't want to just like cram it in. If that would help you,
Oh,
you know what I
okay.
mean.
No,
If you want
I'm
someone to chat,
sorry.
if you need to chat, but if you'd rather like,
Will you
I'll be
have
around
more time
tomorrow.
tomorrow? Will you have more time
Yes.
tomorrow? Okay. so
Yeah,
she'll
yeah.
have
I'll
more
make a
time
point to
tomorrow.
be in.
if you
Okay.
wanna-
Yeah, and we can do something more than just like, all right, lightning round.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. No, that's no problem.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to do some of the things that I have to do to get back to work. But
Okay.
it's really hard because for a lot of reasons, I can't walk into the hospital without a panic attack happening. So,
Yes.
I'm wanting to. I don't. When it comes to like my career, I don't feel like myself right now because I can't walk into the hospital without having a panic attack, and a doctor is part of who I am. You know, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm all of that, but I'm a doctor, and the fact that I can't physically walk into the hospital right now is very hard, and I have a bunch of stuff that I am trying. I have to get off my chest, and you'd be proud of me. Both Bundy
I already
and
am.
myself are really like no secrets. We're like making sure that if we're having issues, that we talk to each other about it, and we're. Him and I are working really hard on making sure that we keep those lines of communication open with the two of us, and I figured you'd be proud hearing that, so I wanted to let you know that.
I very much am. That's fucking huge.
Yeah, and we're both really leaning on each other, which is very needed. I told him last night that he, he saved me, and he is continuing to save me every day because.
And I told you that we saved each other.
He's sitting right next to me.
And the
said,
family helped an awful lot.
Yes, the family did help an awful lot. Yes. But yeah, there's a lot to tell you, and if you have more time tomorrow, there's no court case tomorrow, so I'm just trying to be here as a support because.
That's huge. No, that's very good for you.
You know, because Bundy he's lawyering and Cleo is testifying and just. I just want to,
it's a family affair.
I want to be here for all of them, so I'm just trying to provide moral support. But I'm glad I got to tell you a few things of what's been going on, and then you will definitely get the full download.
Well, I appreciate understanding just like where you're at going into tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I think that's always. Sometimes people will say like, "Oh, where to start?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Give me like the chapter titles." You know what I mean? Then we'll dive into the book tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think that's huge to know because it sounds like there's a lot of progress, and as comes with progress, a lot of roadblocks.
Yeah.
And a lot of work to do. And like I said before, life will keep throwing us stuff, even though we're holding our hands are full. And
that is true.
It sounds like you're doing a good job getting that stuff out of your hands, though, or learning how to juggle.
Yeah.
Whichever one works better for the metaphor.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
I look forward to talking to you tomorrow then. And
yeah. What time do you think would be? What time do you usually get to town? What's a good time range for you? And I'll make sure that I'm like.
Anytime after like 7 Central Standard Time would be good.
Anytime after 7. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can do that.
So that's
sounds
perfect.
good.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
All right. Bye, Lennon.
Bye. He doesn't have a lot of time tonight, and I feel This is my therapist. This is Rocky.
Oh, Rocky. Yeah.
So we're gonna meet tomorrow night, and we definitely have some
Oh,
things
yeah.
to go over. So, but we were gonna
You
meet
haven't,
tonight, but he's
yeah.
literally not gonna be. He's gotta go to bed.
Is this
soon,
gonna
so-
be your first session since the incident?
Yes.
Okay. It's gonna.
It's hard. Yeah, it's gonna be
yeah.
difficult. So, all right, honey, we should get back in there.
I'm kind of freaking out.
You got this. I know you do. We're
I
all
haven't really
right
spoken
here.
to anyone since the incident.
Why did I take?
I know, honey. The only person that I've really talked to about it is your dad. There's like things that none of the kids really know.
Yeah. I think if anyone's gonna understand, it's gonna be you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not just you and
100%.
Dad.
an alias known as Nekomata.
Hold on one second.
No, you're good.
And it showed a picture of a green-colored vehicle outside of Jeff Bundy's house, backed up to the property, as well as pictures of I'm not sure who it is, but it was either, I think it's us metal detecting. I'm not sure exactly who. And then a picture of me with the caption Bestie.
You said the alias. What was the alias again? Neko something?
Nekomata.
Have you ever seen that alias prior or since then?
I've seen it since, yeah.
It's gonna be very scary.
Was the alias?
But you've got a crowd of people out there that are here to support you and love you.
Yeah.
I know that I'll be able to get through it, like the witness testimony and answering the questions, because I've done it plenty times before and you've been a witness of it. Especially with the past two SDSO cases. But,
How did you come across?
it's the aftermath that I'm scared of.
It was in.
What do you mean by aftermath, honey?
I'm good with suppressing stuff in the moment. Like when it comes to high pressure situations, I'm able to stay calm, which is kind of ironic because in the past I would freak out.
It was found on his possession, yeah.
So all those emotions that I would be suppressing in that moment would just after the incident itself, it would
two more that I'll be asking you to
I mean, not after the incident, after it's all over, it'll probably
this will be report.
you know.
4948.
I can't lie to you. I kind of understand where you're coming from with that, because even though I know that this therapy session is needed, I'm terrified because I'm going to be bringing stuff back that I haven't really talked to anybody about except for your father.
Yeah. You're going to be reliving it, and you're going to be acknowledging it for yourself as well for the first time in a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
For the first time ever, let's be real.
I believe it was
Yeah,
like the
so
day after, but
100% I can, obviously it's differing situations, but kind of similar, and I totally get what you're talking about. But when...
I'll try not to push.
No, and I won't push you either, sweetheart. We'll just be there.
I'm gonna be incredibly blunt. I'm gonna need you guys after this.
I know, honey.
And 2 vehicles.
Like, I'm gonna really need you guys.
Anything of significance seized from the Roy Lowenstein Boulevard property?
Sorry.
Yes. There was bands of
No,
notes.
there's nothing to be sorry for. There's nothing to be sorry.
Which had a certain strain. Same with female marijuana seeds and dry
Let's
buds.
get back in there and support Pond, and then
The dry buds and the plant
we'll
buds
be there
have
for you,
been
okay?
strained, but the
Yeah.
seeds it's not. There was a USB device and another phone dongle, but this time with a different alias. This one said Akuma 49.
You want to sit next to
This
Dad?
was a laptop.
Over there?
No, I'm okay over here.
Have you ever seen that alias
sure?
within that phone dongle before or prior to the raid?
Yeah.
Hi.
Can you go in detail about that?
It was an alias that was either mentioned or had spoken in one of the chat rooms.
Okay. And so to clarify, was this the second phone dongle with the alias tied to the courtrooms that you have either found on his property or in his possession?
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to July 2nd, 2022.
It'll be
Again,
a
I'm
situation,
sorry.
but I think
this
that
time it's going to be the People's B.
I don't know.
Uh,
I don't know.
49866.
This is a difficult situation.
I have it open.
Okay, perfect. All right. And is that an arrest report?
It's the master document.
Oh, it's a master document.
No, it's the arrest report. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's the arrest. I'm so sorry. I was
Okay.
Yeah, that's the arrest report when I. Sorry, carry on. Yes.
Oh, no, you're fine. Can you read the charges listed in that arrest report?
Stalking, one time.
I think there's a difference between being there for her and when she pushes. I think that if she pushes, I think that's what Bundy is talking about and Lennon is kind of agreeing. But I think that if she lets us be there for her, I think that's a differing situation.
Did he have to pay a hefty fine for that?
So,
Objection, relevance.
You know what I mean,
judge,
chat?
Also prejudicial. They're attempting to use these other charges that are unrelated to
I
this
think,
case.
I don't know. I just have to wait
against
and see
the
how it
defendant.
unfolds.
Yeah, no, and setting a pattern of
I think he
behavior
doesn't
as
want to
listed
chase her
before
anymore.
when the scope is
But
open
if
for
she
the whole,
like asks, you know,
meth and weed
without
charges that
pushing
were
kind of
presented,
thing,
This is simply
I don't know. This is me just
creating a
speculating. Please don't
pattern
quote me
of
on it.
behavior with the defendant.
But Lennon is kind of
Judge,
along the
that
same
pattern of,
wavelength of
behavior has nothing to
Bundy,
do with
where
the charges he's currently facing.
she's
Terrorism
just-
is a specific
she's
incident.
terrified of this therapy
a
session
pattern
tomorrow.
as
She knows
behavior
she
as a
needs it, but
prosecutor is
it's she's
trying
terrified of this therapy
to
session tomorrow.
purport it to be. In this pattern of behavior, I mean, I would even argue there hasn't been
Yeah,
a
Ash
proper
got it.
foundation
That's
to
Lennon's
establish.
viewpoint of it.
Well, I mean, he's facing, or sorry, at the
but
time he
with
was
the huge
convicted
explosion
of stalking charges.
that
and Sergeant Lily Pond
happened
testified
with
that he was
Lennon and
taking
Bundy last
photographs
night,
of her.
it scared the
and was
stuff
actively
out of her.
stalking her.
Right, and he's
so
already served the time
she's
for that. That has
wanting
nothing
to
do with this
focus
case.
on being
Well,
there for
however,
her
the scope's
family,
already been open
but
because we've been
boundaries.
talking about this report. If you wanted to object
Boundaries.
to it, you should have done that prior.
That you
Foundation
can
and
love
scope has
somebody
already
and
been
have
open for both
boundaries.
of those.
It can be done. I'm telling you right now.
I'm just over here blasting cigs.
I see what you're saying. I do, Hall. Your issue is they're specifically arguing towards the judicial tool of Amendment 9 of the Constitution, right? Which actively requires a pattern of behavior.
Well, Judge, they can do that during sentencing. Don't mean to cut you off, but they.
Well,
for
no,
sentencing.
because he's facing Coop's Law, which you have to establish a pattern of behavior prior. That's one of the charges that he's facing. So we do have to lay
The
that.
same
and I've already
way
laid
as if
that.
he was
Yeah.
the same way as if he was facing drug trafficking, which he is, and this report contained evidence of. Yeah, I know.
Yes. That's for drug
Felony
trafficking,
possession with intent to distribute, right?
Yeah.
This is literally what they're doing now. The fact that he's already like guilty and served time for these charges, obviously, like he isn't being reconvicted of
Yeah,
these
you have
charges.
to
That
you
is
have to set boundaries.
Not what is
There-
happening at all.
There's such a thing as
He's not on
healthy boundaries,
not on
both in
trial for the
in
charges involved within
RP
this
stories
report,
and in
but
real
his
life.
conduct
Boundaries are
here
healthy.
is important, and as this is a direct examination, it is on Miss Black to open up the scope wherever the fuck she wants to be honest with you. So yeah, I'm going to overrule that objection. We're going to see where this is going. You, however, Miss Black, are on, you know, a narrow path. Please stay the
Yeah,
course.
I got you. I only have one more question in terms of the arrest report. as
Hello,
the
new
charges.
friend. Hello, new friend.
After this
Guys,
one, of
we're at 3,600 follows.
So I've already read his
Reminder,
charges.
when
Can
we
you
hit
tell us how much
5,000
was
follows,
fined for it?
uncap subathon.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can you tell us what his fine was? For
Yeah,
those charges?
once we hit 5,000 follows, uncap subathon.
$13,800.
Ooh, that's a lot of money. Okay. All right. And then last question in relation to the charges. I will keep this very short and sweet. How did he plead to those charges?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. In the same report, you wrote in there that he has 4 personalities in relation to dissociative identity disorder. Can you tell the court why you listed that little facet within the report?
More of a note, honestly. At this point, we'd had seen at least 2. if not
Objection,
3.
lacks foundation.
Oh.
They're trying to establish multiple personalities when this witness is not an expert, and 2, it hasn't been established that there are multiple personalities that she's going to list off you.
Well, if I can rebut, Your Honor, she made note of this within the report. I'm simply asking why she put that in the report.
Lennon's
I'm not
absolutely
asking her
terrified of
for
this
any
first
kind of,
therapy session because
psychological
she's going to
evaluation.
be
I'm just asking why
going
she wrote
over things
the words she did on that day in
that she
question.
hasn't told anybody except Bundy.
Okay, can you rephrase the question?
So she's
really know how I
absolutely
characterize it
scared
to
because
be
exactly
simpler.
what
It's just,
Cleo said,
why
what
did you
her
write
getting off the
that in there?
stand, everything's gonna be
Okay. I'll
out. She's gonna
take that. We'll strike the original
raw,
question. Ask this one.
open, emotional, all of it. So
Sorry.
Why did you write the lines about the DID disorder diagnosis?
but it'll be good because she wants to
Within
get
that
back to
report?
work. My hope, my goal
Because
is
those
to
were the
get
four
back to
that I
work by the
was
weekend.
aware of at the
With the
time
exception of the court
that was
cases, because she'll be here
confirmed.
for the court cases to support Bundy.
Neko being
So-
Necromata, Lease being Tobias's alias, Akuma because of the dongle, or potential dongle. I don't think we had the dongle at this point. And Baylor being the other one that I knew about. I was more of a note. I'm a, you know, at the time I was a detective. It was more of a note again for myself to.
Oh, at the time you were a detective. Are you no longer a detective?
No.
Okay. But at the time of the investigation, you were?
Yeah.
Okay. How long had you been a detective prior to this investigation?
How long?
Yeah, Lennon obviously, Lennon is
A hot
scared, and
minute?
she
I
knows
would
it's
be able to tell you
scared,
exact
but
time, but it's been
totally
it's been a
needed.
long time.
Okay. All right. Okay. So why, I guess, as an investigator, did you believe that these were personalities and not just like different code names, for example? What led you to believe that he had some kind of personality disorder, in your opinion?
And even when she
Because
goes
I
back to
wrote
work,
this
she's gonna
note
struggle
after
with her
the
trauma
previous
because she's
had
got
spoken to
she's got
Tobias,
PTSD. It's obvious.
but
So
Tobias was Jack Romano.
it's gonna be
and I knew
difficult,
that
but
'cause of,
she's got to push through
identification
because
of
being a
Jack
doctor
Romano,
is part of who she is.
But they kept identifying themselves as Tobias.
Interesting. Okay.
So
I'll let my co-counsel get into that a little bit deeper if he wants to. I'm just gonna move on from that. July 5th. Were you on duty that day?
Probably yes. Sorry, I'm.
No,
on
you're
duty most
fine.
days.
I know if I was asked the same thing, I'd be like, I'm on duty every day. I can't tell you exact days. Okay, so for this line of questioning, I'm going to be referring to the People's A. First report. This will be 50142.
How was your eval?
Super easy.
That was good.
I'll wait for you guys to get that up if you need to.
I got it.
Okay. All right. So on July 5th, 2022, did you respond to a report of a suspected kidnapping?
Yes.
Okay. Who is the individual who reported the kidnapping?
To my knowledge, Ash Ketchup.
Okay. And who is the suspected victim of kidnapping?
Leo Shaw.
Leo Shaw. Okay. Who did you suspect as being the perpetrator of that? The suspect.
yeah, Friday we're gonna try to do a short
I
shift.
suspected Jaco Romano.
We're gonna try to do a short shift
why did you
on
suspect
Friday.
Jaco?
Thursday I gotta do a 3-hour shift with my EMS because I've gotta get in my 3 hours to keep my EMS status on Mia. So that's gonna
He
happen.
had made or. Sorry, can I give a second to think how I'm gonna word?
Yeah, you're fine. Take your time.
The Jimmy case, I think. I don't know. I have to double check.
To my knowledge, there had been threats made towards Cleo Shaw by Roman.
Okay.
I don't know.
After you
I don't
spoke,
know.
to Ash about Cleo being kidnapped, what did you do next?
Started looking around spots. I tried to call Cleo multiple times. She didn't answer. So I started looking around regular locations in which, like I said, I'm a detective. Dealt with the many either serial killers or kidnappings, and I started looking around common spots people are taken to by these people, either locations where it's concealment or a room of some kind where heinous acts can happen, and just kept looking around the entire state.
You don't need to thank me, I promise, Cleo.
Were you ultimately able to find Cleo?
Yes.
Were you able to find the suspect?
The suspect was on scene underneath.
Yeah, I gotta
Vancouver
do
Bridge,
a 3-hour shift on my EMS. I want to keep my
and I
my
pursued
EMS
that
status
suspect
on
when they
Mia,
fled the
so
scene.
Okay. And you said Jocko was on scene?
The suspect, we didn't know it was Jocko at the time, but
Oh, okay.
yes.
When you showed up, I guess, the Zancudo Bridge, what did you see?
At first, I almost completely missed them because we were coming. I was to put look at the a map. We were coming on the Zancudo Trail, from the north to the south, like round almost eastbound, on the Zancudo Trail. And I looked left under the bridge and happened to see them, and I braked severely hard and reversed my car. I almost missed them because I was actually heading towards the pier, which is in the Zancudo kind of swamps, which is again another location. And I reversed, and there was a vehicle on scene. A vehicle that matched the description of that given by the people who had seen the kidnapping happen. And the suspect hopped into that car and fled eastbound. At this point, Bloom stayed behind. I was riding with Bloom. Bloom stayed behind, and I pursued the suspect.
Okay. Did you ultimately catch the suspect?
Yes.
Did you keep eyes the entire time?
No.
Okay. But when you caught the suspect, were they wearing the same thing that you saw under that bridge?
Objection, leading.
Sorry, she already answered. I guess that's my rebuttal.
Sorry.
Still, leading question, Judge. I'd ask you to strike your
only
answer.
Bison and
Share the
Justin missing.
Can you
Where?
repeat your objection? You broke up for me.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Judge. It was leading.
I think.
Your Honor, rebuttal would be that simply because it is a binary question, yes or no, does not inherently make it leading. The leading would entail that the answer is contained within the question. Here, the witness is free to say no, they weren't wearing the same thing.
Can you give me the exact wording of the question again, please, Tammy?
I honestly don't even remember. I'm going to be honest.
Anybody? Exact wording. I have it broken down. I don't have the exact words, I'll be honest.
It's just like, was he wearing the same thing? I don't know how I worded it, though.
As was the suspect on the beach wearing the same thing as the suspect under the bridge, something along those lines.
Yep.
Is that your understanding of the question, Paul?
I believe that was similar, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I roughly had that. I didn't have it word for word.
That's not good.
Okay.
I'm going to turn my dispatch off. Hold on.
Yeah, same.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No, it's SRU units. No, he's not.
Honestly, the objection's taken so long. I can just rephrase it. It would probably just be quicker.
Just rephrase it for me.
Okay. Was he wearing, or was the suspect that you apprehended wearing the same outfit as the suspect you saw under the
James
bridge?
just chilling in here.
It's the same exact
I don't know what to say.
Yes or no? How can that be leading?
Sorry, calling that in.
Demi, can you just generalize the question for me?
Oh my God. What was the person under the bridge wearing?
Thank you.
The wrong way. Cop's going the wrong way.
You also need to remember the exact outfit.
Just like a vague.
Yeah, they're not gonna look at 311 though unless you send it multiple times.
I did. I don't know. Hey, I'm in the middle of a court case, but I 311. They have that vehicle heading northbound on Venus.
Honestly, it's fine if you don't remember.
It's been so long. I can.
You don't recall, Pond.
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I
that's
don't recall.
completely
I'm
fine.
sorry. It's been so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. How did you know the suspect that you chased was the same one from before under the bridge?
They were
Yeah,
wearing the same
that is
outfit.
true.
I just can't tell you like, what
Objection.
exactly it was, but at the time it was the same thing.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm going to object to speculation, facts and evidence. I mean, the witness has quite clearly said.
Sorry, do you want me to put
that
his
they're
wardrobe
saying-
in evidence? Huh?
She
Demi!
testified it's the same person, but can't testify to, how it was the same person, whether or not they were wearing the same clothing. Like, how can you remember something if quite clearly you can't at the same time?
I could answer this one.
I just don't understand why he's saying facts on it evidence. Like, do you want me to photograph his wardrobe? Like, what?
I should have taken a picture before the pursuit. So.
Do you expect her to get out of her car, speeding down the bridge or by the bridge, snap a photo, and then start a pursuit? I don't understand.
Okay. Talk to me, not to each other.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's been a long day, and I have one brain cell left, and it's struggling right now.
I understand, Demi. I feel the pain. So. I'm going to overrule the objection. I can see that somebody be like, hey, I remember he was wearing the same clothes as that person without being able to remember what specifically those clothing were. I don't think that's an inherent contradiction. I'm going to overrule that objection. We're going to keep moving. Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't even remember the question. But she already answered it. Was their answer put in your record? Just want to know before I move on.
She's asking you a question, Your Honor. Yeah.
You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember the question I asked or her answer. I just didn't know if you put it in your records or not.
You asked her about the clothing he was wearing, and she said she didn't remember, right? We put that on the record. And then you asked, well, how did you identify him? And then she responded, he was wearing the same clothes as the guy from before.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So I guess this is going to be my follow-up question to that. We've already established it's the same person. I'm not going to go into that. Okay. All right. How did you apprehend the suspect?
So I pursued the suspect eastbound along what's it called? Is that Guido Trail all the way towards Joshua into Sandy, in which they ditched their car off of Marina even Drive and swam into the Alamo Sea. They were heading towards Grapeseed, but if anyone's been in the Alamo Sea, that place is a shithole. I'm sorry. It's really dirty. I mean, it's sandy after all. And you can't see 2 feet in front of you.
I'm putting it on the record.
so-
Lily Pond says Sandy Shores is a shithole.
I live there. Well, I live in
Thank you.
Grapeseed. I live on the Grapeseed side.
Yeah, I mean, you can put on the record. I say that too, actually.
Okay.
It's kind of a shithole.
The entire Bundy Bunch labels Sandy Shore as a shithole.
Yeah, just keep Grapeseed out of it, okay?
Yeah, Grapeseed's different. Sandy agreed. Anyway, you can't see 2 feet in front of you in the Alamo Sea. It's so dark and dirty. It's very difficult, and I lost the suspect. So, because I'm a cert slut, as I certify myself, I have an Air 1 cert. So I got Air 1 out from the STSO and decided to grab a co-pilot and scan the waters of the Alamo Sea to try and find the suspect using thermals. At this point, I then found a downed person in the water, again, wearing the exact same clothing and looking the exact same, but they had drowned. Seemingly, they had drowned in the Alamo Sea. And we fished them out of the water, got them to shore, and rendered them medical.
And
they were placed into cuffs and placed under arrest.
Perfect. And just for posterity's sake here, was there anyone else that you caught with thermals in that area?
No.
So the suspect that was, you said, later identified as Jack Romano was the only person you caught on your thermals?
Yes.
Okay. All right. How do you identify the suspect as Jack Romano?
Fingerprints.
Oh, neat. Okay, cool.
Dun, dun, dun,
And
dun,
I guess going back towards the
dun.
previous IRC conversations, was
Chat, you're
Jaka
still
Romano, or I
cute.
guess the aliases at the
Yeah.
time, stalking Cleo Shaw?
Objection. Foundation.
The whole IRC chat that I talked about prior is not foundation enough. The
Yeah,
photo right there has a photo of Cleo in the
Yeah,
chat.
the foundation's very clearly been laid on this, Your Honor.
Foundation's 3 stories tall.
I want to
We've
object
also
to that
looked at
objection and
several
ask for
reports
sanctions.
Under which charges pressed were stalking. Yeah, this foundation here overruled.
Thank you. Okay. I can re-ask my questions. Is this the same suspect that you found with Cleo? She'd been
Damn it, are
kidnapped.
we getting to the point where you need to go get coffee? You're suddenly sounding exhausted.
I am dead inside on so many different
You've
levels.
always been dead inside.
Yeah,
I know.
that's what was in this court case.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm extremely useless today. It's been a long few days, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting
Okay.
sick. So
Once we get done with this witness, I'll give everybody 5 minutes. Let's
Oh,
get
thank
moving.
you. Okay. I have a lot more questions. Okay. I'm just gonna move on. Okay. So we're going to go more in detail about the IRC chats. I'm going to go back to reports 48297. Wait, was that 4827?
Did you get called for recall?
No, you got it right the first time.
48297. Wait, no, you said I'm getting it wrong. You said it's right.
It was called for recall.
It is right. Yeah, you said it right the first time, Demi.
Okay, 48297. Thank you.
Who was called for recall?
And then
May
48467.
have been.
Yeah, I think
I was talking to you the majority
This
of
is going to be
that.
the People's F and the People's J.
They don't want me up there.
I know you have that open for you.
I've got them, yeah.
Okay, so we've already established that you found laptops and various scenes containing the IRC chat.
I think I answered things in
Were
ways
you
that make
ever
sense
able
with
to
me.
communicate in the chat room?
We didn't call.
Yeah.
I could have if I
Masks off, gentlemen.
Oh,
Nice.
they said not today. Set the bank.
If we hear it go off, you know Bloom's just got his ass beat.
Better not. I never did. Due to not wanting to compromise the chat, but I could have if I wanted to. Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to establish that. Okay. In your expert opinion, as the lead investigator on scene, involved in this whole investigation, how many of the individual aliases in the IRC chat listed in the People's F and the People's J specifically belong to the defendant?
James. Did he fall asleep standing up?
Could you give me a minute to just review?
Yeah, you're fine.
Good.
Hey.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just chilling. I want to try.
Trying to check on you.
Yeah. No, I'm just chilling back here, studying case logs and
Good.
just watching. Still don't know if she wants to talk to me, so.
I personally confirmed at least 2 because of the dongles.
Okay. All right. And then that answers my next question. Okay. So I'm asking, in your professional opinion, as a former detective, as well as a sergeant and the lead investigator on this investigation, do you have any reason whatsoever, one way or another, to believe that Jaka Romano, based on the chat logs, intended to cause you or others grievous harm in relation to the messages found in the IRC chat.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but objection to speculation. She's asking the witness to form a conclusion on not only the motives of the defendant, but what was going through his mind during the time.
No, I'm asking as her professional, as a detective and the lead investigator on this, how she interpreted those messages and if the messages were intended to cause harm as she interpreted it as a professional.
I would also like to rebut, Your Honor, that a preliminary review of the evidence, which is basically what we're asking the witness to do, some of the messages outright state as much.
And we can put the wrench photo back up. As a detective, I'm asking.
I'm going to
did she
overrule.
detect?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I
you.
understand. Yeah, expert witness. Move on.
Thank you. Okay, if you need me to repeat it, I can.
Yeah, just repeat your exact wording so I don't screw up.
Okay. Yep, you're fine. You're fine. And like I said, this is in your professional opinion. I'm not going to go into your credentials because we've been there. Did you have any reason to believe one way or another that Jacques Romano, based on the chat logs only, intended to cause you or others harm in relation to those messages?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any messages in particular that led you to that conclusion?
Yeah, let me get the exact log number. I was literally just looking at it. Log number 10 in report 48467. There is an image of me. That's me. I was literally looking. By the way, I was looking at the chat at the time that this picture got posted. There's a picture of me with what looks like a scope of a long range either rifle or potential, I think with a long scope aimed directly at my head, with a picture taken with the comment sniper scope so much better for watching them than my LSPN camera. While I was standing at the steps of Mission Row PD.
And I guess to clarify, does that alias belong to the defendant?
Objection, asked and answered.
Oh my God, I don't care to sit through these objections. Objection withdrawn. It's fine.
Okay.
I cannot do that for another 10 minutes.
I've
Questions?
Yeah, I've only got one. Well, one like series. During the later arrest in the area of the Alamo Sea, did you perform a search and seizure of the suspect?
Yes.
Okay. Was the suspect carrying identification on their person?
Which report is that again?
Yeah, that's gonna be 50142. I believe it's the People's A.
Yes, they were.
Who did that identification return to?
Jack Romano.
Okay. And you performed processing of that suspect?
Yes.
Okay. And did you fingerprint the suspect?
Yes, the fingerprints and evidence.
Okay. And whose prints were on those fingers?
Jack Romano, state ID 25078.
Oh my God. And during your search of the suspect, since there seems to be some doubt that's being created as to whether or not Mr. Romano just drowned out in the Alamo Sea all by his lonesome, did he have any weapons or firearms?
Snarky Bundy, best Bundy?
He had an FNX as well as a machete.
And to your personal knowledge, what instrumentation was used in inflicting the injuries upon Cleo Shaw?
Herkin.
A machete.
Okay. That is all that I've got for direct.
I have one question, just for my own curiosity's sake. Actually, no. I'll save this for the next witness. I apologize.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Sorry, it's Sergeant, right?
Yeah?
All right, Sergeant Pond.
Yeah, I'm glad you said Sergeant now because you didn't put my respect to my name earlier, so thank you.
I'm not quite sure what you're referencing, but anyway. Oh, my apologies. So as far as RIC chats, how do they work?
How do they work?
Yeah.
Well, sadly, I'm not a boomer, so I'm not too sure exactly how to code one. But it does work like a chat room. And
Oh,
it's
she's
gonna have
liking
an
it.
alias, and they can come in and they can make comments.
Did she just say she's not a
These are
boomer?
Closed chat rooms, right?
Yeah, there was only a few people in them.
Okay,
Or
so
aliases, I should say.
So this isn't like a public forum, right? Not anyone can see these messages?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Okay. And the phone dongles that you found, to your knowledge, did you need the phone dongles to access these chat rooms?
Objection, lacks foundation, and lay witness. There has been nothing establishing that Detective Pond is in any way a technology expert who would be able to answer these somewhat directed questions about access to IRC chat rooms. She's just a detective who found a laptop.
Judge, I'm happy to answer or ask more questions about the dongles if you'd like, but it was made very clear that this is an expert in this case and everything to do with the case.
Expert in the investigation, not the tech involved in it.
We're lighting our
Very
candle,
much
chat.
different.
My rebuttal to that, Your Honor, would be I consider Your Honor to be an expert in this courtroom, but in the event that the pipes burst, I would think we would still call a plumber.
Oh, you'd be fucked. I'm shit with pipes.
Oh, really? But I thought they called you Daddy, Judge.
No. I can lay the pipe, dummy.
I
I'm
was
just
gonna
not very
say,
good.
I can't.
Thank you, Lily.
It's on the record now.
I can't.
Okay. Here's the thing. She has testified she is not a boomer. And IRC is clearly boomer technology. We all understand that, right? If you want to ask somebody in this courtroom about it, you're probably better off talking to either James Randall or Titus Schwinghammer, the two old men.
I'll be willing to bet that any of you in here have used an IRC chat within the last 48 hours.
He's probably right.
I don't even know what an yes chat is.
Were you almost going to say ICP?
Chat, just, you know.
Okay, we are really still used.
Listen, I can
They have an
proceed then if
ICP,
the objection
IRC chat.
sustained, Judge.
We're gonna sustain. Look, she's a detective. She was a detective. I apologize. She is an expert into the foundation of the case, but specifically, like the tech side of it, I think you probably need your own tech expert.
Sure thing, Judge. Are you familiar with these phone dongles, Sergeant?
Yeah.
What are they typically used for?
They are typically found on
I know,
people who are
I know.
street raced or boost vehicles.
Okay, so nothing to do with IRC chats, is that right?
Well, it was mentioned in the IRC chat.
I'm talking about in your experience, right? Dealing with these phone dongles. None of them have had to do with IRC chats, is that right?
Hold on. Objection, misstatement of testimony. She'd previously testified that these are directly related to the chats. She never said otherwise.
Well, Judge, how would she know that if she's not an expert on whether or not you need a phone dongle
You don't need to know how
access
to
the
build
chat?
one, take one apart, put it back together to know that you plug something into something else and it works.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't know
Judge.
how
I
USBs
just need
work,
to.
but I know how to plug one in.
I need to now understand where we're at. So this witness can't testify to the dongle needing to be used to access the chat, and she also can't testify to what the dongles are used for, even though she's already testified to that. Or that she can testify that it's related to the
You're
IRC
confusing
chat.
yourself.
I'm just gonna enter a
hold on,
general
no.
objection
Straight
to this
up.
line of questioning. To
Okay,
be
straight
honest,
up.
This is weird.
No, here's the thing. Here's the problem. We are actively approaching a very, and I'm going to say this as vaguely as I possibly can, a very kind of like Harmony, Haze kind of area, right? Is everybody picking up what I'm putting down?
No, I agree, Judge.
Is it
Are you picking this up, Paul? I'm checking with you specifically. Do you get what I'm getting at?
Yes, I know what you mean.
So
Okay.
IRC
So I
is
don't have to
MSN?
say that word, so I won't say that word. Now, what I'm going to get at is we've had testimony that the aliases on the dongles match the aliases used in the IRC chart. That's what we've got, right? Now, any other technical expertise about what those aliases mean or whatever has not been entered into evidence at this point. So I don't know where we're going with this, and if you can't drag it back, I am going to ask you to move on to a different line of questions.
No, Judge, what you just said is what I'm happy with. I'll continue
Okay.
on.
Thank you.
All right. And these messages, were they ever sent directly to you by the defendant?
No.
Okay.
Cleo watches bathtub streams? Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry.
I mean, you said that.
That doesn't surprise me.
Demi, down.
Sorry.
Oof.
Uh-huh.
Oof.
Oh.
And sorry, what was your answer?
What was the question?
Sorry, I'll ask you.
No, they didn't directly have a DM me. And
Okay. And in fact, you got these messages on your own accord, right?
yeah.
And this being a closed chat room, they were never meant to be sent to you, were they?
No, but I had a suspicion that. No, actually, no. Fuck it. No, they wouldn't. What? Sorry, I'm trying to think how to work this answer. It's I'm just trying to.
Oh,
think
that's okay. Take your time. If you need me to re-ask it, I'm happy to.
Yeah, re-ask.
Sure. So, since this is a closed chat room, it's not a public forum. These messages were never meant to be sent to you.
They weren't meant for me. No.
Right. This chat room was a bunch of private individuals having a conversation amongst themselves, right?
Asked and answered. This is identical, well, virtually identical to the question 3 questions ago. I'm pretty sure the next one's going to be, were they meant to be sent to you? Because we're stuck in a time loop.
I don't think this is the same question, but I'm happy to just move on, Judge.
I think you should.
Sure, absolutely. And the 901 call that you received. One moment, let me pull it up. Sorry.
Jeez.
Let me grab it
What
up
the
here.
side ever did he?
I have a love-hate relationship with this stand.
Well, less living in the courthouse. That's my privilege.
Yes, of course, Jim.
Yeah, if you want to love in the courthouse, you got to check the DOJ app and make sure no judges are around first.
But that's how. Wait, hold on. You just gotta
what
make
do
sure
you
the
think I'm
center
doing
busy.
when it's set busy? Exactly, Bond.
All right, sorry. So in relation to the 911 calls that you received for the IRC chats, is there any evidence to suggest that the defendant called?
No.
Okay. Okay, and any threats that were in the IRC chat, you found those on your own accord, right?
Chat.
On my own.
I know, and
accord,
it's so
I
hilarious.
was led to those chat rooms by either 911s to then find them. Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's on my own accord, but yeah, I found them.
Sure, absolutely. And did you ever witness or have any other direct evidence that the defendant even sent any of these messages?
Objection, compound.
Did you ever witness?
Phrase B.
I'll withdraw and I'll rephrase it for you. Did you ever witness the defendant send any of these messages?
No.
Is there any direct evidence to suggest that the defendant sent the messages?
Yes.
There is?
He was found with the dongles of the same name.
I'm asking, through the devices that they were sent, is there any evidence to suggest that the defendant sent them? I'm not asking about the phone dongles. We'll get to.
No.
Okay. And the phone dongles, the only relation they have to these chat rooms are they have common names to the chat names. Is that right?
How did I just watch? What the hell did
Okay,
I
and that's the
just
only
watch?
direct correlation?
Oh my god.
I didn't take any photos. I was trying to see who was in the crosshair of that.
Give me 1 second. No, that's not the only direct relation. No, it's not.
I may have looked at James a while after I looked at who was in the photo, but I didn't take any.
Okay. Shall we continue? It's not the only direct relation.
No further questions.
Here, ask him why he's angry.
I do.
We're redirecting. We're redirecting.
Yeah. What's the other connection between the two?
During the raid on Jacko Romano at his apartment, I found a helmet. That helmet is the same one pictured in one of the chats.
Oh, okay. And then
as posted by Nekomata.
Oh. Okay. Same helmet.
Yeah.
And as for the aliases,
oh my
god, were they common or were they exact?
Common. There was either a character slight difference. I think Nekomata was either a 0 instead of an O, and Akuma had numbers at the end.
Okay. Had you, I guess, as an officer, who's involved with, you know, a lot
God
of
damn it,
curation
Twatter.
and all that fun stuff, have you ever come up with, or ever seen those aliases? I guess, have you ever seen multiples of those aliases?
Are you asking directly of those aliases, or
yeah,
like
have you ever, like, is it like a common name that you see when you see phone dongles?
I'm sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm
Like,
being stupid. I'm being
no, you're fine. I can. Is it okay? So like Nekomata, is that like an alias in different
Hurricane.
formats, whether people are rearranging it in different, like, you know, with numbers instead of letters?
I've never seen it on anyone else's own before.
Oh, okay, easy, perfect. Thank you. I don't know if my co-counsel has questions.
We are good, Your Honor.
Okay. Is this witness being marked for recall?
No, Joe.
Okay. Sergeant Pond, you may step down. You are free to fuck the fuck off, as they say colloquially.
Now I'm gonna stay. Thank you.
I
There.
bet.
Hey, Cleo.
Okay, as the state's final witness before review of evidence, we will call Cleo Shaw to the stand.
Cleo Shaw, you have been called
You're
to
up,
the
Cleo.
stand, and may we all pray to all the gods that for the last... it won't be 3 hours like it is every time you take the stand in my courthouse.
I will be joining her as her emotional support.
Your Honor. Your Honor, can we actually have a bit of a break before this?
I thought we were gonna have a
Yes,
5
please.
minutes.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna
bring that up.
5
5-minute recess.
Perfect, thank you.
Where's our
Thank
5
you.
minutes?
Go, drink, pee, be merry. Get it in the bowl, Titus.
I need to think about some stuff, but do you want to wheel me downstairs and we can make out?
Yeah, let's go bang.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna piss on this desk.
I was actually, oh my god, I was actually gonna ask
I'm gonna
for
ask
some.
co-counsel if they also want to
can't
approach
control this
the
thing.
bench.
Grab the door.
I say that often with you.
Kinda.
It's just talking shit, probably. What's up?
Do you want to do birthday shots later?
Sure.
I wonder.
You just tell me if you need 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Don't want to risk it.
Oh my god. Why did it look like you're about to throw it down?
I don't want to risk it.
Why?
I don't want to risk it. Oh.
I did that shit in heels. You can get down the stairs. Do I need to carry you down?
He's thinking deeply.
Yeah.
So I don't want
Alright.
to risk it.
All right. No,
Are you
I got it.
Okay, I want to see this.
Oh my god, he's gonna fall down. Oh my god.
Move away from me. Move away from me.
Oh, you're gonna go backwards?
To where? South. Pick up his chair. Bring it.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Cleo.
I'm sorry.
Oh god.
You got his chair?
I think she does, yeah.
Oh. Stand back.
Trying to do that with crutches is not fun. Oh, no.
Staring at the lamppost, because I tend to stare at the light as well. And then I end up sneezing. So if I really need a sneeze and I know I need a sneeze, but the sneeze refuses to come out, I stare at the light and it helps me, mostly the sun. And then I end up temporarily feeling like I'm blind, and then I start freaking out. But then it goes away, so it's fine.
Is this how James Randall feels? He just like appears in different locations throughout his life.
I was a little nervous about trying to wheel you down the thing.
Oh yeah,
so
your
Lily
wheelchair's down
picked you
there.
up and
I
your
fell
wheelchair's
over
right
it.
there.
Oh,
I
okay.
scraped my
And
knee
then I
slightly.
tried to carry you while balancing on crutches, and that was not fun. So
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm gonna shit myself. I'm freaking out.
So the toughest part, other than the obvious, I'm talking about what happened.
IBS?
No, that's you've been living with that for a long time. You got that
Yeah,
down.
I
I believe in you.
yeah. Yeah, I can barely
Um,
drink, like have any milk in my tea or coffee or anything like that. So I just have black coffee, and I feel.
that just makes
yes.
the shits
Okay.
wider, honey. You can't drink. I mean,
Look,
No,
the-
it
the-
doesn't make. No, I don't take my shits.
The toughest part is he's going to ask you about the prior stuff that happened with Jaka. I'm going to object to relevance. He's going to respond that he's trying to show that you have bias. The judge is going to allow it, and he's going to ask you questions about that stuff.
Okay.
That
I mean,
was-
Cleo and
already
her-
arrested for it and
or-
stuff.
Yep, it's in the past. You've already been arrested for it. It's already expunged off your record. Nothing to lie about. Just rip the Band-Aid off, be honest, and we'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I stabbed him in there, I can articulate it, is the fact that someone individual got bail after was guilty for stabbing officers with metamorphine, and I've been in a position where that stuff happened to me, where I was supposed to take drugs, and that opened the door to craving drugs, and therefore, you know, it hit enough.
100%. But my questions for you are pretty straightforward. They're based completely off the report that you gave to Lily and Bloom afterwards. And then once we move on from that, you know, he's going to start diving into ancient history on stuff, and it's going to be frustrating. Just I don't know, you know, the way that he talks with his goddamn, you know, he sounds like he's telling you the top 10 haunted places in Michigan.
Yeah. Oh, what does that
keep-
guy
I
sound
keep-
like again?
I keep-
He's like,
I keep waiting for him to say,
"Today
"Did
we
you
are
see
going-"
it?
Did you
No.
see it?
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? The one that talks like really monotone but creepy, and he's like,
Yeah, I'm not. The Daily Dose of Internet guy.
Oh my god, I was about to say
is that him? The one
Yes.
that's like, what does he say? He's like, today we will be talking about this ghost that we I can't do it. I'm really bad at impressions.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm gonna go get in that bush and wait for you.
Ooh. I'm gonna go get in that bush with her.
You guys can get arrested for that. That's public indecency.
No, no.
You may be the law, but you're not above it.
I asked if Lucy wanted to come out front. She said she doesn't think that Cleo wants to see her.
She said what?
She said she doesn't think that Cleo wants to see her. I just said, just come out front.
Yeah, but they need to patch stuff up.
Yeah, they do. But you're doing amazing.
Thank you.
You know it turns me on when you get all sassy. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, no, I've had to be extremely sassy this entire time because otherwise I feel like Hall will just keep saying the same thing over and over again.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
It's already been 2.5 hours.
Should
so
I go thank him for you being sassy and?
No, you can thank me for me being sassy later.
Yeah, I will definitely do that.
Let's get back in there before the judge calls us back into session.
All right, honey. Got him. Got y'all. Oh. Hi, James. Oh. Oh.
Apparently she's having a good time. I mean, she's got her earbuds in.
I think so. Oh my goodness.
For the record, Bill Mays is getting contempt because I feel like it, and it's my birthday.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me, Your Honor.
Look at what Carmela just twatted
What's
out.
the sentence, Jeff?
Death, maybe, I don't know.
Death? All right.
That baby was conceived in
You
my
take his
house.
other eye.
Did tell me to say something really stupid during my bail hearing.
Oh, look, it's got a cute little.
Sounds like Bill Mays.
Happy birthday, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think he told me to blame something on wheat.
I low-key love carrot cake.
I'm not
It's one of my
calling him
favorites.
Daddy, but I'll
Hey,
say
Your
happy
Honor,
birthday 'cause I
have
only
you
call
checked
one person daddy, and
Carmela's
I'm standing
latest
right next to
twat?
him.
That baby
How
was
was that?
conceived in my house in a
I
hot
said I'm not
tub.
calling him Daddy Judge because there's only
I'm
one person
just
that I would
going
call
to
that.
say this
Ooh, you're
once
goddamn
clear.
right.
Yeah.
Asking me to check a woman's twat in relation to her conceiving.
No.
I
I am not a gynecologist.
Okay,
but I'll
okay,
take
okay.
a look if she's offering.
Oh my god! There's an app on your phone called Twatter, and the twat is a.
There's an app where I can look at what?
Oh my god!
Oh god!
getting
Stop!
There's an app for that too, but I don't think you need that, Your Honor.
Honey, give me the shovel. Just give me the shovel.
Oh
Thank
my
you.
god!
Thank you. Thank you.
Like, I know people call you Daddy Grayson, but
I
You
know
wanna call me
goddamn
Daddy
well
what?
that I know goddamn well that Daddy Judge doesn't need that with that boat of his.
yeah.
Anytime you want, Cleo. Anytime you want.
What?
Why is everyone always hitting on my daughter?
Which daughter?
Cleo
Say
specifically.
which one? Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, look, even the chief of police wants to fuck me.
Man, the chief of police. The chief
You know
of
this,
medicine,
Demi.
and now
Oh, the chief of
Grayson.
medicine as
Sorry,
well.
my song
and now,
ended.
A judge and not just one judge, two judges actually.
You want me to slide your digits over to Crane? You have all the chiefs.
No, no.
Crane is taken by Pete Shingle, you blasphemous fuck.
Men age like fine wine, but
I don't know. I thought I caught him
I'm just
flirting
saying,
with
for the
Sherry
good of
Pie
the
earlier.
Empire, we don't have
Crane
any
kind
judges,
of looks
so
like
you're
the
gonna know
human
way better
version
than
of my
me.
bug.
Are you trying to get me to
No,
fuck
I'm
a
just saying-
judge to
I'm
bring
just
it to
saying-
the Bundy punch?
I mean,
I'm
come
not-
on.
I'm just saying it's not a bad
I
idea.
already
Not a bad
did that.
idea.
Am I getting pimped out by my own dad to fuck a judge?
No,
No, it's more like
idea.
it's more like a feudal arrangement than a pimping, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you just.
I broke up with Pez to focus on myself. That is still a statement I stand by.
Well, I mean,
Is this normal?
I was just pitching the idea, that's all.
I mean, to be fair, at one point, Judge Grayson did say "good girl" to me a few months ago, and I freaked. I was like, "Oh, what?"
That'd make you feel tingly. That'll make me feel tingly if you said good girl to me.
I want to talk about my
How's
family
everybody
members
feeling? Everybody feeling a little
You
better?
know, when your dad said that to me the other night, it was like,
I feel like I have one of those batteries where when you lick it, it shocks your tongue.
What are you asking me to lick, Bloom?
Sorry, Judge Grayson. I was just informing my dad at one point a few months ago. You said "good girl" to me, and I kind of caught me off
Cleo,
guard. Sorry.
You can be a
Thank God
very
Cleo
good
picked
girl.
up that conversation.
I mean,
I don't know how to react to this.
Bundy says that to me all the time, and it
It's my
causes tingles.
birthday,
So,
shut
you
up.
know.
Oh my god. I'm freaking out. Where's James? Wait, where's James
Cleo.
Randall?
Where
He's
is
my
Cleo?
emotional support human.
Weren't you supposed to be taking where'd he go?
I don't know.
He back
he's
here.
somewhere.
You can be a-
Oh, I found
What's
him.
up, Judge
Cleo,
Grayson?
if you
Yes?
want, you can be a bad girl.
Oh my god.
Hey, I call you that too.
Yeah, you do call me that.
Don't be
Sarah.
ashamed by it,
I'm
Cleo.
just waiting for him to say he'll
This is torture.
punish me for being a bad girl, and
There's nothing wrong with that. I get punished all
There's
the time.
nothing wrong with
oh
that.
my god,
True.
I just
Defense attorney.
I am
Hi, what happened to your face? Why you look like that? No,
I
that's
may
fine.
be,
Cleo, do you need me to teach you a few things?
I mean,
Jesus.
you're he's getting away.
Yeah, your emotional support human is wandering off.
sorry, I was just thinking about good girls, bad girls. Come on, Randall.
Look what you did, Your Honor.
Did I have a good dance break though?
And I meant every second of it.
I think it's working.
We're
gonna have to get a patch for Grayson.
I think so.
I don't think me going on a date or fucking Grayson will make
Okay.
us happy.
Everybody chill.
I'm here
Everybody
now.
relaxed. Demi, do you even know where you are and which side of the courthouse you're sitting on?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
I
sure
said
about
I
that?
wanted to be a defense attorney, and then they said okay.
Demi, come back here, please.
Hey, Demi. We can make you a district attorney if you want.
No, do not threaten me with that evil, please.
Uh-huh.
No. Too
I'll
many
be a
people
judge.
threaten me with making me a DA, and I don't know why.
Hey, you ever thought about an election cycle?
Oh.
You leave my
Look,
pug alone,
the
you
PD
son of a
could
bitch.
spare Surge Cross. I'm sure they'd let go of you for a few months.
No.
Oh.
I will die out of spite.
I mean, you will when I burn you for witchcraft, but other than that, it'll be fine.
Oh my god.
For some reason, Demi dying out
Demi,
of
you
spite
would like
because
that.
she's the DA seems
You would like
familiar.
that. You would honestly, if you
literally
died because of
fulfills all
witchcraft,
of her ambitions.
Is there actually any
That would be the most accurate
legislations
way,
for?
though.
Is there actually any sort of like legislations or laws in terms of supernatural entities and all that stuff? Because of all the weird shit that we experience here in Los
No.
Santos.
There's no supernatural.
I don't know how
thing
you
around.
The last
legislate
time
the
the judges
supernatural, I'll
discussed
be
it, we
honest.
decided that if somebody was a vampire, we could just murder them.
Oh,
I
Judge,
like
Judge,
that.
well,
Like
Justice,
Ripley said,
Ju-
right?
Justice
Ripley a
Crane gave me
vampire,
carte
though?
blanche to murder, like the spiritually possessed creature that was like a plastic doll last
I'll
year.
double down on that one.
Isn't this place haunted by Chicken Man?
There's
Hey,
no such thing as
all
any
I'm
form
gonna
of
say
man chicken.
is
That's
I am
just a bunch
serious?
of made up ridiculous
Titus, no,
nonsense.
it's not.
Yeah, there's no such
This
thing.
is the most you've spoken up during this whole trial, and you got
I'm very passionate about the fact that the cockathroats don't
breathe.
exist.
The what?
I'm gonna deep
There's
fry you,
not a name
Titus.
for
I
them.
swear to God.
Objection!
Cockanthropes.
Just to let
Did you say cockanthropes or cock-in-throats?
You know,
God, please stop the ERP.
I heard what I heard.
Just to let you know, when we went to Burger Shot earlier, somebody said there were zombies running around, so be careful.
There is that weird chicken over by Burger Shot. So.
Can I just say one more? Oh,
Cleo.
I just wanted to say one more thing.
The court will give you leave and recompense to say whatever you want. What do you got to say, Cleo?
Jesus.
I think, even though I'm on the skeptical side when it comes to supernatural stuff, I think that there should be some sort of a subdivision within the FIB for supernatural investigations,
when you need
aka
something
the
that has our
X-Files,
essence,
aka
like something that has our essence.
Bob
I
Smith
can
died
be,
for
I can be
this.
Fox.
Yeah, I was
can
gonna
be
say
Fox
we literally had that.
We have the
There's a
SCU.
sub-
It's also the spooky
Spooky
crimes
Spooky
unit.
Crimes Unit. Yeah, the
You're
spooky
the
crimes unit.
X-Files.
Because I can give you my baton. That's got a
He's
lot of your
literally
mom's essence.
demonic. How can you be skeptical?
And you want to be Fox Mulder.
Bob Smith
What?
and
Okay,
Cletus
she didn't
Cornwood had a
Something
division.
She didn't hear. Like, I think I'm more. I think I'm more
The
like
baton will work
chaotic.
perfectly then. We just gotta find something for me.
Like, I feel like I fit Mulder in terms of the
I'm using
personality.
my
and
machete,
I fit
hard
Scully is like the reasonable
Maybe.
adult.
But if you want to come over and dress up, you're definitely going to be Scully. So let's get us somewhere.
No, the baton
Let's
is.
move
Does that
on.
mean you're Mulder?
Don't worry about it.
Just call me Fox.
Oh my god! I can't.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out.
Okay.
Finally, someone who outwits Lennon. Jesus.
Okay.
No, I was talking
I
about
make
your
a-
dad.
a
You made a
motion
Confirm that
comment.
the testimony you're
First-
about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury. So help you, the Lamb God, Nikita.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. This one's all sworn in, and she's all yours, Bundy.
All right, ma'am, please state your name for the record.
Leo Shaw.
Okay, and what is your occupation or place of employment, Cleo?
Various places. Cafe. Rooster's Rest. Hayes. The Pit Tattoo Parlor. And
Thanks.
I think that's about it from the top of my head.
Were you
full-time
at?
daughter.
That one's true. Were you at any of your places of employment on July 5th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And which location of employment was that?
That was Uwu Cafe.
Okay. Were you with anyone while you were at Uwu Cafe?
Yes, I was. I was with Demi and Lester for a little bit before I then was with Reggie Might and Ash Ketchup with Flop, who arrived later on.
Okay. While spending time with the last three individuals mentioned, did you notice any unusual vehicles in the area of Uwu Cafe?
No, not prior to a specific incident occurring. I didn't notice.
Okay. What was that specific incident?
In which I was held at gunpoint and told to get into the vehicle.
Okay. Can you describe for the court the vehicle that that individual was driving?
It was a beat up, brown and color vehicle. From what I can recall, I believe it might have been a two-door.
Okay. Can you describe the individual that was inside of that vehicle?
Short, brown, auburn hair with a beanie and a blue denim jacket.
Okay. And the firearm that that individual
It's
brandished
actually
at
pretty
you, can you
decent
describe that to the
today.
court?
It just
It was
gets
a
really,
Class
really
1
warm
firearm.
in
I'm
this
unsure
room,
of the make and model.
and rightfully so,
that's fine.
because
Did they say anything to you when they brandished the firearm at you?
got some heat.
They
I love
said my name and told me to get into the vehicle.
And how did you respond to that demand?
I raised my hands and I got into the passenger side of the vehicle.
What happened after you entered the passenger side of the vehicle?
The individual driving the vehicle began driving and started talking about various subjects.
Okay. What direction did they begin driving in?
They from Uwu Cafe, they went I'm trying to remember. They were heading in the direction like towards MRPD, you know, before you reach the opposing lanes of travel, the one-way lane, and then they took a left and started heading northbound.
Okay. And what were some of the subjects that they were discussing with you?
They started discussing someone by the name of Like, and they were doing this for Like, and also touch base on PD corruption.
Can you remember anything specific that they said about PD corruption?
It was more of a generalized topic of conversation. They touch base on my family. One being yourself, Bundy is my dad, and Lily Pond, my sister. Spoke about Louis Bloom as well, who's dating Lily Pond and works alongside her in the Unified Police Department. They touch base on their dismay of experiencing PD corruption and their generalized thoughts on being opposed to PD corruption.
Okay. You say that they talked about being exposed to PD corruption. Did they specify in any way?
Negative.
Where did the vehicle travel to? Did the vehicle come to a stop anywhere?
Yeah. They drove to Toledo Bay, the location in which herself, Lily, Lucy, us as a family would often reside to. But you know where the bench is? It's at the peak of Toledo Bay, by the beach. They drove the vehicle onto the beach itself, directly below and in front of the large hill, overlooking the ocean and the shore.
And just to confirm, that would be the eastern peak of Toledo Bay,
Yes.
where that inlet is.
Yes.
Yeah. What happened after you arrived at that location?
They instructed I step out of the vehicle, and then asked me to tell them about the investigation into them, touch base on the IRC chat, and they then kicked me in the back of the knees, so I would hit the ground, and then forcefully pulled my wrists against my back and zip tied my wrists. They then teased what was to come by pushing the machete in their hand against my mouth. They then
thank you for being a friend.
Away and asked me again information that they had that I had on the investigation, which I didn't have. And then grabbed me by my hair and dragged me to the rear end of the vehicle, and forcefully opened my mouth and pressed it against the exhaust of the vehicle, forcing me to inhale the fumes before forcing me to stand up and get in the trunk of the vehicle, and stated that this was the that because I'm not talking, they need to take me to the second location.
Did the individual try to converse with you at all while you were inside of the trunk of that vehicle?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Did they try shouting at you from the driver's seat or give you any instructions or anything along those lines?
No, they
Yeah.
merely mentioned that
Lennon, she's trying to be here for Cleo, but
well, I can't see.
she can't hear it. It's kind of like when they went into description about her being waterboarded.
They mentioned that I will, once I get out of the vehicle, that I'll remember this location because they stated that you and your family metal detected here.
Thank you for that 5, Bob Perkin.
So they specifically took you to places where our family had visited previously. Did the trunk eventually open?
Yes, they removed me from the trunk of the vehicle, and I realized that the location was close by to the spot that yourself, myself, Lily, Lennon, who's my mum, and Hardcastle metal detected a little while ago. And it was we were directly under the Fort Zancudo bridge next to this one.
Okay. What happened after the trunk opened and you recognized the location?
I was taken directly beneath the bridge and forced to get on my knees, and then they asked me what Lily and Bloom like to do whilst off duty, which though I am close with both those individuals, I'm not sure. I told the mere truth. I don't know. I don't know what they get up to.
And how did they respond to that answer?
By forcing the machete between my teeth and slicing through either side of my cheek. And I resisted, but ultimately both ends of my cheek and most of my mouth were deeply cut.
Poor Lennon.
We've previously heard testimony from 2 police officers that upon their arrival on scene, the defendant
Poor Lennon.
filming. Do you recall the defendant filming?
I recall when I noticed the Explorer on my right hand side approach, I screamed for help. When the suspect
Pizza and beer chat? Hell to the
the units in that Explorer were approaching, they ran towards the
I treated myself to a frappuccino earlier, so
video camera and then got into the vehicle.
it was a frappuccino day.
At any time during the course of these interactions with the suspect, did they identify themselves?
They mentioned the name Jacker, though I don't believe that they identified themselves as Jacker. I believe they identified themselves as Asher. And the reason I know of this information is because before I arrived to Ulu Cafe, they were actually present in the vehicle with myself, Demi Black, and Lester. At that time, I don't believe, I definitely wasn't aware of who that individual was, and nor do I believe that Demi and Lester were aware of the individual and who they truly were. It was just, Demi was just giving Asher a ride, and that was that.
Okay. To your recollection, what transpired after police arrived on scene?
The suspect got into the vehicle and began driving, I believe,
Yeah, Hurricane. I agree.
southbound.
I think things are good.
Like went straight ahead and I believe the city left southbound. The units that arrived on scene were Lewis Bloom and Lily Pond. Lewis Bloom instructed Lily Pond to eject from the vehicle, and Lewis Bloom stayed with me, calming me down. Lucy, officer at the time, who is an EMS, also arrived at the location and provided first aid to the best of her ability before EMS arrived in a helicopter.
Okay. Prior to this trial, were you aware that the defendant, Giacomo Romano, was following you?
I was aware that I was aware a few days prior. I can't recall the exact date, but I may be able to if I had my phone on me to check. I was with Pest Speedwagon at Uru Cafe when we noticed an individual in on a motorcycle, a blue hoodie and a motorcycle helmet with cat ears, constantly passing me by and stating my name, Cleo, multiple times as they passed by in a robotic tone. They were spotted on the freeway directly opposite Uru Cafe, just watching. It looked like they pulled out their phone at one point and also got on radio. The day of the incident occurring in which I was kidnapped and tortured, I received an unknown number call in the presence of yourself, Lennon, and Lucy in your home in Harmony. And it was the exact same voice, the exact same tone, stating the exact same thing. It was Cleo, 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 Cleo before they promptly hung up. I knew that I was potentially within their attention range. And after the incident occurred, I realized that I had actually spotted the individual who identified themselves as Asher wearing the exact same clothing. Not driving by, but walking around Uwu multiple times. And I believe I saw them get into a vehicle at one point and drive past me on one or two occasions.
And prior to this trial, were you aware that the defendant was taking photographs of you?
Yes, I was aware.
How were you aware of that?
An image of myself, including other family members, were posted on Twitter.
Do you remember the Twitter handle that posted that image?
I think it was Neko something.
Okay, to the best of your recollection.
Hi, Summer. Oh, I'm not upset, baby. It's okay.
And the last question that I have for you, Cleo, are you able to identify your attacker in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And who was that?
Dr. Romano.
Can you describe to the court what he's wearing?
Red button-up shirt, white blazer, white tie, and a pair of sunglasses.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any?
Nope.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Rashad, did you ever see the face of your kidnapper?
Yes.
At what point?
Should we go back in, chat?
From the moment they held a weapon to me and informed me to get into the car.
Okay, were they wearing any sort of mask? And did you see any scars on their face or their body at all? Can't recall? You have a pretty good look at Mr. Romano from up in the stand, right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna act like we don't hear that, chat.
So this individual, they were wearing makeup?
As stated before, I cannot recall.
can't recall. Okay, so where is his makeup coming from?
But even if an individual has
I'm going to object to badgering, Your Honor. Although he has permission to leave this witness, she is not an adverse witness. Therefore, he does not have permission to treat her as hostile. So, the question being phrased as "Where did this makeup come from?" is not only vague and ambiguous, but it's also badgering.
Judge, she just said there's a thing called makeup. She again testified that she couldn't recall the individual wearing makeup, but she brought up a makeup nonetheless. So I think it's really fair for me to probe further and figure out what she's meaning by that.
If I can add on to that, it's also argumentative because the question in and of itself is arguing with her. Yes, he has permission to, get a little spicy, treating her as hostile, but that in and of itself has crossed the line into argumentative and badgering. You can rephrase it in a way that doesn't personally argue with the witness.
He absolutely can. And Mr. Hall, I am going to issue you a warning for this witness.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Don't cross the line. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to overrule the objection, so I'm still issuing the warning. Don't cross the line. If you do, I will shoot you down hard and fast, and you won't like it. So let's keep this civil.
Oh, absolutely, Judge. Absolutely. I fully agree. All right, so how did you identify that the individual that kidnapped you was Mr. Romano?
If I can object to asked and answered, she'd already stated that he wasn't wearing a mask and she saw his face.
No, that's incorrect, Judge. That completely misstates her testimony. She said she did not get a good look at the face, and she could not, as well as this is a different line of questioning, or not different line. It's per the parties. I haven't asked this question.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm going to overrule that because I want this clarifying. Please answer the question, Cleo.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure, not a problem. How did you identify the individual that kidnapped you as Mr. Romano?
Because regardless of scarring, that's not the only identifiable feature of an individual. I have scars myself that I can easily cover up, but it shouldn't alter someone's recognition of being able to identify
Saturn
facial features.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. You identified him just based on the face that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. And previously, prior to that date, did you know Mr. Romano to have scars on his face?
I'm going to step in. I don't understand the relevance of this. If she's already been able to positively identify him on scene, I don't understand the fact that he has. Hold on, I'm still speaking. Why, or if he had scars at the time or didn't. She's already identified him. This is going on a tangent at this point. It's irrelevant to the charges at hand.
Well, if she answers the question, Judge, I think it'll become rather relevant quickly. But again,
okay, are you going somewhere?
I am. Yeah.
How quickly are you going to get there?
Just if she answers this question, I will.
This question, then one more, right? So this is the foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to give you this one question. Overrule, Demi. Go for it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. Prior to the kidnapping, did you know Mr. Romano to have scars on his face?
I believe so.
And do you know where those scars came from?
Objection. Again, relevance and sorry. Go ahead.
I'm happy to.
Relevance lacks foundation.
I'm happy to
it also hold on. It also goes outside the scope of our line of questioning. The fact that he was allowed to ask about the scars, but again, it's going down a tangent of where did he get these from? It's not relevant to the court case. It's not within the scope of our line of questioning, and she's already positively identified him. I don't understand how this is relevant, and I feel like it's just a waste of time.
So, yeah, literally what I was waiting for, that was scope. Do you have a response to scope?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. I mean, we've already gone into what the individual looked like, which inherently goes into what the defendant looked like. It's completely reasonable to ask at certain points that this witness has interacted with the defendant what he did look like. And I mean, overall, this line of questioning, it isn't going to identification. It's going to previous motive that the defendant may have had if it's proven that he did this.
Which again is still outside of scope. If you want to recall her and ask these questions in a direct, that's great, but it goes way outside the questions and purview that we've already asked her.
Yep, I've heard enough. I don't think you've got scope here. I am going to sustain that objection and ask you to move on to a different line.
Sure, I can continue, Judge. Now, Ms. Shaw, did the individual that kidnapped you ever say why they did it?
Never directly in terms of myself. I stated before in my testimony whilst being questioned by Jeffrey Bundy, they touched base on my family members and also PD corruption.
Okay. And did they ever say explicitly that the goal of kidnapping you was to end that corruption?
No.
Okay. And did they ever say that you were kidnapped to try and impede the investigation that your family was conducting?
They asked me to speak on several occasions about the investigation held.
Well, respectfully, that's not my question. My question is whether or not they specifically told you that they were kidnapping you to impede that investigation. I'm not really asking, again, whether or not they asked you about the investigation, but whether or not they said it was to impede the investigation.
Your Honor, can I object at this point? I mean, not explicitly leading, but at the very least speculative in nature. We can go down an infinite list of hypothetical questions that may have been asked. She's already been asked what reasons were given. She has answered that question. I don't want to sit here playing 20 questions with this.
It's also counsel's testifying at this point. It's going beyond leading. If he wants to ask these questions, I feel like, you know, he can do it either during direct or asking his own defendant. But asking, did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? I feel like we're going to be here for a million years.
Actually, I do have a response now, Judge.
Why don't we just ask her what he did say?
Yeah, as far as the statement by Prosecutor Black, when it comes to the purpose of the questioning, it is, again, to determine the motive. I mean, the state has established that, you know, the words that the defendant used, right, bringing up corruption, is specifically the motive, and I'm trying to disprove that. I'm happy to move along if, again, you think it would be either cumulative or unnecessary, but I don't agree that in any way there is a valid objection in what they've stated.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to move on. I think that, to be honest, if you want to go into this into direct questioning, if you want to recall this witness, that's up to you. If they're objecting, I have no choice but to see the validity of that argument and sustain.
Sure, absolutely, Judge. Now, Ms. Shaw, at the time of the incident, were you a government official?
Negative.
Okay, so you didn't have any power to actually change the police department at all, did you?
Change the police department in what sense, sir?
In any sort of policy way? I'm happy to elaborate if you like. No? Okay. All right, one moment, Jeff.
Okay.
All right, nothing further, Jeff.
I don't either. I'm good to get her off the stand.
Okay. All right. We do not wish to redirect, Your Honor.
No redirect at all. Okay. Are we marking this witness for recall?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, Cleo. You may step down. You have been marked for recall. Please don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Final witness. Are we going over the evidence now, or do you want to do it in closing?
Prosecution has no further witnesses. As for going over evidence, I will leave that for my co-counsel, if he chooses to.
James, right? No clip. I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to be completely transparent. The evidence in this case is very cumulative. There is a reason that our statement of claim is about 16 times longer than it normally is. I've been in court before. I know regardless of which pieces of evidence I specifically illustrate, you will go over all of them anyway. I will save a specific review for my closing.
Okay, fantastic.
And with that, the prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Fantastic. Thank you, Captain. Then I am going to pass directly over to the defense. Are you ready?
Yes, Judge. We'd like to call Cleo Shaw to the stand.
We want to do our best to shut down any lines of questioning about the prior criminal history, like the criminal interactions of these two. Specifically, we need to be on the lookout.
Yes, Dead Wolf.
Incidents that are going to be facts, not.
How's it going, Miss Shaw?
You are still sworn in.
I am
Sure.
good. Thank you, sir. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Now, where were you on June 10th, 2022, at around midday?
The only one that is going to be facts and evidence.
Objection vague. Can he be a little bit more specific? Midday could mean quite literally any. That's a huge expanse of time, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
narrow the scope.
Yeah,
Sure,
I saw it.
absolutely.
It's hilarious.
Thank
Was that
you.
the my name
Courthouse
is
on June 12th.
is James clip? It's too funny.
I don't know. I was a while ago. I try and remember.
Okay.
June
Do
12th?
you recall attending the bail hearing for Mr. Amato on June 10th?
Oh, yes.
Your Honor, if I may, actually, this is going to be an interesting move. Let me figure out how I want to line these pieces up. At this time, the prosecution is actually going to motion to strike its own exhibit, the People's D, as pure hearsay evidence. Although this report was provided specifically for the purposes of supplying the defense with all Brady material, no witnesses were ever actually called in relation to this particular incident. Specifically, we have no investigative or charging officers in relation to it. Further, the witness that's on the stand that could be testifying to it has actually undergone an expungement since that time, so it's not even a matter of public record. So since the defense has elected to not call any witnesses that can testify to the veracity of this report, we would like to have it stricken.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to respond, Judge.
Please do.
Now, first and foremost, there are two witnesses that can testify to the veracity of it. First and foremost is this current witness, Miss Shaw, as well as Dr. Napier. Both were witnesses to the event. Second off, this is not being used as evidence of impeachment. This is being used as evidence for, again, motivation of the defendant. So in the regard that it is expunged, it doesn't have any sort of bearing as to the purpose of it. Other than that, an arresting officer or charging officer isn't required to not make it or for it to qualify as hearsay in some capacity. So, I mean, I'd ask that you keep the exhibit. I mean, there's clearly witnesses that can authenticate it.
Okay, in that instance, Your Honor, I think the compromise on my end is I would amend my motion to strike the statements of Jessica Hilton, who has not been called, William Stout, who has not been called, Sarah Nade, who has not been called, retaining only the statement of Dr. Quinn Napier.
What's your own that compromise, Jeff?
Okay, it would be hearsay to hear testimony in written form from Stout, Aide, or Hilton because they have not been called by either side, but Napier's still here. And the...
Dun, 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 dun.
Was this ever actually convicted, or is this just charges filed?
Yes, Judge. She was convicted of it, but then it was expunged.
Yeah, it would be an expunged record based on my expert review of the report. That's a pleaded not guilty charge.
Yeah. Okay, so is what it is. Yeah, I'm striking everything but the specific comments of Quinn Napier.
And sorry, the evidence is on there too, Judge, right?
The evidence is still there. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so Miss Shaw, do you need to repeat the question?
Is the question, was I present for the bail hearing?
Yeah.
Yes, I was present.
Okay. And were you there for the entirety of the bail hearing?
Yeah, I dipped out here and there, but I was here for the majority.
Okay. And do you ever, let me rephrase that, what happened as you were leaving the bail hearing?
Objection, vague.
Would you like a chance to rephrase? Or would you like to rebut?
Yeah, no, I don't believe it's vague, Judge. It's very specific, both in the point in time and, of course, the date as to what happened. So I don't see how it's vague.
If I can add on to that, I would also like to say it calls for a narrative. If he can just be a little bit more specific with his questioning, because a lot can happen after one, leaves a bail hearing. Again, it's if we can just limit it down a little bit.
I would like to state, I mean, he's basically already treated this witness as hostile, so I'm not sure why he has to ask such open-ended questions when he could be leading her instead.
I mean, I'm happy to treat it as hostile, Judge. I don't mind that at all.
Are you motioning to treat this witness as hostile?
I am, Judge. She is clearly an adverse witness.
No, we want him to do that so that he can ask very specific questions.
Rebuttal?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, granted.
All right.
Again, you get badgering, and I'm going to shoot you down.
Absolutely, Judge. Absolutely. Miss Shaw, it's true that you stabbed Mr. Romano on at the courthouse, right?
Ooh, objection. Facts, not in evidence.
Also lacks foundation.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to lay a better foundation if you'd like to rule that way, Judge. But there is literally a photograph of Mr. Romano stabbed at the courthouse. So I mean,
No, there is not a photo of him stabbed. There is a photo of an individual on the ground. We don't know what happened with that. So if you could also not testify on behalf of your own witness.
I'm responding to the objection. I don't know how I'm testifying.
There is a photograph that appears to have been taken from approximately a 15 to 20 foot distance showing the defendant lying on the ground. However, there is no substantive or narrative statement within the report substantiating any stabbing whatsoever. So I'm going to maintain my objection. Further, the defense has access to their own medical records and could have filed a HIPAA or FOIA request to receive those to further substantiate any alleged stabbing.
He's just... Oh.
Okay. Hall, rebuttal.
I believe I did rebut, Judge. I mean...
You did, but then we've had more on top.
I see. I don't see... I personally don't agree that anything that was added conflicts with what I've said. I mean, overall, this witness was present for the event. There is other statements and other evidence that do corroborate the event.
Sorry to clarify. There's one statement. All the other ones have been stricken. And as for the evidence,
testament to that as well.
Yes. Just want to make sure it's clarified that we all know that's stricken.
Yeah, just because there isn't a medical report doesn't mean this witness can't testify to stabbing their victim.
Of which no foundation has been laid for as well.
Nor is there any facts and evidence.
Yes.
Bundy's
Okay,
like,
well,
not
I'm
today.
going to give you a little bit of scope. I'm going to give you a couple of questions to get where you want to go, but you better get there very quickly.
Oh, absolutely, Judge. Miss Shaw, did you approach Mr. Romano after the bail hearing?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And what happened after you approached him?
I'm going to object again to calls for narrative. Well, I mean, what happened after she approached him until when? This exact moment? Or that's a lot of information, Your Honor. I'm not ready for that.
Or I can.
Anybody
You know what?
is.
I'll withdraw and ask a different question. Miss Shaw, were you following Mr. Romano around the court lobby?
I wouldn't say following. I approached.
Okay. At the time, did you have any weapons on you?
Yes.
What weapon?
I believe I had a switchblade.
Okay. And at some point, you took that weapon out, didn't you?
Objection. Facts, not in evidence.
Judge, if I can't ask a witness what happened for something that they were there, even though we've already been over this, there is
That wasn't your
evidence.
exact question, though, was it?
No, it's not.
No, Judge, I'm saying.
What was your question? No, come on, hold. Word for word, what was your question?
Word for word. I gotta be quite honest with you, Judge. I don't recall.
Oh.
God, if only William Stout was here to testify.
Oh yeah, it was. What did you? No, did you take out the knife? You just testified to having a knife.
Okay. Rephrase. Come on, no, come on, hold. You hit them when they were doing their shit about fucking laying foundations. If you want to ask these questions, you better start laying some foundations. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to sustain every time they hit you.
Well, that was a foundational question, Judge. Did you take the knife out?
I love that question. So I go on, Cleo, answer the question.
Thank you.
What was the question, sir?
Did you take the knife out of your pocket?
Yes.
And what did you do with it?
I am going to again object to facts, not in evidence.
I'm also going to add on to that to objection of scope, not with his line of questioning, but scope as far as this trial is concerned. I'm going to tack on relevance and scope. One, it goes outside the scope of this trial. Nothing was...
Hello, new friend.
Actually, let me rephrase that. It's not relevant to the charges at hand. Everything that happened at the bail hearing has no relevance to the charges that he is being accused of today, as well as there is no evidence for the whatsoever. No medical reports.
Stop!
No
He's already down.
One individual, and again, has no bearing on the court case at hand.
Judge, I'd love to respond. When it comes to the objection, just because there isn't a specific photograph or medical report, let me put it this way. When it comes to other testimony that we've heard, it isn't facts and not in evidence because some of the officers didn't take a photograph of the individual they found on the scene, the kidnapping. They saw it. They were a direct witness. They can testify to that fact. Just because Ms. Shaw didn't write up a statement admitting to stabbing someone doesn't mean it didn't happen, and doesn't mean I can't ask her about it. Again, there are other pieces of evidence that do substantiate that all of this happened. It's
Also,
not like we're coming into this blind. Other than the relevance objection, again, this is relevant. Again, I've said over and over again, it's going to get there, but it goes to establish the motive of the defendant, which is a very key part of this trial. So, yeah, this incident didn't happen on any of the dates that are being alleged by the state, but again, it's still relevant in the fact that it goes to the motive.
Your Honor,
I keep giving
you
you scope to get that, and you're not getting there.
I keep getting objected, Judge.
Well, I do also want to say, as on to the facts on and evidence, he literally just said officers on scene taking photographs, and we would have their testimony. However, the defense did not call any of the officers or any of the other individuals involved. Could have called officers on scene, could have called Jessica Hilton, could have called William Stout, could have called Serenade, and he chose not to. So
don't need to. She was a witness.
Still, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Pretty interesting of you to assume that someone who pleaded not guilty and had their record expunged did it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just doing objections in court right now because, you know, again, seems like there could have been witnesses to this that could have been called that weren't this witness. You know, something to substantiate this.
Watch this.
I have no record on the public record or any other record about whether or not Cleo Shaw actually committed these acts. I don't have it. It isn't added. I have that these things are alleged. I had the fact that she pleads not guilty. I'm going to have to ask you to move on. Like, it's just not there. Find a different line of questions.
Sure. Miss Shaw, did you stab Mr. Romano?
Objection. This is literally what he was just told to move on from.
Yep.
This is completely different, Judge. I mean, I'll let you rule on it if this
It's
is
the
same
same
objection.
question, just decorated in different wrapping that we just had a 10-minute discussion about.
Different line of questioning. Mr. Hall, please.
Absolutely. Miss Shaw, what is your relation? What has been your relationship with Mr. Romano?
What is the defense there anyway? Retaliation?
I wouldn't say that I've had a relationship with him in any capacity.
Okay. Now, have you met or have you been in contact with him on multiple occasions?
I have spoken to him prior, yes.
Sure. And any of those occasions, have you committed a violent act against him?
Again, same objections, facts not in evidence.
Yeah,
There's nothing to back up this line of questioning.
I'm just going to speak plainly. He can try to go through the side door, the back door, the window, but it's still the same line of questioning.
Yeah, it is. And if I keep giving you the scope to do this and you keep doing this, like, at some point I become complicit. Hall, move the fuck along. You're brushing on contempt.
No cross-examination for the witness, Your Honor.
Nope.
Stop! He's
Okay.
already down.
Cleo, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. You are no longer required if you don't want to be.
Can you keep this attitude? I sent you a message, but can you keep this
Oh,
attitude up tonight,
gross sex
please?
things.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't.
this,
I'm
this
good.
This isn't dying
What?
down anytime soon.
Nothing.
Say that again, Demi, for the court.
Did I
What was
do
about
okay?
sex things?
Did it help?
Yeah, on record.
What's that?
I said
Did I do
gross
okay?
sex
Did
You
it
did.
help?
You did excellent.
that I
Make it
didn't
less
want to
gross. Come
overhear
here.
that I did. Oh God,
You
what?
did perfect.
I'm just saying, I can make it less gross.
No, I know that was hard.
It'll involve me.
Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna lie. It was. It was.
We just gaslit the fuck out of this whole courtroom.
I don't know that I've ever gaslit something so hard before through like official objections.
It's been
It's
so
called,
fun just tag teaming this
Dr.
shit. Being like,
Napier
well,
was
hold on.
Dr. Quinn Napier, you are recalled.
it.
You are still sworn in. Thank you for remaining patient and coming
Oh,
back.
this
I
is what
appreciate
love
you.
about court. This is the good feeling. Does it make me feel dead
Get
inside?
on up there again and object some more.
Oh yeah, 100%.
All right, Dr. Napier, who are Jacka's personalities?
I have only met Tobias. I'm unsure of which names in the IRRC chat are personalities versus real people.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And have you formed an opinion on the cause of the affliction?
Objection, Your Honor. This is going to sound very familiar because I objected to it approximately 2 hours ago. But facts, not in evidence. There was nothing on the July 2nd, 2022 report indicating the basis for those opinions. And the defense has been afforded more than enough opportunity to request a secondary or follow-up report from Dr. Napier.
Happy to quote where where it's literally stated in the medical report, Judge, if you'd like.
Please do. Which medical report and highlight, please?
It should be number 2. Let me double check for. Yes, it is medical report 2. The title says report 1, I believe, but it was submitted as 2. Okay, and I'll quote here. I believe his condition is split personality disorder, with Tobias being a coping mechanism in response to the months of assault and harassment Jack has been through.
Second paragraph, second sentence. Okay, got you. Okay, keep your questioning to what's within the report and we can proceed.
Oh, absolutely. Have you formed that conclusion, Doctor?
Yeah, this mental break, split personality, whatever it may be, it directly is caused from the months of abuse and torture and violence and everything that he's experienced.
I'm going to object to this statement that the doctor has just made. I guess, correct me if I'm wrong if this has been mentioned in the report, but is there anything backing up those claims within that report? Otherwise, it's going to be facts, not evidence.
Judge, the
Again,
witness
correct
doesn't.
me if I'm wrong. I haven't read the report. I don't have it open right now. So my
Yes, it
co-counsel
is.
may have to step
It
in.
is all in there. I'm asking the
I'm gonna go
witness
throw
a
up in the
conclusion based
bathroom.
on her
Oh,
evaluations. Now, we don't need to provide evidence, nor does this witness need to testify or provide evidence to specific situations. I'm sure that all was talked about in their evaluation, and that's what I'm asking about. Not proposing that any of this happened, but it was discussed during the evaluation.
I'm going to overrule that. I think everything that we're dealing with is within the report right now, and also totally relevant because of Dr. Napier's expert opinion.
Good job. Dr. Napier?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I can. Now, during the course of your evaluations, what assault and harassment is being talked about in that conclusion that you just referenced?
I can provide a list of some of the detailed ones that I was told about.
Yeah.
But Jacques was kidnapped by BBMC, thrown out a helicopter into the prison yard. He lost his legs. Jacques was kidnapped by Cleo Shaw, burnt and cut up, and that's why his scars and skin look the way it is. And I believe there was something else that happened straight from Cleo, but I don't remember. But then I also witnessed Jacques leaving the courtroom here. Cleo was following him and just getting in his face about stuff, and he kept asking her to leave him alone. I asked her to leave him alone too, because we ended that bail hearing with, stay away from Cleo because it's just a disaster. And then she started punching him and beating him out of the chair. I called 911, and when I turned back around to look at him, he was on the ground, bleeding out everywhere. And I don't know if it's hearsay, but someone told me that his throat got slit. So I don't know. That might be hearsay.
Objection,
there we
hearsay.
Okay. I don't know at what point, you know what I mean? So.
Sure. Judge, could I get you to pull up?
Yeah, can we go back to that objection just to make sure that one point is stricken from the record?
Yeah, that's fine.
Judge, can I get you to put up? I can get.
Hold on, we still have
No. We're dealing with an objection on the
I'm
floor.
sorry, I
by
thought you
hearsay.
sustained the objection, Judge. My apologies.
No. Do you want to rebut?
No. As far as what was said at the very end, I don't have.
You're happy with me striking that? Okay, I'm going to strike the final piece of that sentence.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. What do you want me to pull up?
Yes, it should be in the same report that much of the statements were stricken. I can get the report number. I'm just looking for the photograph marked marked stabbing scene.
Okay, which report is that? There's like
No, that's
8 through
okay. 47954.
I just airdropped you the photograph that he's talking about, Your Honor, for convenience of the court.
Is this what you're looking for, Mr. Hall?
That is, Judge, yeah.
Okay.
And Dr. Napier, what is depicted in that photograph?
Jacques is out of his chair. I did see her punch him out of his chair, or attempting to. But Jock's out of his chair. He's on the ground. There was blood everywhere. And I got the EMS was there. The police came. And then I met Jacques at the hospital after to give him a ride back to get his chair.
Okay. And what's depicted in that photograph you were a witness to?
Yeah, I mean, like my back was turned when I called 911. Like I said, I didn't witness like the actual knife. But when I turned back around, there's blood everywhere. I didn't like notice that it was his neck. You know, that's why it wasn't in my statement to the police, because I didn't know that his neck was slit till after I was talking to other people.
Gonna object to everything about the neck as hearsay, Your Honor.
Sorry, I thought we were still talking about all that from before.
I'll let you roll the objection, Judge.
Okay, I'm going to sustain and remove everything about the neck wound.
Thank you. Okay. I just saw blood everywhere.
Just the things you directly saw, Doctor.
Who perpetrated the attack?
Cleo Shaw.
Okay. And is it your opinion that this attack in any way influenced Mr. Romano's condition?
Yeah, this was one of, I mean, I think 3 at this point. And he was being heavily affected by these things going on. Sorry if I'm having problems. Okay. And after this one too, it was 2 or 3 days after, he ended up in the ICU as well. I don't know who put him there. He doesn't remember, but it was shortly after that I got called in being told that he's going by Tobias, and they think he has DID. So, you know, in my opinion, he just cracked. He couldn't take it anymore, and just cracked down into this other personality.
And that other personality, is that what perpetrated the attacks that have been alleged today?
I honestly don't know, because I can't really follow I was trying to read the reports and understand. I honestly don't know. Whatever's in the police report, like I don't have firsthand knowledge of, right? So
Mask in the courthouse, please, ladies.
Doctor, in your expert opinion, do you believe that the defendant was undergoing a mental health incident on July 5th?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. We've got the July report that's dated prior to that, but we do not have the follow-up incident reports or any follow-up expert opinions or anything else that would tend to indicate what this is. So, facts not in evidence.
Sure, absolutely, Judge. When it comes down to it, she is and has been entered as an expert witness, so she can give opinions based on, you know, things that she hasn't just directly evaluated Mr. Romano on.
Yes, but the defense has been afforded an opportunity. Again, their client has been in jail for well over 20 years at this point. He could have undergone subsequent evaluation at any time between July 5th and today.
They're required to do so for her to form an opinion, Judge.
Simply, the people's standpoint on this is that if they want to assert a mental health defense, then they should have actually gotten a mental health expert evaluation after the fact.
Judge, we have not made the assertion that he's innocent by insanity. We haven't claimed that. It would have been entered in previously. I'm not making that assertion. We're not asking about that either.
With that rebuttal, objection relevance as well, then.
Yeah, that's my question. Where are we going with this then?
Sure. I mean, the mental state of the defendant is very important when it comes to the attacks on July 5th and that have been alleged.
So this is purely motive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to once again give you a very narrow amount of scope. This is the time, Counselor Hall, where you ask the question you want to ask that you've been beating around the bush around, and you get to the point.
Oh,
if you don't, it's going to get shut down, okay? Because they're going to object next time too. So if you don't actually get to the question you need, you can have a problem, right? So ask the question.
Okay, when the defendant attacked Miss Shaw, as has been alleged, why did he do it, in your expert opinion?
I am again going to object to facts not in evidence, and that no expert opinion on this matter has been entered whatsoever. Further, the expert that's on the stand has already testified she has no firsthand or realistically even third-hand or second-hand knowledge as to what's transpired. She at best has third-hand knowledge as to what she's heard in this courtroom today.
Listen, Judge, you asked me to ask a question I was getting to, and again, it's the same rebuttal I'd give to the original question, and that is that again, she can form opinions. She is an expert. She has...
can. I've also heard the numerous times the hearsay the doctor has gone into in regards to what she is aware of. I am going to hear her answer because I want to hear it, but I will weigh it accordingly. Answer the question, please, Dr. Napier.
Can you repeat the question? Just specifically, I'm trying to understand again.
No, absolutely. Why did the defendant, in your expert opinion, why did the defendant attack Miss Shaw, as has been alleged?
Well, I mean, I did write it in the letter as well, that I did believe he was having sort of a mental break because of all the past assault and everything that was done to him. So him attacking Cleo Shaw, she attacked him, and with him having a mental crisis going on, I'm sure it was probably like, I don't know. I think maybe his other multiple, personality was able to do something that he couldn't do, because Tobias, as I said in the report, is stronger than Jaka, calmer, could handle pain better, could handle a lot of things better. So, his psyche may have broke out Tobias.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I have to object to speculation. She has said probably, maybe, as I said prior to the incident. This is pure speculation at this point, Your Honor.
Again, she's an expert judge. I'll let you rule.
She's an expert that doesn't sound very sure of that opinion, Your Honor.
Well, that can be brought up during trial.
Again, I can weigh all of the probablys and maybes. I will assign the level of weight to them that I feel is necessary. Although I do note and fully understand that objection.
Understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm going to let it go because I actively want to hear what Dr. Napier has to say. Hall, if you're going anywhere, please.
I just have one question, Judge. One more. In your opinion, Dr. Napier, was this a case of revenge?
Yes, he told me actually directly that the things he's been doing
Bundy, let me go.
are revenge against the Bundy family.
Thank you.
Same. Okay.
Demi wearing at the leash like she's Doug.
Okay, Dr. Napier, was it specifically the personality Tobias which you spoke with during your July 2nd, 2022 evaluation?
Yes, Tobias was the only personality that, even Jaka wasn't around. Tobias was the only one that was around when I saw him in Parsons for the first time. He was in there.
And your report indicates that Jaka is the main personality, like that is who the defendant is at his core, right?
I said I do believe, yes.
Okay. And did you testify earlier that dissociative identity disorder and or split personality disorder may affect the memory of individuals?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Okay. And you said earlier it is one aspect of dissociative identity disorder that individuals will have different pasts or stories that are attached to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with split personality, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said earlier that they may compartmentalize some of these memories or remember events differently than one another, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it possible that the memories that were supplied to you by Tobias during that July 2nd
Lennon
interview
is
were
concerned about
incorrect
Cleo.
as they apply to Jaka?
But she
Which
saw
specific
Pez and
memories
Lucy
are
go
you
after
talking
her.
about?
the memories of
She
the
will
trauma that
definitely
you
check on
alleged
her when she
created
gets
Tobias?
No, those came from our sessions previously. As you can see, there is the report on whether he's fit or not fit for court. Me and Jaka had multiple sessions before this mental break.
Okay. Were there notes that were produced on those sessions?
I have written some generalized notes, yes.
Okay. Is there a reason that those medical reports and evaluations were not supplied to the court upon a subpoena?
As we've discussed with the lawyers and the police and the judges, the whole psych department has made it clear that if you want something specific from us, a certain letter, certain information, you need to let us know what you want so that we can write that up. Otherwise, you're going to get, 200-page novel on our clients. So unless I'm requested for something, and like Hall was just assigned to Jaka a few days ago. So that's why there's a bit of this confusion.
Understood. I'm going to pass to co-counsel, but I may have a motion after this.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
1 second. Okay. Previously, you stated that the personality break that the defendant experienced was a direct result from what occurred at the courthouse after the bail hearing, correct?
No, it's not just the courthouse.
But did that play a big impact on it?
No, there was another attack after that.
Okay. How big of an impact did the courthouse bail hearing have on the defendant?
I could not tell you.
Okay. Let's see.
This is gonna be good.
Judge, could you go over? Actually, I just need a quick moment with my co-counsel.
Okay.
Did she not just state before that it was a direct result from the bail hearing?
I mean, that's what she was getting into with the whole revenge thing. So
I'm very confused because like that whole thing, like she was.
I think we just bring that up in closing, to be honest, at this point, because she's contradicted herself about 3 times on the stand. So.
Okay. All right. I just have a few more questions then. How long have you been a psychologist?
Just under like 10 years. So 7 or 8 years. Yeah. 7 or 8 years.
And per the evidence that's been presented with the court, you had 2 sessions with the defendant, correct?
I had much more than 2, actually.
But per the court evidence, there were 2 sessions.
Correct. 2 letters, sure.
Okay. How long were the 2 sessions?
Hours?
How many hours estimated?
2 to 3.
2 to 3 hours. So in 2 sessions, we'll say 6 hours, about right?
For the 2 letters, sure.
Okay. All right. And I'm only referring to court evidence here as what's been presented on the docket and been presented in court with these 2 sessions lasting 6 hours. After about 6 hours, that was when you felt comfortable diagnosing the defendant with, was it DID?
At the time, I diagnosed him with split personality as I only met one personality.
Okay,
There's a
so
difference
split
between the 2.
personality.
Yes,
So 6
regardless
hours.
of personality disorder.
Okay, so 6 hours later, you were like, okay, this guy definitely has split personality.
Well,
Objection,
the
Benjamin.
first sessions weren't part of this personality thing. That
Okay,
was...
we've got an objection on the floor.
I'll
Dr.
throw
Newby,
the
give me a
objection.
second. Okay, Demi, let's rein it back just an inch.
Okay. All right. Now, I just want to say, in the previous line of questioning, you stated, that this could be, or actually, no, you said you were very sure that this was an act of revenge. How do you know this if you only had spent 6 hours with the defendant?
He's told me in past sessions that
Okay, I'm only referring to so 6 hours because that's only been recorded on the docket. We don't care about other sessions. Okay. All right. So you're very sure that this was an act of revenge. I got your answer. However, in your previous testimony, when defense counsel was questioning, you said words like probably a lot. You said words like maybe, and you speculated. Okay. How are you so sure that after 6 hours, it was revenge? when you weren't sure of anything during the previous line of questioning? What changed?
Jacques has told me, you know, that some of the things that he's done already were revenge against the Bundy family. And this was for the first letter, the first time I was pulled in for the metamorphine attack. All right. So he told me already that he was taking revenge on the family.
He was specifically taking revenge upon the Bundy family, correct?
Yes. It was just about the family. Yes. That's the whole reason why he's doing what he's doing.
I have no further questions.
Oh, well, I fucking do. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, so during which session did this individual, did the defendant tell you that he was specifically seeking revenge on the, quote, Bundy family? We go by Bundy Bunch, by the way.
Yeah, the metamorphine attacks.
Okay. At the time of the metamorphine attacks, did you have a reason to believe that this was an ongoing plot for revenge?
No, because he wanted to get better and he was sober and we were working pretty well together.
Okay, if you had no reason at that time during that session to believe it was an ongoing series of attacks, why are you including it in your calculus now as to whether this was a revenge attack?
Due to the fact that he's had a personality break and
Okay.
his other personalities are still targeting Bundy family members.
Okay, and Dr. Napier, was he suffering that personality break on July 2nd, 2022 when you wrote your letter to the court?
Yes.
Did you include his revenge calculus or his revenge motives towards the Bundy family during your analysis of him at that time?
Objection, misstates testimony. This opinion that was given was specific to her testimony. You know, it's an opinion that she drew based upon the other incidents in her previous evaluations to apply it to the July 5th incident.
Yes, and I'm asking whether or not it was applied to the July 2nd incident.
Okay, can
a
I
mere
get
3 days
confirmation of
before.
what the hell just walked into my courthouse?
That appears to
monkey.
be a monkey wearing a pink Hawaiian shirt.
Actually,
Also got a
he
chain.
doesn't have a tail.
Ex-lawyer.
No mask!
Miss
Take
Kate?
it off!
Jocko, I will
have
come
a
over there and punch you next week.
Stop
Take off the
threatening the
mask!
defendant.
Kidding.
I don't have a mask.
I don't
I'm
give a
sorry,
shit.
Gabe.
Take it
You can
off.
punch me.
No, it's not his
It's my
face. Take it off.
It is my
If it's his face, we can put him down because he's not a human. Or
I'm
protected
Mighty Joe.
species.
Glad to see you here, Miss.
Well, neither is Doug, so thank you for that, Demi.
He is, in fact. He is a dog. It's protected species.
Yeah, he's a pet. He's
So is that
protected.
silverback
It's a hell
gorilla.
spawn.
Your Honor,
Okay.
would you like
Hey,
me to
I
rephrase the question
Please-
so
please
that
do,
it
please
can
do.
be re-objected to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dr. Napier, did you include the revenge on the Bundy family?
All I
as you
keep
put it
thinking
in your
about
calculus,
every time
or
I'm
in your
hearing all of this
analysis
is
of the
this. Hold
defendant's
on.
mental condition on July 2nd?
I didn't write it in the letter. I didn't want to call out names.
Oh,
Like,
that's
Hold
I
on.
told the lawyers
This
if
is
they
the only
want
thing I
that
keep thinking of.
specifically to let me know, but throwing out other people's names and it ends up on the docket. I don't want to pull other people.
No, that's
into it.
that's. I'm not asking whether you included it in the letter. I'm asking whether or not you included it during your analysis of his.
They're just like
Yeah.
spiking the ball, and I'm loving it. I'm loving every
I know why
second
he
of
was
it.
doing this, yes, I knew why the other personalities are doing this. yeah.
Stop! He's already
so
down.
with that revenge plot in mind, why specifically in your report did you say that he had no further plans and you cleared him to be released from a 5150?
Tobias was calm. He did have no further plans. We were going to meet some more and meeting more
I know, right?
with people in his condition, as I've seen multiple in the city. We can often just rein it in and sort of refocus. And he said that he was going to back off and there was no aggression, there was no plans happening. And we were planning to meet some more.
Okay.
What happened a few days later, I don't know if that was Tobias. I don't know if it was another personality. I don't have those details. So I can't comment as to what happened after the fact. I haven't seen him since Parsons.
Okay, so you
goddamn
cannot
right,
opine
Herkin.
as to whether or not that was a revenge attack then.
Objection, misstates testimony.
She just said, Your Honor, that she can't comment on whether it's even connected to his mental condition, which is a direct contradictory testimony to what she said before.
I mean, it's just logical.
No
Okay, one more
mask!
time. What the hell's going on at the back of the courthouse? Demi, you want to go shoot people randomly for me?
I really do, but I also have questions after this too.
I have
what's
a lot
happening?
of pent-up aggression right now. You need me to go
We
punch
just
a bitch?
Bloom. Do you want to go shoot someone?
No, Gates, you can't
Not
go punching
randomly,
people, you're a
no.
Doctor.
Wait, who am I shooting?
Do no harm, take no
There
shit.
you go, Pawn. Go get up. There's dumbasses in the lobby.
Listen, I just got back. I'm not trying
Okay. I
So we'll
believe
just
there's
send
a
Maze
standing
after him.
objection on the floor.
Maze, I
Your
swear to God,
Honor.
if you come up here,
Okay.
you're a dumbass, I'll shoot you.
One more time. Objection was.
Misstates testimony.
Okay, can you specify for me?
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's asking a question that she already testified to, which is that she could form an opinion, and she did, and that it was a revenge attack. That was his motive.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
You may indeed.
She also literally just said on the stand 30 seconds ago that she cannot opine as to the things that transpired afterwards and how they are directly connected with his mental health. I am asking a clarifying question because she has now provided this court with two opposing standpoints that are irreconcilable.
Okay, then I need the clarification. I agree with your perspective on that. I'm going to overrule the objection because I need to hear this.
Okay.
All right.
So, do you need me to
What's
restate or
question
you
again?
good?
Yes, restate.
Okay.
All right, I
Are
was
you
worried
able
about
to
you. Are you all
opine
right?
as to whether or not
Yeah, I actually had a
the
very civil
July 5th
conversation
attack
today.
by Jaco Romano was in relation
I
to
know. I know.
his prior diagnosis?
Hello, new friend.
The July 5th attack. Yes, he had a mental break, and everything he's been doing has been revenge against the Bundy family. And I come to the conclusion July 5th attack was the same thing. Now, you were asking me specifically about how dangerous Tobias was. My answer to that was I don't know if Tobias did the attack. I don't know which personality that was. So I can't comment as to whether or not Tobias did it and whether or not, the state of Tobias, because there's other personalities in question here. So
Okay. During your June 10th, 2022 evaluation of Mr. Romano, were you aware of the revenge that he was seeking to take against the, quote, Bundy family? That would be the metamorphine evaluation.
yeah, yes, and that was the metamorphine attack. That was his revenge. And like I
Okay.
said,
Good.
we had a good talk after, and there was plans to rein it all in and actually avoid. And that's why he was trying to run away from Cleo after that bail hearing.
Okay, so it was your opinion on June 10th, 2022 that Mr. Romano was not going to continue his plot for revenge, is that correct?
He's a little pussy.
At the time, yes.
Okay. And during your July 2nd, 2022 evaluation of Mr. Romano, was it again your opinion that he was not going to be continuing his series of attacks of revenge?
Yeah, at the time, it was more that he was having a cool down, is what he said, which then, I could work with him with therapy and try to get Jacques to come back out and try to recenter him again and then
Okay.
figure it out from there. So,
Okay. And
like,
is it
he's always, anyone's always a danger. Anyone who's attacked someone is always a danger in the future. You never know what'll set him off.
No,
So.
come on, repeat it.
okay? Yeah, I suppose they could be set off within a mere 2 days and some hours by the sounds of things. All right, I've got no further questions. Demi might.
I do.
Just
Just have a few more.
Yeah, kill
Now
him
you
this morning.
stated before that he was motivated by revenge against
Am
the
I
Bundy
going to get
family,
charged
correct?
for murder after this?
No, you go
Wouldn't
for a
psychologist
license.
Who's been practicing for,
Competence.
you said 7 years. Understand mandatory reporting to disclose information to protect a client or specific individual that the client could be targeting for serious and foreseeable harm.
Objection, argumentative.
I'm asking a simple question here, and it's a yes or no.
She's not asking
arguing at
if there
all.
is a requirement. She's accusing the doctor of not.
Asking if she understands what this is as an individual who's been practicing for 10 years, which I would hope that they would. It's a yes or no question.
Demi, would you like to rephrase that question?
Okay. All right.
Dad, I have a question.
As a
you.
psychologist who has been practicing for 10 years, are you familiar with mandatory
when it comes to
reporting?
going after someone's license,
yes,
due to an incident that occurred,
Uh,
past the statute
now,
of limitations,
stated
does
previously,
it
would you classify
completely
revenge
diminish it?
as serious
I'll
or
reach
foreseeable
out to you
harm
about
to
that
someone in the
later.
future?
I need to focus on writing this closing.
Yeah, sorry.
So we only report when we
It's
believe...
a yes or no question. Yes or no question. Do you classify revenge as serious harm to the foreseeable future?
Please
Only
answer the
if-
question as it's asked.
Are they? But
Yes
are they
or
saying
no?
that? No, because here's the thing. you
God,
need
if
to
Bundy's
understand-
text
It's a yes
ever
or
get
no question.
ever get, if Bundy's or
I
Lennon's
don't
text
know.
ever
It
get
depends
like
on the person. It honestly
subpoenaed?
depends on the person.
In this case,
What a
you have
read.
Jaka Romano stating that he wants to commit revenge against the Bundy
no.
family. It's a
No.
yes or no question.
Objection.
If you classify
That's
that,
not
Stop,
evidence.
stop. Dr. Napier, can you answer that question, yes or no?
I know, right?
Which one?
The first one.
Repeat that.
Demi?
would you classify revenge as serious and foreseeable harm?
Foreseeable revenge, yes.
Okay.
No.
Next question.
Okay, that wasn't what I asked though.
Okay.
I'm gonna repeat it again. Would you
Yes, please. One more time.
would you classify revenge as serious and foreseeable harm?
It depends on the situation, but yes. Like there.
Yes. Okay, so yes. Perfect. Great. That's all I needed. Yes. Okay. So if you consider it a serious and foreseeable harm, why didn't you report it?
Because it wasn't foreseeable.
You just said that it
He
was.
said that he
No, hold on.
No, you only get to answer the question that's asked. That's the way this works, Dr. Napier. Trust me, I understand there will be missing context. I get that. You are not on trial here. Something else is on trial here. This isn't about you. This is about Jacko Romano. Don't get caught up on the way you think this makes you appear publicly. I just need you to answer the questions that are asked. Okay?
Repeat the question.
Thank you.
I know,
So why
right?
didn't you report it?
Report past revenge?
No, you said previously.
Okay, I didn't report because he had no plans to do future revenge. He said he was done.
But you just said that the whole thing is motivated by revenge against the Bundy family.
Yeah, I mean, this clearly is continuing on, but
How
I
is it
didn't
clear
have
if you
any
didn't think it was
idea.
gonna happen? It's not ended like you had previously.
Well,
I'm trying to
we
figure out which
can-
is it.
I
I'm
can
sorry,
only
Judge.
go.
I gotta object. This is quite clearly badgering. Asked and answered as well. She's asked the same question because she's not getting the answer she wants.
I
The
am
doctor-
not. She's
the
not
testimony
answering
that
it
has
is the
been given-
problem. And
no, the
she's
testimony
answering
that
it
has been
and
given is in
flip-flopping.
relation to when Jacko was released. Was he going to commit revenge? It's not. You can't apply the same thing to, can you tell the future and say he was going to, commit further acts when he said he wasn't going to?
However, she said both times that it was something he was planning and then something it wasn't. So I'm trying to figure out which
No,
it
I
is
never
because
said
she's
planning.
flip-flopping back and forth. It's very confusing.
Okay.
Don't touch him. Swear to God.
All right.
Demi,
want me
what
to
question
answer
are we hung
this?
up right now? Right now, what question are we hung up on?
Oh my God, I can't remember because I didn't write it down. Can someone remind me, please?
I think it was
I'd
like,
ask-
why didn't you report it or something?
Yeah, why didn't she report? If it's mandatory reporting, why was it not reported?
Oh, hey, Lennon.
Mandatory reporting is for any future
actually nice
acts
to
of
her?
harm. And
What do you mean, am I actually nice to her?
Were you nice to her?
What's up,
Yes, we had a long conversation
However,
outside.
you'd stated in the previous line of questioning that this was revenge as in a continuing process against the Bundy family.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
trying
gonna
to
object
assert
as
I
an
have
answer.
nothing against her. Never
I think
did.
she's answered the question you're trying to
Sometimes
get
I
to.
just get angry,
I-
and I
I'm
do
happy
and
with
say
her answer
things
right
maybe
now.
I
If you-
shouldn't do
If you want to
instead.
go any further with this, Demi, you need to, move on.
Yeah, hold on.
Sai, why are
Let me
you
check
speaking
out
so
that.
reasonably right now?
I know, right? I'm expecting
Okay,
like.
see, I don't think you guys
Kind
know
of
me
want to
very
impeach
well.
her
I'm
if I'm
usually
being
very
honest for
fucking
being a
reasonable.
dumbass, but it's up to you.
Well, okay, let me rephrase. You're usually very reasonable, but you're usually very boisterous about it.
It's.
I've got
it's
nothing.
true.
else
No,
for her.
it's true.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, fuck you.
Breathe.
Okay.
Breathe.
15%
Okay.
off with code
Fine.
Mike at Size Emporium.
You're damn right.
Huh?
I can give you
What?
15%
Oh,
off
is this
the
the
death
side
penalty
card
and
on
only
Gun
take your
Emporium?
arms, legs, and your
You
tongue.
wanna?
Ooh.
Fuck
That's
yeah,
like-
dog.
That sounds like way
We're,
more than
we're
15%.
good. We have no more questions, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what was
It's
that?
like 70% off.
That's a little
Just have a couple under direct job.
Elaborate on
Okay, let's get it.
through
Let's get it.
something.
All right,
I
Dr.
don't know.
Napier.
I
What
like
goes
coffee
into
and
your decision to
quinoa and
release him
kale.
from
How about
Texas
you?
from a 5150?
Whether or not they're a danger to
I mean,
themselves
I
or
don't
others.
see that not being a
We're
possibility.
immediate danger.
There just needs to
because,
be
as you know, Parsons is not
opportunity
staffed, so we
and
can't just hold someone there indefinitely.
building that foundation before
So
getting to
if
that
it's immediate danger,
point, you know?
hold them. If it's not
Yeah.
immediate danger,
Most things take time.
we have no
I can
reason
do
to
that.
keep them there and hold them there.
It's not a no.
And when it comes to mandatory reporting,
I'm just going
are
through
you
a lot right now
required
that I need to figure out.
report
Yeah,
something
like
that would be
that
based
in,
on just your own opinion or speculation of what could happen in the future?
That's the whole
No,
point
I
of
mean, it
mandatory
wouldn't be-
reporting, dog.
It's a speculation.
Huh?
Like, if I tried to file a police report saying, because he has no plans, right? And I didn't speculate that he had plans in the future.
Right. So,
So-
when it comes down to mandatory reporting, you only report what you are told your patient, told by your patient is going to do. So, you only have to report if a patient threatens to commit harm against someone else, essentially.
Yeah, we have to report if a patient is going to do harm to themselves or others in the future. Anything they've done in the past, we do not have to report to the police.
Okay. And I just want to clarify your opinion
look, I'll walk
about
away. I get it.
Mr.
Sisters,
Romano's
whatever.
motive
Just
not
put
being
thought into it,
revenge.
Cleo.
That is based in retrospect
Don't put
with
thought into
everything that
anything
is now
Size
known,
tells you.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a reason why I'm civil with him because I literally take everything that he says.
That's
with a
everything
grain
I
of
have to
salt.
say.
I'm telling you right
Mhm.
now.
And that is what I'm
She's
doing.
head on a swivel with him. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is
Okay.
exactly what I'm
I
doing.
want to thank you for your testimony here today. It's been a pleasure.
So,
Thank you
Mum,
for being
you're
here. Thank
kind
you
of quiet.
for.
Sorry.
Thank you for just
Oh, there we
being a
go.
pleasure.
Yeah, sound great.
Just head on a swivel with him. That's all.
Yeah, no, I.
Okay.
Like what?
I'm able to be around him because I literally I take everything that he says with like a grain of salt.
Judge, can we just have like a
So-
2-minute
Your enemy's
recess? I just want to
close.
confirm with my
Absolutely.
client before. Just to determine whether
Are
he
you
wants to-
discussing whether or not Mr. Romano is going to waive his fifth?
Yes, that's right, Judge.
You have 2 minutes. We're in recess. Everybody go pee, get a drink.
2 minutes is enough for a very quick one.
Who
We're gonna
wants
go
to
make
her
out.
Cry.
Who's going to make out?
More
Why
dance
aren't I
break.
invited?
If anyone
Oh,
wants to
is
join
he
the dance
invited?
break,
Well, I'm not really big on
alright.
sharing.
I
You can bring a
am
partner
gonna- What do I want to listen to?
Sorry,
Empty bag.
Judge. He doesn't like sharing.
though. Yeah, we're not big on sharing, but you can bring a partner, Your Honor.
It's a new
Yeah.
song?
Oh.
Nasty. Oh, yeah, yeah. Empty bag. Here we go.
I told her that the reason why I'm able to be around Cy Carter is that I take everything that he says with a grain of salt, but she needs to keep her head on a swivel with him.
Cy is one of those people that I have always had a very interesting relationship with. He's never gone out of his way to hurt me or anybody that I truly give a shit about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He and I have got an interesting back and forth, and it seems like you and him have an interesting back and forth. So I don't. Hopefully, we can continue not having problems with him.
Yeah, I told her to just head on a swivel with him because you cannot. You can be cordial with him, obviously, but it's you have to watch him side eye definitely.
So how badly do you think that I destroy? How badly do you think Pixie's gonna yell at me for what I just did?
she's gonna have your ass. But you know what? Quinn acts more like a defense attorney than a
I just don't.
unbiased.
Go ahead. I don't understand how she's gonna go in there and say, "Oh, I knew about this revenge plot on June 10th, but I thought it was over." And then, oopsie, it wasn't over. So on July 2nd, I found that out. But then I thought it was over again. But oopsie, now I'm saying it's still part of this ongoing thing that I never wrote down or said to anyone.
Right.
Like what?
Yeah. She has been. I don't want to
How is
say
she-
like covering for him, but she's definitely been.
How is she going to declare him not a danger to himself or others when she literally has IRC chats showing that he's planning on kidnapping?
100%. I totally agree.
Hey, you know how you? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I secretly hope Jaka gets on the stand because if you keep this energy up tonight, if he gets on that stand and you rake him over the coals, you can do anything you want to me tonight.
Jesus, okay. Yeah, that's gonna have to be a challenge.
Stop.
What? I'm just giving him inspiration to literally shred him.
Oh my god!
It's just inspiration to shred him, okay?
God!
What?
I wanted to do that one thing with
Never ends.
the makeshift broom handle and the bolts.
Absolutely.
well,
100.
God,
Absolutely.
Hello, I was talking.
100. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Talking. I was gonna say something.
What?
All right, Judge. Just for clarification, Mr. Romano won't be taking the stand.
Damn it.
Will be. You've been
No, no,
notified as
I
to your
won't.
Fifth Amendment rights, and you won't be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yana, can I ask a suggestion?
I was gonna say.
Next time, like someone starts like.
That, you know how you said, you know how you asked why everyone wants to
but the last
sleep
time I had a
with me?
rubber shotgun, somebody
Psychotic
kidnapped me,
just asked me if I
tortured
wanna
me
be his
with
old
my rubber
lady.
shotgun, and then threw me off
Isn't
a
he
helicopter.
already
So I don't have one right now.
dating that one cop?
Well, I know how that feels.
I don't know. He's
He
probably
literally
fucking his mum.
He literally just bought her an Explorer.
He's engaged to that cop.
That's a lot of
This is why I said head on a swivel,
EMS is
sweetheart.
here if you want to, sir.
Shut the fuck up, JV.
Okay, sorry.
I think Bill getting contempt for people interrupting would be good too.
Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
No matter if you got on the stand or not, anything you want tonight.
Ooh. Okay, Cleo. What's up?
It's a good thing that you're going to be sitting down most of tomorrow.
I
And we've already
know,
got a
right?
wheelchair.
I know. It's
Probably.
perfect.
Give me a couple of days to talk to people. I'm fairly sure me and Siobhan will have you. Okay. No problem.
What did you ask him?
I can be a personal assistant to the judges.
Oh, there you go.
Steve Block just threatened to bomb the courthouse. So.
Anybody who hugs him, if he gets put to death, also has to get put to death.
the warehouse
guys.
though, not the courthouse.
Gates
You can
is
fucking
dead.
try to kill me. I'm a bad.
Rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Bass, hey Roy.
Roy,
Is that
what's
Basil?
good?
That is
Chief of Police, sir.
Hey, bow down, bow down.
Oh, hey, why'd you let him take Wanderlust's call sign?
I think I look like the love child of Bass and Holland.
609 is Wanderlust. Come on, that's one of your own, Roy. You don't even know.
Not really.
Is that Bass?
As long as the cop gives straight up permission and explains what happened, then yeah, Clark can do it.
Hello, new friend.
We're about to move into
paramedic.
closing.
Tell him
What
we
you
were
think?
G&E.
Welcome to the potato stream.
Yeah.
That is the perfect name.
Your Honor, if the decision's been made as to testimony, what are we? Are we waiting on something?
Mr. Romano has decided not to give testimony, so now we're basically waiting on whether or not they want to go over evidence before we move into closing statements.
Yes, we do have multiple objections to test or not to testimony to evidence. So we'd like
You
to
have
go over that.
objections to evidence.
Yes, we'd like to motion for multiple exhibits.
Okay, 1 second.
No,
We are back
my
in
time's over.
session. Stop being washed.
All right.
Okay, what you got for me? Step on up, hit me with it.
Thank you, Judge. First off, there are multiple statements given by witnesses not present, both making them hearsay in violation of the Confrontation Clause. In Exhibit A, I can give you the exact statements, but we'd like all statements of witnesses not present nor testifying to be stricken. That's Exhibit A.
One second.
Take your time, Judge.
Okay, do we have a rebuttal?
Yeah, sure, Your Honor. I would testify, or I would rebut that for the People's Exhibit A, the primary officer, please stand by. So the primary listed officer is Flop Dugong because he's the individual who began the report. But if you note further down, Flop Dugong's statement is listed separately from the debrief because the debrief was written by Sergeant Lily Pond. This is her report that was compiled by her because she was the one processing the suspect, as testified when she fingerprinted, searched him, so on and so forth. So although it may have been started by another officer, it was actually created by her, meaning that the main creator and author of the report is present and able to testify. Further, I would say that if this court is going to require every officer who submits a written statement in any report submitted to this court for the purposes of long-form trials to appear, we are going to have to significantly alter the 6-witness limit, because if my calculations are correct, then in this trial alone, we would have needed to call 12, and this is a small one. Historically speaking, we call in the central officers for those purposes. So yeah, that's the people's rebuttal to that.
Yeah, just in response, Judge. I mean, overall, if they wanted to submit perhaps affidavits or interrogatories that, the defense would have time to prepare and, would understand would be used in trial, absolutely. But these are all statements that, again, we understood that we'd have a chance to cross-examine any of the witnesses. And unfortunately, since they didn't testify, we couldn't, making them, again, hearsay. Of course, there was a previous objection to another report where it was again found that, both officers and witness statements were found to be hearsay, and the same should apply to this report as well.
Here's your issue. As Captain Buddy just stated, we have a firm witness list number-wise, right? We also have a standard procedure that police testimony given in a police report is what it is. Now, there are witnesses listed in this that aren't police officers. However, again, because of the witness list issues, and we already had 5 witnesses listed by the defense, how many witnesses would we have had to go if everybody had to be called who gives testimony in one of these police reports? Mr. Hall, you are asking this court to set a precedent that would change the very way justice is disseminated throughout this city. This is not going to happen because the way we do things is the way we do things.
Absolutely, Judge. In that case, I do have another motion. It's a similar one for Exhibit B, but in this case, we do actually have a witness here, Officer Bundy. There are statements that he made again in Exhibit E, and he very well could have testified. He actually was going to.
Just
but then
real quick, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but can you elaborate? Is that B as in boy or E as in echo?
E. Sorry.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, there are statements in there that were made by one of the prosecutors in the case, and one of the witnesses that was going to get called by the prosecution, but never was. So again, we would classify those as hearsay, and again, the defendant would have a chance to confront that witness making claims against him.
I've got a rebuttal to this one, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is a report which is directly referenced in the People versus Jocko Romano, to which the defendant has already pleaded guilty, as this court has previously noted. This is being introduced simply for the purposes of showing an ongoing series of conduct per Amendment 9. It is also submitted for the purposes of motive per the terrorism statute. The defendant pled guilty to the contents of this report and therefore has waived his Sixth Amendment right to confrontation, which is why I withdrew myself as a witness initially.
Well, no, Judge, it's being used as evidence again to support the claims that they just made. So he absolutely does have a right to confront the witnesses and the statements that were made within.
So why weren't the witnesses? Sorry.
Well, real quick, since we're doing back and forth, I will just conclude with, again, this is already a matter of judicial record in a closed case file, meaning that this court historically can take judicial notice of it. I'm happy to have this record stricken and only refer to the People versus Jocko Romano, where this also appears as an exhibit.
Demi, do you have something to say?
No.
Oh, God.
Well, yeah, I'll just add on. If these were supposed to be witnesses so important to the defense, why weren't they called by the defense? That's all I wanted to add. I'm just being sassy, Your Honor.
You never.
I know.
Yeah, that is actually another point. I'm here. I was available to be called to the stand. Nobody did it, Your Honor. If they wanted to exercise their Sixth Amendment right, then probably should have done that.
Yep.
Yeah, Bundy's here. Bundy was available. If you wanted to call him, you could have called him. I'm gonna deny that motion.
Next. One final motion, Judge. I promise we'll try and be quick. A similar objection, but with Exhibit C, and this one's for lax authentication for all of the exhibits and all the photos having to do with the raid. No officer ever testified to actually collecting anything or substantiating that any of that evidence was actually taken from Mr. Romano's house.
Hey, Your Honor.
I'm just going to rebut that. That's a clear misstatement of testimony. Sergeant Lily Pond, while on the stand, specifically enumerated the items that were removed from the property and stated that she was the one who participated in the raid.
Can't help it.
Further, I would like to state that this is a government record which is regularly kept during the course and scope of business, which makes it inherently self-authenticating, similar to the raid receipts that we drop into suspects' pockets or set on desks for them when they're sitting in the holding of Mission Row. It's a self-authenticating document, Your Honor.
Demi, you also started talking at the same time once again.
Yeah,
Give me the spicy.
I just wanted to bring up that, Pond brought up the very specific helmet that was also photographed from the IRC chat. So the evidence herein has already been testified to and authenticated by Sergeant Pond. If he had any questions to the authenticity of it, he could have questioned it while that was being brought up and while she was addressing the evidence therein. So just because he missed that opportunity doesn't mean it needs to be stricken from the record.
Okay. Anything in one final word on this whole? Because what I will say is, Pond was up here.
Yeah, again, Judge, it's my understanding that was in reference to the separate raid that took place. Regardless, I'm just going to maintain. And last thing, I don't believe she authenticated everything that was seized from the property, just that specific item. But that's all I have for you.
I mean, if you wanted that, you could have gone line by line and asked, but again, you didn't. So your mistake shouldn't dictate that this gets removed from evidence.
I do want to respond. It's the state has.
Okay. Calm down. I'm going to deny that motion too. I want all this evidence. Let's. Right. Is there any evidence you want to highlight? Anything that you believe actually helps instill doubt, Hall?
No specific exhibits I'd like to reference. No.
Okay. Then we're going to move on to closing statements. Is everybody ready, or do you need a couple of moments?
I was born ready, Your Honor.
Hell yeah.
Bundy.
Thank you, Steve.
Mm-hmm. And Hall, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a couple of moments?
Should be all set.
Hell yes, then let's call this shit back into service. Let's go with closing statements. Let's wrap this up.
Want my megaphone?
Closing statements, order in the court.
No, I don't need a megaphone. All right, ready when you are, Your Honor.
The floor is yours, Captain.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor, people of the court. The facts of this case are overwhelmingly clear. Tonight, the defense relies on a storybook fairy tale world in which all terrorists explicitly provide a manifesto written out in blood or a detailed ledger as to the specific intent of their motives. The defense appears to rest a case on the concept that because the defendant did not explicitly state what their motive was, that it cannot be terrorism. The facts, however, contradict that. On June 9th, 2022, Jocko Romano was arrested and sent to Bolingbrook State Penitentiary. He later pleaded guilty to crimes committed, according to his own uttered statements within the People's B, as a result of alleged, quote, police corruption. This alleged institutional corruption led the defendant to inject 4 police officers with metamorphine needles in less than 24 hours, exposing them to addiction, medical complications, and other on- and off-duty hazards through their life and their employment. Mr. Romano was placed onto bail and then subsequently onto parole in relation to these crimes. He was trusted by this court, the court that we stand in, to follow a set of rules and legislative guidelines of this state, as well as the responsibilities that he took upon himself through bail when he elected, first, to pay his bail and be released from incarceration, and second, that he accepted it specifically in parole when he signed the documents. During that time, the defendant partook in active stalking, harassment, and attempted kidnappings of myself, the Assistant Chief of Police, Sergeant Lily Pond, Cleo Shaw, and others. During that time that he was under this court's rules, still fueled by his viewpoints of institutional corruption, Jocko Romano attempted to procure explosives, as stated in the IRC chat, and made plans to strike Corporal Lewis Bloom with a metal pipe wrench at a traffic stop, an action which he attempted but failed. While under this court's rules and still on bail from his prior attacks relating to his motive of alleged police corruption, Jocko Romano broke into the home of Lily Pond, leaving behind his alias of Mekarabe, confirmed by USB dongles found on in his personal possessions, leaving notes indicating that he had, quote, bugged the room and violating a space which Sergeant Pond considered to be safe. During this time, when he was under the rules of this court, he gathered baggies and boxes of marijuana along with marijuana seeds in various states of preparation for distribution, ranging from large dried buds to small packed baggies for individual use and distribution, totaling nearly 2 kilograms of marijuana in a search of his Roy Lowenstein property. And these actions culminated on July 5th, 2022, when the defendant kidnapped Cleo Shaw, ranting and raving about police corruption and the family of Miss Shaw, arguing about alleged police and institutional corruption just as he did in the lower parking garage of Pillbox Medical on June 9th, 2022, less than 1 month before this incident. Less than 1 month before he grabbed a camera while fleeing after maiming the face of his victim and forcing her to inhale carbon monoxide fumes from a vehicle. The defendant specifically referenced, quote-unquote, lick, or like, an individual from an IRC chat located in evidence which later raids and searches dispositively demonstrated multiple accounts and multiple registrations from were registered to the defendant. An IRC chat which was specifically brought up by the defendant himself during the kidnapping of Cleo Shaw just before zip-tying her wrists together and threatening her with a machete in order to interrogate her about an investigation which he was the prime suspect of. Mr. Romano is not a person, Your Honor. He is a manipulative cockroach shrouded in human skin. He has manipulated this court once in the past, convincing it to grant him bail while he continued his treacherous plots. He manipulated Pillbox Psychology, first convincing them that he simply suffered from a simple addiction, and then later that he was no more harm than any other individual within this state. No medical or psychological records support any contention that the harm caused by the defendant has in any way been mitigated. If anything, the records provided say that he is of sound mind and rational decision-making, as much as anyone else in this room currently, according to the report supplied by Dr. Quinn Napier. Mr. Romano has committed a litany of vile and atrocious acts, ranging from simple vandalism to acts of torture against the children of law enforcement professionals in his crusade against police corruption. Our state defines terrorism as the unlawful use of extreme violence and intimidation against the civilian population that would pursue political aims, or, and this is an important distinction, the period followed by a separate sentence, or the unlawful use of extreme violence or intimidation against government entities pursuing the disruption, destabilization, or destruction of these entities for political motives. Mr. Romano has made his motive clear multiple times. His vengeful actions are taken in a demented quest against alleged police corruption. The defense today appears to mask this motive by making allegations of drug addiction, split personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder, or a plot of simple revenge. The expert witness appears to have known of this plot for revenge orchestrated by the defendant as early as June 10th, 2022. However, despite a subpoena granted by this court requesting all medical records, this information was not supplied on record. The defense seeks to make this appear as a long-standing plot for revenge, a fact which is irreconcilable by the lack of notation by Pillbox Medical Psych. Further, Dr. Quinn Napier specifically stated she did not believe that this was going to be an ongoing issue on June 10th, 2022. When he was again evaluated on July 2nd, 2022, where he was released From a 51-50 hold, Dr. Quinn Napier states she did not believe it was going to be an ongoing issue. A release which implicitly means that the defendant is no longer a harm to himself or to others. Further, Dr. Napier testified today that she did not believe on that date, July 2nd, 2022, that this plot for revenge would continue. So why should anyone in this courtroom believe that on July 5th, 2 days later, that it was going to? Today, the defense relies on expert testimony to demonstrate that this was a plot for revenge with no proof whatsoever. From an expert who on several prior occasions believed that Mr. Romano was no longer a threat to himself or others despite his continued acts of violence. Mr. Romano has taken further actions to cause intimidation and extreme violence against the civilian population as well as members of the Unified Police Department. Intimidation against Lily Pond and myself while we were stalked, harassed, had our homes broken into, vehicles backed up to our front doors, with our loved ones' presence, twats directed at our attention, indicating we were being stalked, followed, and harassed, and violence against Cleo Shaw, a civilian of this state and a daughter of a law enforcement officer, espousing his motivation before brutally maiming her. If these actions do not constitute terrorism, Your Honor, then this court may as well rename the charge to compromising medical neutrality, because I promise you that there will be no point for it other than simply charges regarding or arising out of Pillbox and Viceroy Medical. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Bundy! Let's go!
Yeah! If I've ever seen one.
You are so getting laid tonight.
Okay, Mr. Hall, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
John Paul, you've got a spider.
Oh,
It's gonna get you. Okay, you got it.
thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like for everyone for a moment to put yourself in the shoes of Mr. Romano. On so many occasions, you've been thrown out of a helicopter. You had been stabbed in the middle of a courthouse. You've been constantly harassed, not by just one individual, but by a group of individuals. Now, in that situation, would you want revenge? Would you want retribution in some sort of method? The answer is quite clear. Of course you would. You wouldn't stand for that. It's unbearable to be constantly harassed, attacked, burned alive, stabbed, and for it to be expected that person will not, in some capacity, act out. Now, the state has made many allegations. They presented much evidence to try and support those allegations today. First off, I want to talk about the chat rooms that we've heard about, because that's got to be one of the weakest links and connections and pieces of evidence that I have seen. Now, what did we hear about the chat rooms? You know, during the course of trial today, whether it be the physical evidence, whether it be the testimony of the witnesses, all we saw was that there were chat rooms that existed, that those chat rooms may or may not have involved the prosecution, the prosecutors, the victims, and that's about it. The chat rooms existed. Apparently, there was stalking back and forth going on in those chat rooms. Now, the prosecution has attempted to connect those chat rooms to Mr. Romano through one thing, only one connection, and that is phone dongles that had nicknames on them.
I'm just going to
similar nicknames to those that were being used in the chat rooms. Now, that is not evidence. It is just an inference. It's really just speculation.
Yeah, he probably made multiple accounts.
There is no clear connection between Mr. Romano and these chat rooms.
Jesus.
There just isn't. No one saw him directly connect to these chat rooms. No one saw him. He didn't admit.
That's why you're my favorite dad.
Communicating in the chat rooms. There is no connection other than pure speculation.
Where you're like, but I'm your only dad.
Something written on a phone dongle, and then nicknames used in the chat room. Now, when it comes to the chat room, one of the main theories the prosecution has has used with these chat rooms is to attempt to show that there was an ongoing campaign of stalking perpetrated by
based
the
on how long
defendant,
this one's taking,
and that
I'm
this
assuming the
chat
jury's
room,
case is gonna be up
in
in 9
effect, was
hours.
used to coerce them, the victims. It was used to fulfill one of the elements of terrorism, and again, coercion, intimidation.
What case?
And it's quite clear that that isn't the case. Now, when it comes to the chat rooms, we heard testimony that they were closed off, they weren't public.
What other cases?
You had to specifically have a specific computer to access them. And the only way the victims actually even knew about any threats that may have happened on the chat rooms, any discussion that happened in the chat room, is because they looked into it themselves. We heard Sergeant Pond testifying that she investigated it. Not that this was sent to her directly, but that she was the one that uncovered these threats. A threat can't be a threat if it's not directed, or it can't be coercion if it's not directed to the victim itself. It just can't be. Now, other than that, when it comes to the charge of terrorism, as I made rather clear in my opening statement, first off, corruption isn't a political motive. Corruption isn't a lawful activity. It's not something that the government does. And being anti-corruption, holding that position,
But
again, isn't
it is
political.
a political motivation
It's
when
right
you're targeting
and wrong.
civilians due to
And
information
trying
that
to
they
work
don't
towards
have
an,
about police.
anti-corruption
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
platform,
wasn't there
again,
like an entire group
it
called
isn't
Talon whose
any
entire
sort of a
purpose was
political motivation,
to
it isn't
target
a political policy,
or police
it's
corruption?
just upholding the law.
Never heard of Talon,
Now,
but isn't
when it comes to terrorism in this case, when it comes to
isn't that
talking
what
about
Michael
corruption,
Simonis
I am
did?
running on
when it comes
fumes.
to corruption, the main
I'm sorry if
allegation
it's
that's
been
been
kinda
raised is
spacey
that
tonight,
the
I
defendant
promise.
Have you ever had conversations with
acted with a
tomorrow.
political purpose because he, on several occasions,
Simone?
spoke the words corruption. And he
spoke
spoke
with
the
him a
words
grand total
corruption
of
during this
once,
kidnapping
and
that's
texted him
been
about
alleged.
5 times.
And it's quite clear that words alone don't themselves
No, he's not.
show a true motive. It doesn't
Everyone-
add up
Pretty cute.
to enough
Everyone
to
either
convict the
want-
defendant.
I've seen him in
and prove
person.
that he had some sort of political motive.
Everyone either wants
Again,
to
you
be
need a
him,
long-standing effort by a defendant that's charged
them.
with terrorism. The state has to show that they were
girlfriend
actually
is great.
trying
He's
to
kinda-
influence
he's
the
kinda
government.
tiny.
They
I
were
feel like
trying to
he'd
change
break.
policy.
kinda
They were
pussy.
trying to disrupt the government in order to elevate perhaps another political opponent, for example. None of that was actually proven here today.
He's actually
And just
really
saying the
just
words corruption
bland.
as you're breaking the law,
I've spoken to him
it
like
isn't
so many
terrorism.
times.
It just is
Had like
not.
2-hour phone calls with him. It's really
Now,
bland.
other than that, when it comes to terrorism, again, I want to make very clear. Revenge is not a political motive. It's not a religious motive. It is not a
gotta
motive
be deep in
that
thought.
can be prosecuted under the terrorism statute. Any individual that seeks out revenge and acts criminally upon that revenge, again, isn't a terrorist. They're a criminal, but they don't have a political motive. They don't fit the elements of terrorism. They aren't a terrorist.
Did he
And
miss
in this
the
case, it's
entire
quite
sentence
clear
that I
that
stopped where I said,
the only
like,
motive
hey,
that's
by the
been
way, this also
proven
includes
today
violence against
is
the
revenge.
police and
We heard it from expert
missed that part.
testimony. We heard it from the direct opinions and evaluation of Mr. Romano's doctor. We can infer it based on previous interactions that Mr. Romano has had with Ms. Shaw. That Ms. Shaw has burned him. She stabbed him. She's attacked him at the courthouse. All of that just goes to show that this is a legitimate motive that the defendant could have had, revenge. And again, revenge is not terrorism.
If he didn't hate objections, I
So,
would have
in
objected to
closing,
burning him, 'cause
I
that
will
was
say
never testified to.
that in this case, the state has not met their burden.
Grayson hates that shit.
A lot of evidence is needed, especially with such serious of a charge that is terrorism. At the end of the trial today, we can't just say that the defendant should be convicted because he's probably guilty. We can't convict him because he's likely of guilty, nor that he is
you
highly
remember that?
likely of
You remember?
guilty.
You remember that thing that I said at the
State
beginning
does
about
not
him,
prove
like,
their
oh,
case
here's the
that
burden of
defendant
proof.
is guilty
Yeah.
beyond a reasonable
I do
doubt.
remember that.
See,
So,
he's gonna
Judge,
talk about
I ask
50s
you
next.
to
This
acquit
fuck.
the defendant on all charges.
That was
Thank you.
10 years ago.
Nope.
When we were young.
Okay. Thank you for your behavior. I'm going to go and deliberate. I will be back with a verdict.
Oh.
like it's been interesting. I wish I'd come earlier. I'm looking around.
Hey, Demi.
Hey, Maze.
Speedwagon, you're in control.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Get this shit, Pez.
Wait,
Hell
what?
yeah.
All right,
You're in control of the
You're
court.
in control of
You're
the
in control of the
court.
court.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Bring out the
Hell
dancing
yeah.
blocks.
Why are they being
Pez,
sued?
I'm gonna go play Neopets the computer more. It's okay. Give me sleep.
I was trying to eat Subway. Okay.
Oh no.
I like
Fuck
Bundy
your
more than I
Subway.
like your bitch ass dog.
Well, can it just be like the AIB thing where they just refund our money
Damn.
back?
What'd you fucking say?
I like
Fuck
Bundy
yeah,
Can they
more
just
than I
deposit
like
it
this
into
guy.
your account and just be like,
Even
we're
the
good?
blocks like me more than they like Jaka.
That's
All
really
right.
funny.
Maybe.
Because I don't understand if you
okay,
just
you believe
deposit
it.
the money, what does she have to sue for? You know?
Yay, Pez!
I appreciate the support,
That's
Steve.
Pez.
Okay, we got the public
Court,
court
sir.
going on right here. Okay, we're gonna take. If anyone's got any issues with anyone, come up and let's.
Yeah,
let's
I
hear
got
it.
one.
Come up.
Bill,
What
Biz,
happened?
get your ass up here.
Pez is in charge
Oh
of the
fuck! I'm
courtroom.
4 minutes past cranking it. Oh, I
Okay.
definitely got one for Bill.
Could I have a
tell you,
fast
I'm in
call
a bad
here
mood. I was
right
trying
now?
to eat
Grayson
Subway.
making a
Okay, go
decision.
ahead.
Okay.
No, Miss
Maze.
Fitzpatrick's not here.
Maze.
Can we make this
What
the
the
roast
fuck
of
is on
Bill
your head?
Mays?
I was ordered by the courts to look like Scarlet Winters to finalize my divorce.
All right.
Why do you
my
sound
verdict
like
is-
that?
My verdict is you have to go shave your head right now.
Thank you, Your
See you,
Honor.
Bill.
Oh. Yeah.
He's,
Why-
he's in
why are you
he's in
still
charge of the
standing
court, Bill. You gonna question that?
I mean,
Don't maze it up
You
again,
should just
goddammit.
remove his
God damn it.
license as a lawyer.
Oh, I
That's
could do
for
yeah,
that.
you can't do that. Good luck.
Well, I control this courtroom.
Yeah, Saren.
All right. Who's next? Who's got issues?
Are you guys dating now? I see you
Me.
guys together a lot.
All right, come on. You can have a cup of tea.
I.
Hi, how you going?
Yes.
Can you state your name?
Cleo Shaw.
Is that your real name?
Yes.
Are you sure?
That's my last name.
Ah!
Hey.
Thank you. That's a joke.
Thank you.
Okay. There we go.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Grayson is in the back right now.
I have one.
All right, what's up?
I have one.
All right, what's up?
I have a
I
problem
didn't even
with Joshua Barrett.
Oh.
Hey, what the fuck?
All right, I'm calling the execution of Joshua. All right, we get next.
No, you don't
Hey,
care.
whoa.
No,
wait,
What
don't
do you-
execute
oh
him.
my
That's
God,
my
Pet
scene.
Speedwagon
Okay,
is
sorry.
the real
Sorry.
terror.
Cranking
I have a
has
problem
been
with the fact that
concluded.
he's tweeting shit like just trying to
We
get
should
my
put
dick
C
sucked.
block on trial.
The owner has already
What's
ruled
all
on
that?
this.
Yeah, we have to Bloom. Bloom, you know what to do.
Lucy, how are you?
Just
Wait a
Speedwagon,
minute.
can I?
All right, back to the
quickly
courthouse.
just-
You know where to go.
What?
Space
Oh, I have
out
one for Bill.
What?
That's ordered. That's
Total.
ordered.
5
He was ordered
seconds and stand
execution.
next to you while saying it. Okay.
I'll allow it.
Hell yeah, he
Oh, I
would.
have a
Giving
statement.
Cleo access to the.
Oh,
Okay,
perfect, perfect. I have a statement.
Attention. I am making an order, and if anyone disobeys this order, they are going to get the death penalty. Can people stop fucking with my family? Thank you.
What if I fuck your family?
That's not gonna happen.
It's
never gonna happen.
I'm gonna overrule that because it's good content. Okay, all right, we're moving on.
I am done crying. I'm so dehydrated.
Okay. Okay. You know, I'm gonna new rule: no crying in the courtroom. Okay. Let's do.
I've got a problem with Jaka, but I feel like we spent 4.5 hours on that already.
Yeah.
Actually, Jaka, how you feeling? Do you want to? You want to tell everyone your
I
feelings?
do want to say something.
I have one their job to it. I'm
Sorry,
gonna fuck.
Fun, I didn't see that.
Hold on.
Once Jack is done.
All right. So during my bail hearing, Scarlet Winters obviously dropped me, right? So Bill comes in. I didn't know he was married to her still, and he tells me to argue. I did it because I was high. That's
Alright.
his only. That's the only defense he gave
I mean,
me.
Jaka, if it
That's what
makes
you
you feel
needed
better,
before.
if it makes you feel better, Scarlett dropped 2 men that day by the sounds of it. So you know.
Yeah, and I imagine she's gonna drop a lot more.
Okay,
Okay.
I
Or
have
she's
an
probably gonna get
issue.
dropped.
Can we please order a court-ordered sanction
I do what my lawyers
on the
tell me.
acts of Mr. and Mrs. Bundy for
No.
their actions against ERP?
No,
Please,
no,
thank you.
no.
Court-order sanction for yeah.
No,
Can we
We've
please
had
as
enough.
somebody who lives with you all, and I no longer get to ERP, I'm gonna put you on a 24-hour ban on ERP.
Well, we're violating that order like immediately. So what's the
okay.
punishment
I
for
will
that?
die of cringe right now.
Contempt.
Look at the bald head.
You know what? You know what? As my last, I have a statement. I want
Okay.
I want it written on the record that Bundy's really good in bed.
I would also like to.
I have a grievance. I have a grievance.
Oh, okay.
Also, if you give us both
That was-
consent, that just means we're gonna bang in jail.
It's true. It's true.
I have a grievance.
All right, let's hear it.
There's a pug alive in this courtroom.
What? Where's everybody? Find this pug and murder it immediately.
You leave the goddamn. No,
The
Bloom.
pugs. If nobody knows this, the breeding of pugs is incredibly cruel. They're creatures that should not exist.
I agree, Your Honor. Just give me the order.
Do not shoot the pug.
don't
The pug
shoot
did
my
nothing
pug.
wrong.
If anyone
don't
has
shoot
the
my pug.
pug
will take Petal away from
or any animals,
Oh God, the only
guarantee
voice of reason in here.
Sorry, what are you saying
you
to me?
guys will probably get arrested.
I will unsend that.
Sorry,
email.
Balto.
Okay, you know what? Pugs get to live.
You kind of way cool like this, I'm not gonna lie. You somehow actually look
People
cool,
should
though.
just stop breeding them, but they don't deserve to
look like
die.
Dr. Evil.
Pugs deserve to
You
live.
look like
They just
Dr.
really shouldn't
Evil.
be bred. It's
Yeah, like
incredibly
yeah,
cruel.
I kind of feel like
Wow.
I mean, pugs are awesome. Don't get me wrong. They laugh, they drool, but the health problems they have is just they live
My
a cool
dog is
existence.
It's written
very
this.
healthy. The
It's
only
on
time
the
you're
board now.
unhealthy
You're
is when
getting bad.
Wrangler's in
Yeah.
vicinity.
I do agree with that statement. However, if there are dogs that do need rehoming or homing in general because they exist, then you know,
Wrangler has a shelter, I heard.
yeah,
What
breeding
about
is
dogs? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
That's my
I've
job,
heard he's
damn it.
got a shelter.
Yeah.
Why does Wrangler have a shelter?
I don't know.
Because anybody can get a business in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like
That's
Wrangler's
not
shelter.
true.
though.
I've
It's
been
kind
trying
of
for a
cool.
while.
All right, any other grievances?
Do you have any grievances, babe?
Those
yeah.
pugs are
Why
so
is
alive.
it that? Why is it that?
No, I don't think so.
podium.
Why is it that three individuals that run departments in the Unified Police Department are in that power and in that position, and only one of them was held accountable because they confessed?
No, that's not. That's not true.
That's not true.
Fred was held accountable. I charged him in court.
Yeah, he was held
Fred.
accountable, but he didn't admit to it.
Hello.
Hey,
I didn't write the
Jimmy,
rules.
Bundy, I just wanted to
enforce
say,
them.
good
Okay,
job,
all right, who
guys.
else wants to
Regardless,
come up here?
Nice, Fez.
Hell
plays
yeah.
out, it's always a fun
Yeah,
time.
Good
Let's
trial,
do
Oliver.
some
Excuse me,
I
sir.
agree. I agree
alcoholic
with
free
you.
shots
Oh,
afterwards.
Steve's got a
I agree.
grievance. Uh-oh.
For some
here we
reason,
go.
I always want
Oh,
to call you Ollivander. I don't know why. Like Ollivander, Harry Potter.
I'll say it.
Yeah, I always called him
Bad name.
Ollivander.
Say it,
Sir,
say
Block
it.
Tower's back.
Oh.
Seconded.
I agree.
Who lost right now?
Nope.
No,
I
God,
agree with
please.
them.
Towers. Who lost the
Get
Block
it.
Better
Towers,
under
Steve?
their. It was better under
Hog
their management.
mentality.
I love block towers.
You're
Bring
right,
it
was
back.
my fault.
Because I live in
No.
Grapeseed and it's not my
It was your
problem.
fault, Steve.
I'm gonna be honest. There was one
Oh,
point where
I
I
have- I have an
specifically
objection
remember
too.
deputizing all of the
guys, here.
blocks
I
to
am
maintain
sick and
order when
tired.
cars couldn't
Here,
stop
this
the
is in
road
relation to the
properly.
Block Towers. I'm sick and
And that went
tired
really well.
of Loney taking responsibility for losing the Block Towers. It was Steve Block's fault.
Oh. But anyways,
Ooh.
my objection.
Guys.
The beach up in Polito is not the Bundy Bunch beach. It's the goddamn Enzo beach.
Fuck you. All right.
Who?
It was at a beach.
And who?
Fuck you.
You know what?
Wait.
I'm ruling. This is an official ruling.
Enzo
that is
died
the
there
Bundy
first.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got
Bundy
another
Beach.
complaint.
Beach. Okay, hear it.
See that guy over there with the beard, Titus? That's my dad, and I haven't seen him in like 6 fucking months.
Who?
Exactly.
That's not a complaint. That's just a
He
statement.
wasn't here
Yeah,
for
this is a
Father's Day.
statement.
That's not a complaint. That's
That's
just
his
sad,
day.
Yates.
That's his day. He can go wherever he wants on his day.
I'm
Or order him
depressed
to have
now.
to
Can
hang
I
out with
sue
me and my
her for
son.
it?
All right, you come over here. The shit dad. Shit
I
dad.
have a complaint
Shut up,
against
you don't
Elizabeth
make
for
someone like
emotional
you.
damages for making me listen to this.
Blue
Have him
man.
torture.
Yeah, well, it looks like you're a shit lawyer because your court
He
case
went
is
to
going
the
to shit.
ICU and he
What's
didn't
that?
put me down as his emergency contact.
All right.
He did. I put him in. I put him in.
Yeah, I
the
thought Steve was going to keep saying that. Thank God.
issue.
All right, well,
Now she's
hopefully
an
you can be
emergency
a better
contact.
father than you are a lawyer because, you know, like, you're saying.
Pez,
Why?
I'm biased.
I'm not by. I'm just here. I'm just passing by.
Pez, this isn't about Jocka for 5 seconds. God, my
Okay,
whole life has
sorry.
been about Jocka for 2 fucking months.
Oh.
Hey, you're fucking telling me.
He's
All right.
Say more.
You're home for 2
time,
months.
to
You
be
wouldn't take
honest.
this court case.
Yeah, because I didn't have to. I only took the first one because I had to.
I
was
had
busy-
no lawyers. I had to get a junior attorney.
I can't give you medical treatment and be your fucking lawyer. You want the medical treatment?
Okay,
or you
I
want
have a
lawyer?
statement. I have a non-ERP statement.
Hello, new friend.
I don't believe it. Doubt.
Everybody,
ERP,
everybody in this court is great except Jocka, cause fuck him.
Hey, that's
damn.
my
Get off the
mom.
goddamn bridge.
All right,
I got
Bloom,
Shut up, you irrelevant
Pun-
pussy.
Balloon Pun, before you leave, I
You
also
gonna
have a
bail with that
issue.
statement?
I'm going to make a court order that their next door neighbor locks their house because for the last 2 nights they've been sleeping in their next door neighbor's house by accident.
It hasn't been locked for months. I keep going in there.
Told me it was the other one.
Okay,
It
well, I
was
keep
Brooklyn
sleeping in the wrong
Bakers.
person's house. Okay.
Hang on, let me call him.
That's your other neighbor that he was sleeping in their house.
Oh, I just want to say I'm also buying a trailer back in my old trailer back in Harmony. I'm paying $500K for it. So, howdy, neighbor. How are you gonna do this from life in prison?
Adorable.
What vehicles do you
Hey,
have?
you're not going to be able to buy shit from jail when you're in jail for life, pussy.
I'm gonna text this. Let me just text
Mr. Romano is innocent.
to lock his door.
I am innocent on all charges.
My trailer park.
And I'm innocent for killing cops all the time,
You
dog.
you literally pled not guilty to shit we found in your pockets. You're not innocent of anything.
How you
My
gonna
lawyer
plead
told
not
me to
guilty
do
to
that.
possession charges, dog?
I mean, you're so bad of a criminal that even criminals threw you into prison.
Not guilty to everything. And
Not that I knew that happened.
The charges that we're gonna get in trouble, so I stopped doing that.
I would have pled guilty, but it was the judge's birthday.
That's what
Oh,
I
that's
said.
fair.
And then Grayson
All right, any more grievances? We got a bit of
said you're
time.
not allowed to make the cops run in circles proving possessions when you're fighting a different charge secretly the whole time because it's not fair to them. Well, if it's Bundy, it is fair. He knows the court.
What does that mean if it's Bundy? It's fair.
Or Dimmy, it's fair. It's fair to
What
do
does that
the
mean?
quirky lawyer things.
got another one.
No
Lawyer.
one's stepping up. Bloom refused
Okay.
to go to pictures with me last month.
Wow.
It's okay to pull lawyer shit on you too because you guys
Whoa.
are so it's fine.
Approach the stand.
Go up there,
Really,
go up
just
there,
I'm
go
just an
Got any
asshole in
grievances to see?
legalese, and Bundy just kind of cleans it up for me.
All right, let's. Okay, hands. Order.
Hit him again.
Sorry, muscle spasm.
Bloom.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he won that
Oh,
big.
wow. Jesus, Steve.
Damn.
You know what?
Damn,
Okay.
so make it flop.
So
I
instead
like
of
it rough, thankfully.
you know what?
my
Actually,
God.
for punishment
He
there,
has a
Bloom.
girlfriend.
You and me
I
both,
order
Steve.
you.
I don't know
I
how
order
he's
you
got a
to go
weapons
to
license,
pictures
but
with
I
him
do.
next month.
I'm not going to pictures with
Hell
that.
yeah!
I'm not.
Nice, thanks, dog.
Give me contempt. I'm not going.
All right, Bill, approach the stand.
get one
You look like a
contempt a month,
shit
it's
Bond
okay.
villain now.
They accumulate too. I have like 5 or something.
It's so bright in here, the lights are reflected off his bald head,
what
and
was your issue
my
before?
retinas are burning. I'm gonna need another retina transplant.
You know you can sort that
Oh,
out.
good.
Don't know
Okay.
how.
On your phone.
All right, who's next? No, we got limited time.
Actually, I do have an issue.
Enter.
Oh, okay, no one cares.
Perfect.
Okay, so down the left-hand side, you'll see something
All right,
called
who's
color
next?
Correction. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Died in my house.
Yes.
Now go to brightness.
Can we,
Alright,
put
great
Doug on the,
messages.
can we have Doug come up and talk? I want to hear what Doug has to say.
All right, come on, Doug.
And then press save. and
They,
then
they want to
Dimmy.
hear from Doug.
Dimmy, we want to
make
hear
sure
from
you
Doug.
change it when you go back outside.
Let Doug speak his mind.
He's the smartest member of the UPD, and my son's a cop, so that's really bad.
Kind of go back and forth, but you can still- Okay, did you press apply?
Mine also didn't do anything.
Do you have your but is your stuff on high? Because if it's not on ultra, then it won't do shit.
Where's the pug?
Okay, it has to be on ultra, otherwise that
Hang on, Dimmy's struggling. She's got eyeball problems.
And yeah, so that's why Grace is incredible. So I rule that Grace is pretty cool. There we go.
Romano, come here, Bundy.
Let you know yet.
Oh wait, no, we still got time. All right, then we can shit talk.
I
about
got
it.
someone uncuffed me from the desk.
I'm not gonna do
He's
it.
cuffed to the desk. Well, he's got to go back there. The judge says.
Judge ordered me
Well-
to go back there.
Sounds like you're gonna be held in contempt.
I'll
Who,
text
me?
Grace. Well, Jocko's cuffed.
You guys are disobeying a court order. You guys gotta let me go out of these cuffs.
I'm a witness.
So go tell Grayson that Jocko can't come because he's cuffed.
Hey, sorry, Judge. What's going
Hello, Pond.
I'll watch him. I got
You really pulled that gun out fast
I mean, I can drag this table, I guess, but
No, don't bring the whole table.
I'll do it again.
Oh my!
door's wide enough.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, he deserved that.
Warlord. That's Balto. That's Balto.
God, I hate Bill.
This one's all yours.
Someone escort Jacka. Jacka.
Yeah, because like I got
Jocko's
these
still
cuffs.
cuffed to the table, so he can't physically go.
Yeah, he's got to stay there. Why? Why do you want to be uncuffed?
Because
Because
Grayson said his name.
Grayson told me to come in the back.
Well, that's a bad sign and a good sign.
Okay, Grayson
Just
did not
asked
tell
how
you to
much
come
time
in the
he
back.
had
That
already
just doesn't
served in
happen
jail,
with
so
him.
we're not getting a life. But
Do we have to behave tonight?
No,
Yes,
we're
24
not. We are
hours.
not. We are not following that order.
Court order.
Pez is gonna have to come in. Pez is gonna have to.
Pez, they defined the court order.
Pez is gonna have to
Ding
walk
dong.
into the bedroom while
Ding
I am
dong.
butt fucking naked and enforce that goddamn order.
He will.
You
He will do
are-
it though.
I don't
Like,
like
oh
any
You
of
God,
are
he
it
towing
will.
the
at
line.
all.
With little spray bottles of water.
Our family
Squirt
is
you
too
guys when you
open
start to get
about
frisky.
everything.
Cold water.
God, I feel like I'm back in high school with how these people are.
You want to get squirted with the water?
Want me to hang you out inside a locker, Jocko?
Oh my god!
I feel like that would be the least. You should, no.
Nah.
President, you
You
were
don't
saying that like
I'm sad
the Bundy
now.
bunch has the same
sad.
mental capacity as my cat.
Can I lean against your chair?
Yeah, essentially.
Actually,
You're
I
right.
think
Chat's
she's a
pretty good
different
right
cat
now.
because my cat is actually special needs and is
Bundy?
stupid.
I have
Bundy bunch
one
is
brain
just,
cell
you take
right
a
now,
bunch of
and
cats,
it's
tape
stick
them together, and
bugging.
they're all
Can I lean
Still.
against your chair?
Stick
My
bug.
cat's real.
I
That's
love
the
the
move,
stick
Demi.
bug.
No irping tonight. I'm sad.
It's been just stick bugging the entire court case. I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
not following that order.
Oh, thank God I got my best in
Can we
slot.
make poaching nines charge?
I'm not a bitch like Bill Mays.
Then you would be in jail forever.
No, I took those pelts
You
from
shot
hunters.
that mountain lion.
You can ask. No,
Are you
I didn't.
patting
I
me
stole
on
it
the
from
head?
a hunter I pushed off a cliff.
Wait, what?
You can ask Tessa. I give her all the pelts I find.
Someone
I
should tell
need
the
a
judge
mountain
you just
lion
said
pelt,
that.
so hook a
Yeah,
girl up and find one.
Oh my
Just
god, I
saying.
might get another life in year. Life in jail.
So you're gonna get another life in you?
Yes, I stopped.
This man clearly's out of his mind.
He's insane.
I'm
We
sad.
tried that already. Quinn's just gonna let him go.
I'm sad. I was planning on being the naughty rooster's rest
I've had an
employee,
employee
and you were gonna come in and
I
like
am insane.
No.
Serve you the cock in the box.
Yeah, you were gonna serve me the cock. I
No.
mean,
Oh my
I'm
god.
sad.
No.
And then do I need to get the spray bottle?
I need therapy.
No, no.
You need a
look, it's-
goddamn fire hose at this rate, Pez.
Just don't
I
go with
need
Quinn.
therapy.
I want to be honest, Your Honor. I think your order is making it worse.
Yeah, it is. It
what'd
is.
you call
I'm
me?
in suffer mode right now.
Called you Your Honor because you're leading the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
No, what'd you say after that?
I said I think your order is making it worse.
Right, you know, I'm splitting them up. Okay, Lennon, get on the other side of the courtroom.
What?
Execute
No.
Order 66.
Courtroom, down.
Demi, give me that megaphone.
No, because I agree
Down
with
the
this.
outside
I am
courtroom. Anyone-
suffering.
Bloom, where's Bloom? I order you to take. Where's
Just gotta
Bloom?
be
Bloom went
happy with the
outside.
megaphone, and
Hey
I can't
Kiki,
have
if
it
I get life
open.
in prison, do you guys want to adopt my
I
dog?
feel wrong being this close to Jaka.
What if you get
And
death
he's
penalty?
handcuffed,
Tessa
he's
already
fine.
has him, so.
Alright, if I hear any loud ERP, I'm ordering anyone with a taser to tase you both.
Bundy, I want to be. I want to be
I
the
have one
naughty
statement.
Uwu employee tomorrow.
If I get life in prison, Side Carter can have my cliffhanger.
Who asked?
Wait, what? You got a cliffhanger?
Yeah.
I order you to give it to me. There we go, done.
Congrats on your
Well
new bike.
played.
Oh, get contempt.
Congratulations, Pez.
Well played.
I paid 500K for it.
Nobody asked.
No mask. Take the mask off. Who's that mummy fuck back there? No mask.
These are bandages.
Alright, anyone else got grievances?
I'll still
Alright.
beat his ass if you want me to.
Maybe.
No.
I'm not
How you
saying
doing
yes,
over there,
and I'm
Lennon?
not saying no. I'm, saying
I'm
yes.
sad.
grievance.
Like-
Alright, I'll shoot him out after the court.
I have a grievance with this court's prior order. I've
What's that?
been attacked by our family's been attacked by Jocko Romano. We got these goddamn crazy ass doctors coming after us. All kinds of bad stuff's happened over the last 3 weeks. ERP is is the only thing that I get to do.
So
that
let
brings
me
a
be
smile
the
on my
naughty
face.
Uwu
Let me,
employee.
let
God
me
damn
just
it!
tell
You know how many
something.
serial
No,
killers
you
have
can't
tried to-
quite all you be holding to contempt.
I'm sorry, Uwu.
I'm not. I'm putting the boot down.
No, you
Let
take
me,
the boot off.
I'm
Bundy,
putting the
have
boot
you,
down.
You take the boot off.
Bundy, have you ever seen my erection?
I'm back, guys. Perfectly timed.
Bundy?
Oh, are those handcuff keys right
Sorry, I
here?
couldn't hear you.
What the
Bundy,
fuck?
Bundy, have you ever seen my erection?
Only once while you were sleeping on the couch. It was like there was
Well,
a,
I've seen
it was
yours
like there was a
multiple
tent.
times, okay? And then, you know what?
Demi put a boot on
Emotional
Bundy's chair,
terrorism.
and all of a sudden she was dead
Okay.
on
Bundy, I'm telling
Do
you.
you know how hard
yes,
it is? You know how hard it is where the one toilet in your house faces where you sleep, and I got to sit there, take a shit. There's no door, and I've got a 50%
just-
chance of seeing you fucking rock
Just
hard.
take a shit in the hole in the yard that Cleo poops in.
What's
No,
going on?
That's for white. That's for white shits and white
But
shits
you're
are
from
white.
England.
I have a grievance. I have a grievance.
Okay.
Cleo says that she's
away from Bundy.
No, she says she's drinking coffee, and all that's gonna do is make him wider.
I never said that. I will admit
As is, her shits are white as pizza boxes already. I can't even imagine.
I have to the people of Los Santos. Hang on, to the people of Los Santos. Everyone here. I have never, ever claimed to take white shits. That was claimed due to the fact that I asked Pet Speedwagon before me, behind me, to come up with an excuse because I felt underdressed. And that was the excuse he gave.
Facts, not evidence.
I do have IBS, however, and IBS is a serious condition, but it doesn't lead to taking white shits. If anything, that shit comes out of me like
I thought I was
water.
gonna get adopted.
Water.
Water.
I'm overruling that. She does take white shits, and that's official from here on out. Okay.
I sound better.
I have one more complaint.
Bundy!
Why do I get called by like
I don't
all
look
of
at
your
them, I
guys
just
are serial
stumbled
killers?
across
On
Okay.
record, real quick. On record, real quick.
I tripped over it. Hey, Grace,
Who's
this
got the
is
whitest
Grace.
shits?
Okay, I tried to cuff
Is that on the
Crane,
record?
and he's not
Yeah.
Yeah, I
washed.
made it a thing.
Hold
Are we
on.
putting that actually on the record that the
I
whitest
have
shits that
to
Cleo
go on-
shows?
I have to go on record.
Okay.
Judge, I tried to cuff Judge Crane. He's not washed. Nor
Crane's
mine.
not washed. Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, there was a statement put in this court that I'm not allowed to be the naughty Rooster's Rest employee, and he's gonna be the customer, and this is my husband, and I deserve to be the naughty's Rooster's Rest employee.
Dr. Lennon.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Lennon.
I'm sorry.
Do you want to be naughty and give me a cock in the box, or?
I can only take my husband's cock in a box. I'm sorry. I can only be the
Okay.
naughty
Oh.
Rooster's Rest
I
employee
see
for
we
him.
still haven't. I haven't missed anything.
This is high fantasy for us. I'm not even allowed in that restaurant.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm dying of cringe.
I mean, it looks like everything that's being attempted is working then. Okay. Dr. Lennon, you can be the naughty cock in the box server any day.
Yes.
Hell yeah. Go back to our side of the court.
Yes.
Skip.
We all skipping? Okay.
Skip it. Let's skip.
Fucking ERP.
Okay.
At least we bought 24 hours.
Just and everything else.
Non-ERP. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
she's
Everybody
trying
here,
to make-
everybody present, everybody
No,
ready.
no, it's
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
inclined to believe my mom doesn't do the choking.
No.
What Neopet do you have?
Oh, she's got the choke on.
Mm-hmm.
That's my account.
Oh.
Do you honestly believe I have Neopets, dummy?
I don't know. I do.
I'm more of a Funko Pop guy
Now
myself.
I'm the one dying of cringe.
Crunch.
What insane.
What's Neopets?
Oh my god.
What
Oh
is
my
Neopets?
god.
Cleo, you are
Did you
not
just
that young.
fucking-
You are
oh
not
my
that young that you don't know what
Hey,
Neopets
Dr.
is.
Romano,
Leo, just
stand.
What?
keep your head down, wear a hat, change your identity, and change towns. Now's the only time you can recover
Thank you.
from this.
Please.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The
Jaka,
Tamagotchi.
today,
That might save you.
beyond a reasonable doubt, you are being found guilty of all the charges pressed.
Yes!
Oh my god.
That's a win.
The
Hang on.
court is inducing Article 9 of the amendments to the Constitution and the sentencing of Jaka Romano. It has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence and testimony today on the 26th of July that Jaka Romano engaged in a pattern of continuous, heinous, capital-level crimes
That's-
against the Bundy
is this
family and
Coop's law?
friends. I do not trust Mr.
Oh my
Romano's
God.
motives, but I believe
Finally
Coop's
happening.
law fits as well as the terrorism charge, as his conduct and litany of violent extreme violence against a multitude of victims over a short period of time is there for all to see. Does a motive of revenge undermine a political motive alongside it? This court can see a political motivation that acts alongside a petty personal motivation, a motivation that targets a family who happen to all be governmental employees. So destabilization of the governmental body to fulfill a motivation of fixing police corruption while targeting a specific family out of vengeance, these two motivations are not necessarily separate. He is capable of standing trial. He is culpable for the crimes committed. He is being held liable for them here today. Mr. Romano may have underlying mental health problems as have been testified and issues that need address. But those issues must be addressed before he can be seen as safe to be released to the public. This court is sentencing Mr. Romano to life in prison with the possibility of parole. After 50 years in prison, he will be eligible for a parole hearing, where he will be heard by a panel of people selected by the courts. Mr. Romano has already spent 21 years in Bolingbrook. That time has been served, so in 29 years, he is eligible for his first parole hearing. If he is found unable to be released by that parole board, he will be eligible for another hearing 30 years afterwards, and so forth. That is the verdict of this court going forward. Mr. Romano, you're remanded into the custody of Bolingbrook State Penitentiary until you are found fit to be released into the general populace.
Bye.
Thank you, Your Grand Majesty.
Good. Captain Bundy and also Oliver Hall, in due course, I will reach out to you to discuss possible members of this parole board for Jaco Romano.
Understood, Your Honor. Does this court have any ruling as to the fine to be faced by Mr. Romano?
Yes, Mr. Romano will take the full $1 million fine.
Oh.
That is the verdict of this court.
Can we have it?
Dismissed.
Can we have it? Because I'll pay off the debt.
Is it too late to air out grievances?
Use discount code GUILTY at Cy Carter's Warehouse for 50% off. It's a buyout sale.
Wait, hold on. Is that Cy Carter's Gun Emporium off of Route 6?
Alpha Rancho.
Alpha Rancho, yes.
I'll see y'all there.
Is this it?
Jack, I'll bill you.
I know I did Bondi Boys. Was this the Bundy Bunch's first war W? Is this it?
Holy
I think we just won a gang war.
Just won a gang war.
You just want a gang war, yep.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck, that means we get to claim his spray. Oh, we gotta get that spray, mate.
Yeah, we got it.
Absolutely.
Spray down. Well, he lives in Roy Lowenstein, so that might not be a good idea.
I'm sure the Vargos wouldn't care.
No, we'll just slap an SCU tag on the outside of the house.
No, we need a Bundy Bunch spray tag.
Well, that one you made, I'm gonna get that
But
actually
the
turned into a
SCU
spray.
spray is hot and it looks like me, so I think that works, okay?
I can actually do it. And if you want a plot of land, I can do that too. And if you want to fart, I can make you fart.
What about, you know, the
I'm gonna go cry now.
Flag?
The flag, yeah.
Well,
I was already gonna work on that with my guy, but
you'll see that there's some stuff happening there right now.
Wait, really?
He's being billed, just so you know.
Okay.
I billed him. Where do I send the
Jock,
15K?
I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes with everybody to talk before we go downstairs. Okay.
Do we know
Demi?
about his dog? And if
Okay, I'll send the 15 to you.
Oh my god,
that
it's
is
getting
probably
made
going to be up
in
to
the
DOC
spray.
unless you would like to make any specific. Ah!
Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to reach out?
I'm seriously crying right now.
Okay.
I love this server.
It'll be okay. If you can't bring her up right away, you know I'll watch her until she can come in, and you know
Oh.
You guys
Real quick.
did awesome.
currently watching him.
For being
Okay, good. Okay, Tessa's got him.
again, my brain is stick bugging. I'm sorry for all the objections.
Yourselves as well. It's always a pleasure with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm friends with
I
the
like
warden. I'll
seeing
reach
you
out to
guys
him
around.
for you.
I hate court more
I'm
than anything in my
seriously
life.
crying right now. I
I'm
didn't
glad to go
expect it
against
to
you
be
guys.
in
Gates. I'm not Murphy
I
Brown.
I love this server.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Hall's been doing excellent in every case that I've gone against him. So
Dude, there's a reason I have Hall as my personal attorney, so. You know.
I honestly don't feel I need to be here for him anymore, so I'm letting him show that. So.
Hell yeah. Yes, it took one
is this what an actual W feels like?
I think it's what an actual dummy feels like. I'm sorry. I'm trying.
We have a rabbit that got locked into
Get away from
someone's
each other, I'll squirt you.
And when that person got raided at the shop, my only raid condition was
Okay,
that
I have
rabbit
to
was
get this
rescued
out.
and so I have to
Well, I mean, how was she today? I mean, obviously she got a dub.
She seems in better spirit. She
Mr. Romano feels like he needs to be checked
She
out.
got really
He's
upset
having,
after
probably
she
a panic
testified,
attack
which
or
is
something.
understandable.
Oh yeah.
But she does seem in better spirits today. Apparently she wants to speak with the judges to see about maybe like helping them out like on an assistant level. So I think that it would give her something to like focus on while she gets
Oh,
everything else
shit.
straightened out. I heard
Bundy.
I heard that correctly.
Oh, yeah, sorry,
right,
Lennon?
Henny? I'm sorry, Henny. I'm sorry, but I heard that correctly. That she wants to like talk to the judges or something.
That's what I heard. Yeah,
Yeah.
she wants to try to serve as a personal assistant.
Huh?
I think that would give her something to focus on, so that makes me very happy.
Big and slow breath, okay?
I know she's been trying to talk with you, Bundy, one-on-one for a while. So
We're doing the lighthouse thing.
I don't know that I'm gonna have time this evening.
Nah, it doesn't have to be.
I did not expect this court case to take 6 hours.
well, you might see a lot of things happening up at the lighthouse right now. So I don't know if they're still up there. They were marking shit for removal.
Oh.
Ooh. No leniency
That's
already.
cool.
I had like
Hello, dog.
5 days.
Good shit.
That was very good.
That is one less person I have to worry about. Holy fuck. You know, and the biggest relief that's just come off my back. Holy
When
Jesus,
they were trying
thank you. God,
to
thank you.
bring up the whole courtroom thing with Cleo from the past, I was first time I've ever sat in a court case and just been completely glued to watching.
I'm very happy, and I'm also happy that she seems to be
Like, do they just want to
in a better spirit today.
They just want to create another
100%.
Dundee.
What did you just say?
Oh, I didn't mean to text you, by the way. I put the wrong
What did
beat.
you say, Jacko?
He wanted to create another Dundee. He's not
Sorry, what?
referencing Dundee in any way as.
No, it was more about like the $1 million
I'm
fine and then spiraling someone.
Did you?
Oh.
Who
Okay,
did
that
you
is a funny
accidentally
joke.
text?
Bundy saying I was
And-
Bloom's outside, and I just said
It's
I was
ironic,
trying to
'cause I
tell
know
Bloom
I
I'd
have
be
a
outside in a
clipping.
minute, but I put B in my phone and didn't put the rest of it.
Oh.
Oops. My ADHD caught up with me, and I was like, hold up, wait, I think I tested the
Oh my
first.
god.
Alright, well,
No, I don't.
Did he really just say that though? Do you want to
What?
create another Dundee?
I think they meant by the. Well, he reckons it was by the fine, how much in debt Dundee is.
Right.
Okay, well, came across differently considering what
Yeah.
he's talking about.
alright. Well, I'm gonna go outside. I guess I'm gonna go chill. You guys have a good night. I know it's getting to that time for most of you anyway.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
I love you. Have a
love
good
you
night.
too. You too.
I'm gonna stay. I'll be around for a little bit, so if you want to chill, talk, or anything, you know where I am.
We'll see you later.
I'll be around. I'll be around.
Yeah, I'm hopping in queue later, so hopefully I'll be on duty.
Hell yeah.
I had the first one last night. I was with Seagull. It was fun.
Shit.
Mhm.
Where'd that go? You run off?
He went out in the lobby.
Oh, my days.
And Odie's good people, so.
I would yes. Talk to Odie about that. Ottoman Sparrow.
All right, just a couple of things. It is on you to keep yourself knowledgeable of the laws.
Service
which
out
are
there?
always
Is
in
it
public
good internet?
records, they're
What?
always updated.
I mean, you can take a look yourself
Let's see here, check out your phone, tap, stuff those icons in front of you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's this going with the hot dogs?
And it's a very creative out there proposal.
He's at the ATM. He's at the ATM inside.
Well, and yourself.
Hello, my love.
I'll be waiting for that cock in a box
Oh
later.
my god, are you giving me money? Am I getting pocket money? Am I getting pocket money? Or am I grounded? Because I feel like I'm grounded.
No, you are not getting pocket money. Other people are getting pocket money from the SCU budget right now.
Oh, fair enough.
Mwah. Chat. Thank you for hanging out with me for 6 hours.
How are you feeling?
Hours. Overwhelmed. But very happy.
I wasn't going to tell you, but I was actually in contact with the
Captain.
stencil guy, so...
Jacko Romano has a request.
Okay, what is his
Before we
request?
ship back to Bolingbroke, he wants to know if it would be possible for you to help facilitate him selling one of his vehicles or something. Before the asset fees and it basically all gets seized from him, he wishes to just divest himself of some property. I have no objections. I'm not freezing all his assets or anything like that. He's already been billed.
Does he already have a purchaser lined up?
I
for
think
that
so.
item?
I think so. I think so. I think it's all ready to go. I'll double check with him. Like, I'm not asking you to, like, you know, sell a car from him or anything. But if he can, like, facilitate before he gets shipped back to Bolingbroke, then I'm not objecting to it.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm good with it. It's something I would prefer not to do right now because we just got out of a 6-hour trial.
Yes.
But it is something that I am happy to.
You happy to
scoop him
arrange a
out
day
of
with him and
Bolingbroke?
figure it
Yes.
out? Okay,
Yes,
cool.
yes, yes.
I'll explain that to him. No problem.
Judge,
Yeah, what's up, Odessa?
confirming the reinstatement of a driver's license before I do it.
Okay, yes. If it was literally PD error and
Okay,
it is
I think he
highlighted and
is-
you've been told as such, then I am more than happy for you to do it, Odessa.
The actual fuck was that?
Thank you.
I think he is probably going to stop stream soon, but it is his birthday. So we're going to go raid the judge. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight, my lovelies. Gonna try to stream tomorrow.
It's just James.
So go wish him a happy birthday, show him all the love. Because I am probably going to make a snack and go to bed.
Do you know where that explosion came from?
Mwah. Tomorrow, we will stream again.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Trying to get into the park spot.
Much love, my babies. Go show the judge some love. And, yeah.
You nearly there? Get back a little bit. Back a little bit. Back a little bit. Just a little bit.
Have a good night. Take care of yourself, babies.
Now you got it. A little further.